All praise to the Most High, Yah. Praise, Yah. Everything you allow, what am I allow? Only cause of your will. Yours will be done. And you allow us to walk in it still. So, Yah, your will be done. Thank you for life. Thank you for eyes. Thank you for sight. Praise your name, get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, it mean me make it through the night. Thank you for grace, it get me through every plight. Thank you for death, cause in you, me appreciate life. Satisfied with where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied with where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be. Thank you, cause me don't put money first. Thank you, cause you tie feet to the works. Thank you, cause you form flesh from the dirt. Me thank you for the healing but come from the earth. Thank you, cause you allow me to put you first. Thank you, cause you tie feet to the works. Thank you, cause you form flesh from the dirt. Overall, me thank you for you. Satisfied with where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied with where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be. Thank you for life, thank you for eyes, thank you for sight. Praise your name, you get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, mean it make it through the night. Thank you for grace, you get me through every plight. Thank you for that, cause in you, me appreciate life. Satisfied with where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied with where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied with where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied with where you give. Sing for Amaya, where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied.
Satisfied where I live. All right, let me see. Your mic can hear me. Okay, my mic is kind of loud too. All right, so let me turn that on so I can hear if I'm peaking. All right, peace and blessings on this Wednesday night. Pardon me for starting so late. It was they restarted my computer, bro. It's like I'll be set all up, have everything set up, all my tabs, all my things, all my windows, all my images, and they sometime I guess I don't know a power surge or something. They restart my computer, so now I don't got none of my tabs, none of my images, none of. I'm like, oh my goodness! Now I got to like put the piece together while we live. All right, but I'm gonna do it. May the Most High bless everybody. Thank you, honor in our ministry too. That's a brother in our ministry. All right, so let me come on stage. How do I do remove that? Oh, that made me too big. All right, hold on. How do I get myself a little smaller? There you go. Right. Uh-oh. What did they do? All right, right there. There you go. I'm looking all crazy. Hold on, let me tie my rag up. So I put my rag on my head. Let's get started. Welcome everybody to the live stream. Again, I apologize for being late. Later, than usual. I I had everything. I've been working, putting this lesson together, and everything was set up. And it feels good when everything is set. I'm like, all right, once I press go on the stream, Then I just got to figure out how to walk it down, how to put the puzzle together. And I didn't even think that they might restart my computer, reset the, and I'm like, oh my goodness, all my stuff is all over the place. Peace and blessings on this Wednesday night to you all. May the Most High cover and bless you all as y'all come, as they come in the building. I'm gonna add my brothers and sisters in a second. Hold on, let me get my life together. I got one more rubber band in here somewhere. I think there it go. So let me get right. May peace and blessings to the Most High and to you all. Tonight's lesson gonna be dope. Y'all gonna learn, Most High willing, y'all will learn something that y'all didn't know, as I always try to do. I always try to teach something that's not all out there, right? That's not everybody, that's not all plastered all over the internet and YouTube. I try to find some exclusive, sorry guys, I'm getting my stuff together, getting my life together as I get ready to teach this word of the Most High. All right, let me grab some of these and pull them to the back. I'm gonna grab this one, this one, this one, some of these and tie it around my head. There we go. Then I can pull that to the front. I should have grabbed some of these long ones. That's all right. They got another crazy long one. Put that to the back. Go to the back. All right. All right. Peace and blessings. Nah, it probably look more decent if I leave it back like that because I got like a dress shirt on. All right. Peace and blessings. Everybody open that up a little. Now, let's get started. So, let me add my brothers and sisters to the screen. Why do they change my setup like this? Okay, right there. Share. Oh, not share. Present. Invite guests. Copy. Come back to the comment section. Peace and blessings, everybody. All right. I didn't get to see the comment section yet. All right. So shout out to Yaron in the building. Control V. Just seeing the comment section. All right. They got a link so my brothers and sisters can join me on screen. Hold on. Do I see it? There it go. Shout out peace and blessings, everybody. Not your all. Sister Phyllis Richards. Who that? Zayala Yah. To everybody in the building so far. All right. Let's get started. So tonight, I got something. I'm gonna, y'all, Most High willing, I'm gonna teach y'all something y'all didn't know before, y'all didn't see before. All right, that's what I always try to do. Okay, they got this box real small. There we go. Now, let me bring it down some. There we go. All right, so I'm centered on the lives, on the vertical as well. All right, peace and blessings, everyone. Please, peace, Elder Tom and Yah. Shout out to Oakland, California in the building. As they come on in the building, oh, I don't even got my thumbnail. I don't got nothing. They took all my stuff away. So all right, so I gotta go open all my stuff. All right, wow. All right, so we winging this. All right, so now I gotta go to my screenshots folder. Bang, scroll to the bottom. And I gotta find my thumb, and I had everything set, bro. So it's all right. May the Most High cover this lesson. May I be able to put it together as best I could live. And usually I try to remember to take a screenshot of the bottom windows that I got open so I can try to look and find it again. But may the Most High cover this lesson. All right, so hold on. Hakyama's coming in the building. Shalom, Hakyama, peace and blessings to you. All right, come on, Delara Shah. All right, so hopefully all of y'all had a blessed day. We got to expose some things. Tonight's lesson is about Epstein's and Clinton's Temple of Sin, exposed, fact or fiction, right? So y'all know a lot of people, y'all seen this image right here, right? Share screen, bang, window, bang, share. All right, hold on. I got one headphone in. Let me put the other one in. All right, there we go. And my mic, all right, my mic, all right, mic sounds, I guess the mic sounds decent. Ain't nobody complaining. All right, so I'm gonna leave it there. All right, so, all right, now let me, I should hear myself. Yo, oh, I hear it then. All right, share screen, bang, let me see. That's the thumbnail. Let me make this, let me bring this around. Let me make this, oh, wow. Okay, is that the whole thing? Yeah, that's the whole thing. Okay, that seemed to work really quick and easy. Never did that before. All right, so I can do it from that end, and it seemed to work pretty quickly. All right, so here we go. So this is the thumbnail, right? Pretty busy. um, Now, this on Epstein's Island was his temple, this blue building. He built the temple, and it's this image. I know, I know y'all's gonna be like, what do he have on? Y'all know, y'all know I try to find the exclusive stuff. I try to find the stuff ain't everywhere. Everybody ain't got out, right? Look at Abiyah. Abiyah said, now is that Wilson? Wilson? Oh, come on. Y'all know we doing it. Look at Wilson. Wilson. And so I try to take Epstein, I don't know if y'all can see it, and put him in a globe, right? I try to make it look like he in a globe and a hand is holding him up. His hand is holding him up in the globe. He's in like a crystal ball, right? And then the hand holding up Wilson. They said Wilson. All right. All right. So Shalom Yasha. All right. All right. His life top down. All right. No doubt. All right. Peace and blessings, Yasha. All right. So this, all right. So I had all my other image. Now I just got to grab stuff willy-nilly. So let me double click this. Right? I wish I would have knew that it was going to be like this. I could have tried to set it up before we started. So let me show y'all. So double click this. Let me see if I can use this one. There it go. Let me see. Is this one better? I think the other one is better. Let me see. Come back to screenshots. Double click that one. Yeah, that's better. That's a better looking view. You get a better angle. So let me come back to y'all, right? And then let me stop share. Let me share screen. All right, this is gonna be a dope lesson. I got some info. We got some things we're gonna expose. So Hakiyama, let me know if they let us through. You know, if we get past 100, let me know. 200, let me know. 300, whatever. And so this is the temple, right? Now most people only have a view of this part of the temple, but from that brother video in the corner of the screen, I was able to find this image of the temple, right? So they got the temple steps, they got the two. Now this is a temple of horrors because that Epstein Island was a horror island for those who found themselves, unfortunately, um, victimized on this island, right? And the others, they are the perpetrators of this, right? All right, been shouting out loud Shabbat's presentation. All right, thank you, Hayazak. Now, this right here was interesting to me because I had never seen that they had Shalom Yadasa, all of these markings. Now, y'all know these things mean something, right? All these markings, because people even ask me, Unc, what does the blue lines mean? I don't know. Maybe when some of y'all know, I don't know. But I didn't know they had these red markings. Now this is, and then when you look behind it, all you see is marine kingdom water. This is a dreadful thing. Now, allegedly, people say that most of most of the things when these people be on these islands, most of the stuff be built underground. So what you see on our other live stream, remember when we was talking about the ranch, the Zorro Ranch, and he was gave money to that company, right? That company who builds, let me turn my mic up a little. That company who builds those bunkers underground. You see how far down it went. And they said you could just have a little building on the top, right? A little building and but what's under is a whole, and these islands, they be up on a hill, they be up high. So and so these are entering, these doors are probably like entering the doors to another level of hell, because being on that island as a victim is a hell. And this was the island that they were hunting people to. So they was probably hunting, they were hunting black people. They said it in the files that they were hunting iggers, right? And they I could imagine some of them running and finding this, and I would probably run away from it, right? You probably run and be like, oh no, no, let me go the other direction, right? I'm not trying to hide behind this because if they catch me here, they probably can take me in here, and that's probably a whole nother level of horror. But it's just interesting, these markings, right? Makes sense. The high places are always spoken of negatively in the Bible. Yup. And they look for these high places because they build their things under the ground. And the Most High said he gonna crush the mountains and stuff on them, right? So, what was I? I was about to do something. Um, what was I about to do? I was gonna show y'all something. Crap, I just forgot it. All right. But anyway, so I grabbed this image because it was I'm like, okay. So then I tried to make my thumbnail based around this image, right? So let me stop share, right? Let me come back, share screen, window, bang, share. Now I made it a little bit too busy. I ain't want it to be this busy. But yeah, it's probably some that's good work. Longitude and latitudes, right? So now y'all see I got the floor. So then I got, right, Temple of Sin underground. I got, with the help of AI, to make an underground chamber under it. Right? That's pretty dope. I think that's pretty dope. Right? And then I put Epstein here. All right? And this dude, I know y'all like, what do he got on? I'm about to show y'all in a second. Right? Yeah, I got lost all my tabs, bro. All my tabs. Because I got five. Uh-oh. Oh, man. Let me. Oh, I lost my PDF. Oh, I know where they at. They in my downloads. Okay, because I got Epstein files to show y'all, right? So then I put Wilson. I know y'all like Wilson. Yeah, Wilson. All right, so let me go find his this because I know some of y'all like, what is what is he doing? What has he got on? Right? So let me do that. Um uh do I want to do that first? Or do I want to bring it? Oh man, do I want to bring us in first? All right, so let me grab this. Sorry guys, I got to set up everything for the first time. That is horrible. Can you imagine spending hours and hours setting everything up just to go live and then find out they took all, they restarted your computer so all your stuff is gone. It's like, and now you're live, and it's like, oh my goodness. So let me double click this one. And then what was the other one? I don't even know what I named it. Is it this? Hold on, let me scroll down to the bottom. Let me look for this. I apologize. I usually be rocking and rolling already. All right, but so let me scroll down. Okay, I think that's this. Yep, that's this. I could find. I got that, but I don't know what I named the other one. Um, um, yeah. What did I name the other one? Uh, Give me a second. So I'm gonna come back to that because I don't want to leave y'all, but I need to find it. Maybe temple. Maybe temple. Um, uh, Not feast days. Uh, Not that. I did that with Naomi Campbell. Let me go over. Let me go to the T's. Let me see if I did something with temple. Temple. I hope I did. I hope I named it temple something. No, I only see one T. It's a tetragrammaton. Oh, there got more T's. The. No, it's no T-E though. Tetragrammaton is only T-E. All right, I'm gonna have to see if I could find it. I just don't know. I don't know what I named it, and that sucks because that's a big part of tonight's lesson. What I'm gonna expose. All right. All right. So I'm gonna look for that in a second. Maybe I'll have when we're doing the video, Hakyama pray for us while I look for it. Right. All right. So I'll wait and come back to that. Hopefully I find it. Most High willing. But anyway, all right. So tonight there are images that disturb, but not because of what they how can I say? not because of what we can prove. Sometimes images are disturbing in what they resemble. All right. See, tonight we speaking on this private island, a blue and white striped temple on this island, as y'all see in the thumbnail. And it is a temple, right? Isolated, elevated on a hill, high places, but very symbolic. And when the latest files got released, that I'm gonna show y'all some exclusive ones tonight, the public did what it always does. It starts searching for names, right? We looking for celebrities, politicians, power players, those with influence. But outside of the names, some of us started to question some of the structures on the islands, right? Allegations pop up. Testimonies from some of the victims, survival victims from the files, spoke about underground chambers, underground rooms, underground facilities, and ritual activity. Throughout biblical history, these temples were never like neutral. They were never just just a willy-nilly, just a thing. Shout out to Swift over there on Facebook, right? Hempstead Strong Island, all right, in the building. Now, these temples, all through history, they were never just a thing that's neutral. 2 Kings 21:3 says, the altars were built to Baal and practices would you like me to tell you all what this is biblically? Yeah, you can write it. You can share. Welcome to the channel. You can share anything you share. Just be respectful. No cussing, but you said biblically, so you shouldn't be no cussing. But yeah, you can share. We look forward to any of your wisdom and any info you got. 2 Kings 21:3 says that altars were built to Baal and practices of sorcery and child sacrifice were carried out in the secret places. In the secret places. The scripture says they used enchantments and they dealt with familiar spirits and wizards. See, ancient Canaanite worship was not symbolic. It was ritualistic. And this goes back to ancient Canaanite practices. These elite, what I call them serpent seeds, right? From their father, the adversary, these dark energies, these go back to ancient days and ancient practices and cultures, right? They worship Baal and Moloch, right? Remphan, right? They triune their images, right? Now, it was these ancient Canaanite worship practices are ritualistic. But Baal and Moloch worship involved fire offerings. It involved blood rites, and it involved the occultic practices, sorcery, right? Pharmakeia. That's why they have drugs involved, right? Epstein, Diddy, and all the rest of these, right? It involved sacrificing, right? The little ones. Ezekiel 22:26. It condemns the priests who put no difference between the holy and the profane, and the rulers who were like wolves ravening prey, right? So all through the Safariyah that they call the Bible, it condemns and calls out these ritualistic practices because all of us, every nation, kindred, and tongue on the earth, our ancestors, some part of our ancestors was doing these practices. But it condemns the priests, the holy ones, the righteous ones, the religious ones who put no difference between the holy and the profane. See, these ancient temples in antiquity, they were centers of power that was political, spiritual, and ritual. This is where they held their meetings, their sacrifices to their gods, their devils. This is historical fact. This ain't assumption. This is historical fact. History does not invent new darkness. In the ancient Near East, among the Canaanites, among the Phoenicians, and the other surrounding cultures, right? Baal was worshipped as a storm and a fertility god. Moloch was often associated with the Ammonites and Ammonite worship, and they gave fire offerings, right? To into Moloch, the temple, and put a fire into the belly, and they called that barbecues, and they did dancing and practices, right? And ritual orgies they had. So it is sex magic, it is the destruction of the Most High sacred act of the two becoming one, the union of male and female to procreate, to create from the Creator. We are in the image of the Creator, so within us we have the ability to remake ourselves to creation. We're in the image of the Father, but we, with our free will, we can desecrate anything that the Father gave us, right? Any of our giftings. So among the Canaanites, the Phoenicians, and certain surrounding cultures, they all practice Baal, Moloch, Renfram, Enki, Enlil, Thoth. You got Osiris in them from the Kemites, from ancient Kemet and stuff, right? Now, Moloch was associated with Ammonite worship, these Canaanites, and they did fire offerings, offering the babies over into the valley of Hinnom. Scripture is very clear about this, about what occurred throughout it. In Leviticus 18:21, it says, "Thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Moloch." Okay, so the Most High was given instructions, prohibitions, that we should not, his children, our ancestors should not give the babies over to these gods, right? Because they would especially Moloch. Moloch was a god. When they had fear, they thought they would get blessings and protecting, right? So archaeological records from the Phoenician sites, from Carthage, describe what historians believe were ritual burnings tied to all these deities, these gods. They found urns and tablets and records and containing, and these contain clay urns which contain the remains of the little ones. They have been discovered all through the ancient lands. Anatolia, what they call Turkey, the Hittite land, all through the Mediterranean, all through what they call in the Middle East, all over. They found these urns containing the remains of little ones discovered in ancient Tafets. Ritual enclosures. These temples, that's where that blue building is. Ritual enclosures dedicated to Baal Haman. Okay? These ancient practices being redone and still practiced today. And this is the elite, what they're practicing. Now, ancient sources, including historians of all culture, even like the Hellenist Greek historians, Diodorus Siculus, they wrote of these fire rituals. Oh, I didn't grab my clip. I had a clip. They just got a new clip. I should have grabbed it. They bring a brand new clip of what they doing at the Bohemian Grove today, right? These councils, these groups, these Bilderbergs, these Council of Foreign Relations, you know what I mean? These families, these 33 families, right? They write of fire rituals where offerings were made to appease their gods in the times of crisis, okay? In the times of crisis. Now hear this clearly. Yep, that's what Ash Wednesday about, the ashes of the burnt. Yep, that's exactly what it is. And they would put it all on they would put the ashes on their bodies too and look like mummies walking around and stuff, right? Now, but all worship was not simply about sacrifice. It was about power. So they're not doing these. I'm talking about Epstein and all these other serpents who doing this stuff, even today. They weren't just doing it just for to get off sexually and just for sacrifice. It was about spiritual power appeasing, dark spiritual warfare power that they get from these devils, their gods. It was about fertility, prosperity. It was about dominance. It was about rain, bringing rain and harvest. You understand? Moloch worship was tied to desperation in ancient times. The belief that the ancestors believed that offering something precious would secure favor, right? So if they would offer something that they held close and precious, like their newborn, it would secure them favor when they with their gods. And the sorcery went along with it. Second Chronicles 33 says, speak of those who use enchantments and use witchcraft and dealt with a familiar spirit. Okay, so the Bible speaks all the way through it. That's what it's speaking on. These worshiping the gods, and the Most High spoke out against it all. Speaks of those who use enchantment and witchcraft and dealt with familiar spirits. See, this ain't no modern conspiracy. This is ancient history recorded all throughout scriptures and supported by historical texts. Okay, now let's go. Let's get started. All right. Where I'm going to go first. Let me go to this image, all right? Let me go to this image first. Shout out to don't just be on the brick in the don't just be another brick in the wall. That's a dope name. That's a dope name, dope title. All right. So I'm gonna go to let me grab since they closed all my files. I'm gonna have to come back to that one. I really need to find that one because I got something info that I wrote and I don't know where it is, bro. They doing me dirty tonight. All right, so I'm gonna come back to that. I'm gonna probably have Akiyama pray for us while I find that. So let me go to my images. Let me go find the image of him with that hat. Then I gotta find my files. I got my Epstein files. All right. All right. So go to screenshots, bang, right, and go down. Go down. Make that a little smaller. Oh, that's good. No, I could leave it big. I could see many more of them like that. So let me find him with his hat. I had everything lined up. And yeah, I'm gonna show that image too. So let me double click that now. I'm gonna show that image too. And what is that? Let me see, what is that? Okay, so I showed that before, but I'm gonna show that image too. But let me find him with his hat. Where you at, bro? Where you at? There you go. All right, so, and then what's this talking about? Okay, that's coming in another lesson. Might do that Friday. Friday gonna be crazy, bro. All right, so here it go. This is him. So share, come back to y'all. Where y'all at? Over here. Bang, share screen. Stop screen. All right. So that was the thumbnail. Stop screen. Share screen. Window. Bang. Share. Now this is the image where I got him with the hat. So I know y'all like, where y'all? Y'all know I'll be finding exclusives. Now, Epstein was a spy, right? So what he did, and who the Bible speaks of that. It's about being a chameleon and stuff, right? So what Epstein did, Epstein was a spy of the highest order, a living James Bond, right? All his temple practices, everything he's practicing, he was spying and gathering intel, espionage, for blackmail, for everything, for power. So this hat and this clothing, I had the thing and I had the file. I apologize. They just rearranged all my stuff, so I'll try to find it. But this is, I had the file where he talked about it, and the person with the him with the picture. It's Russia. It's one of those Eastern European cultures, and he has the clothing on. So Epstein was very inept. He did his job very well. He was a great spy that he had no problem assuming the culture of the people that he wants to infiltrate or form a relationship with that country, right? And those people, the powerful dark people of that country that he wants to use, right? He had no problem assuming position, right? And even trying to learn the language and everything. He was a great. He was very diplomatic, right, in his dealings. And so this, like this picture. So I showed this one, right? Watch this. Come back to y'all. Bang, bang. Share screen. Window. Share. So remember we did this one. This is the Sultan, right? Picture here, shown Epstein's being very friendly with Sultan Ahmad bin Salayim, an Emirati businessman. Now this man owned all the ports on East Africa, Djibouti, everywhere, right? And he just stepped down now. And this is what Epstein used, right? He's the chairman of Jebel Ali Free Zone in Dubai, chairman of DP World and everything. So look at Epstein. See? So he's over there with the guard. So wherever he goes, diplomatically, he creates the relationship with these dark powers, right? And he assumes the roles and the positions as like a gesture of respecting of the culture. Okay? So he right? Thank you, Justy Thrasher. Right? So that's why I was showing you and then in the other one with the big thing, he's assuming that country's dress code, culture, eat the food to get in with the with the culture of the people to be received, right? As like one of them. Okay? Now, the so all right, so that's what that image is with him with the big hat. That's him assuming that culture, right? And hopefully I could find my what's the name again, right? Let me open my, let me see. Let me see if it opened, because I had a tab with, there it go. That file. Oh, that's the file with that. But oh, my PDF file. Oh, go to downloads. Let me go to my downloads, right? Go to downloads. Sorry guys, I gotta open all this now live when I had all this done. There they go. So I'm gonna open that, double click that. That should just open. There it go. And then open the other one. Come back there, then open the other one, double click. All right. So then I can, let's do this right now. Let's do this to start, and then we're gonna get to the first video clip of the night since I just opened that. So now I gotta go find my image to go with it, my picture. So, oh, I know where that's at. That's in screenshots, and it's right at the bottom. It should be at the bottom. It's one of the newer pictures. All right. Again, now I got to do this live as I'm walking through this. It's crazy work. All right, here we go. So, some of y'all saw this news, right? Stop share. Come back to y'all. Share screen. Share. Window. Bang, because this was news that affect most of us, right? Y'all know that the school system stopped picture day, right? So some of y'all seen this, heard of this, right? Picture day canceled over Epstein rumors. We all went through picture day, right? And picture day, you know, that was the day we all take the pictures, and it was a company called Life Touch. And that's been forever, because when I was little, I'm an elder now, right? Life Touch. And we all do picture day, right? Right? Now the schools have canceled picture day, right? Look what it says. My school just announced that picture day is canceled tomorrow. Apparently, there's been a huge wave of concerned parents claiming Life Touch is mentioned in the Epstein files, because it is. The school says they're canceling and having lawyers review the contract they got with Life Touch. The person says, I'm not usually one for conspiracy theories. See, that's when you go wrong. The whole world needs to apologize for calling us, because I was one that they would call a conspiracy theory back in the days, right? Because I was doing this content years ago and they shadow banned and took my channel, right? Now, I'm not usually one for conspiracy theories, but the idea that someone like that, Jeffrey Epstein and them, could have access to our school photos nationwide is honestly disturbing. It makes you think about how Epstein identified and targeted vulnerable little ones and families, especially in rural or low-income communities. They had all, not only did they have all our pictures growing up, that's crazy work when you think that all of our baby, all the school pictures was going right to the PDFs. Okay? All right. This whole situation feels like something out of a horror movie. Yeah, everything that's happened is your horror movie come to life because the Most High is exposing it all. All right? Now, watch this. This is the person who it's over. Leon Black. He's one of the most nastiest, dangerous ones, PDFs of Epstein's inner circle. And a lot of the victims spoke out. Even that little girl who, remember we did that on one of the lives, her notebook, when she talked, the one that she said they was using her to be an incubator to birth the babies. And she said this dude would bite them. This was the one she said, this billionaire. She said he was one of the worst because he inflict pain. He would bite their vaginas to the point of bleeding and torture. Okay? Now this dude right here, schools all over the US are canceling Picture Day due to Leon Black, the co-founder of parent company that owns Lifetouch, being listed in the Epstein files. So he owns the Lifetouch. All right. This is Leon Black. Y'all know I got y'all an exclusive file. Here I go. An exclusive file of Leon Black. I always try to bring y'all something very exclusive, right? That's not released yet. Well, it's released, but it's millions of files. I try to be, right, proactive. So here we go. Our first exclusive file tonight. And then we're going to get to our video clips. All right? And we going somewhere real dope and real information. All right. Now, let me go, where is it? It's here, right? Because I opened the PDF. So which one? I'm going to do this one first. Let's do the one where they're talking about them, right? Close that. No thanks. Reopen, close PDFs. Oh, do it close abruptly. You can, no, I don't want to reopen that. Close that. I already opened it. Now, let me come back to y'all and make this a little smaller. There we go. So I can still see the chat. Let me stop share. Stop share. Let's come back. Share screen. Bang. Window. We're showing some exclusives now. Now this is an Epstein file, right? I haven't seen nobody pull this one out yet, right? I try to bring out the stuff that everybody ain't got out yet, right? And all right, so here, oh, I can't make it, I can't zoom in. Hopefully, I don't know how big it is. I don't know if y'all can see it. Hopefully y'all can see that clear. It won't let me zoom in. All right, I apologize. Oh, it is a way to zoom in. That's right. How do I zoom in again? Let me try to do the plus button. Let me try to see if that works. Click it and do the plus button. Oh, no, that didn't work. It should be a zoom somewhere around here. I don't know it though. All right. Anyway, I don't know. I don't see it. All right, so I'll read it to y'all. It says, I want to make it bigger, bro. I need to make this bigger. How can I? It's in the lower right-hand corner. Oh, the StreamYard thing is probably covering it. Let me move this to the side. Thank you, Nadia. There we go. The thing was covering it. The StreamYard thing was covering it. There you go. Thank you, Nadia. All right, let me see what y'all, how that looks for y'all. All right, because I want y'all to be able to read too. I'm gonna make it even bigger. All right, bang. All right, and then I could move it over to the side. Hold on, let me move this up. And then where's my thing? StreamYard thing, stop shares in the way. There we go. Move it over to the side. All right, let me see what y'all see. All right, I might have to make it a little smaller so I can navigate it a little better than this. All right, because it's the stop share. Let me hide that. All right, there we go. All right, thank you, StreamYard. All right, now I can work with this. So this right here, right? Subject, reply, Leon Black. This 2021. This is the a survivor victim speaking out. These are the files. All right. Um, Tuesday, August 17, 2021, memo file about Leon Black. They did a call with Jay Christensen. Such and such asks for more background on the allegations. Attorney proffer. All right. They gave the this is a victim speaking out. The victim was in her 30s at the time of this conduct. What happened? She met Leon Black, the owner of our Life Touch photos, right, at Epstein's New York townhouse, sometime in the early 2000s. She was working, giving massages. He got a lot of people that he pulled in for massage, right? For massages, paying people, young and old, right? Young, right? Young, a lot of youngsters, right? But she said she was in her 30s. She was working giving massages for a few months at Epstein's townhouse. The victim is supposed to be sending a photo of the woman who introduced her to Epstein. So that's good. Hopefully, I want to see some arrests, but let it play out. Hopefully some arrests happen. She was described as blonde and young, the woman who introduced her to Epstein. She met Epstein at his office in his townhouse, and he knew that she needed money and was a single mother. And he talked to her about how he could help her out with her money problems. Again, grooming. That's how he did most of them, right? He speak to them, find out their problems. Money, the love of money is the root of all evil. So they'll use the trauma, right, of not having finances, right? Now, watch what I'm about to show y'all. I'm about to show y'all something crazy about the Child Protective Services system in a second. When we get through this, I'm going there, right? Crazy. Yo, they've been doing this stuff for years and years, and we didn't even know. Under the guise of these programs, and Child Protective Services was actually one of the biggest traffic rings worldwide. I'm about to show y'all. She says Epstein never forced himself on her. He tried to get her to take off her clothes, and when she said no, he didn't force it. And he still paid her $300 cash, grooming. She also gave massages to other men at the townhouse, including Leon Black. She may have had sexual contact with the others. It's not clear. Epstein introduced her to Leon Black as someone who could help her get a job. He was introduced as Black. She remembers details of where they were in the townhouse and where they met. She describes clearly the room where she gave the massages and the Black allegation. She was giving him a massage. He was on his stomach. At some point, Leon Black turned around and said it was his turn to give her a massage. He got her on her back on the table. She recalls having difficulty breathing. So he got her, I know she had to be scared, on her back, and he's on top of her on the table, saying he's giving her a massage. At some point, she recalls having difficulty breathing, probably from his weight. And she was violently, they said, the other one said he was the most violent, one of the most violent, all right? And allegedly, they said Barack was too. But let's continue. This is the Epstein files, not us, just allegedly what victims said. She said she was violently, sexually assaulted, including being bitten. He bit her. Now this lines up with all the others who complained and said Leon Black bit them. Afterwards, she said he got dressed as if nothing happened, and such asked whether she was paid for the massage. And JC didn't know. The JC, Janine, or whatever that name. After that, Leon Black called her and asked her to meet her for drinks. She thinks they met at St. Regis Hotel. Now, the interesting part, now we know Stockholm Syndrome, and we know money, and that's how they influence you with money. But it's like some of these people who are victimized, they'll get victimized, violently raped and all that, but then still come back again, meet them again, right? So it's just, and that's how they get you from knowing your financial situation. And I don't know, it's just levels to this, right? But that part always it's just very interesting thing, right? Because we're all built different, some stronger than others, and some, right? But it's like a lot of them, they go back. It's like if you're free from it, you know, I don't know. All right, not here to judge, but anyway, it's just we here discerning. So she says, after that, Leon Black called her again and asked her to meet him for drinks, right? She thinks they met at the St. Regis Hotel. He talked to her about her credit card debt. See, that's how they get you. His family, etc. Right? At some point, he gave her an envelope with $5,000 cash and says, I hope this helps. Right? So that's the point. It's the no, they don't they get them they a lot of times they ain't threatened. So remember the other victim, guys, the girl who said so Epstein, I didn't do her full story. She did the same thing, massage. She got victim. I think she was 18, her and the other models. And after it, she was traumatized. And then 3 months later, he called her, Epstein, and just said, how are you doing? And I know you wanted to be a model. I can help you with that, right? And I got the person at Ford Models, and right? And then she like, well, maybe he's not a bad guy, right? So um, it's like Epstein's grooming was very psychological, right? He played off the emotions, the situations of the individual, financial. That's why the love of mammon is the root of all evil. You shouldn't just do anything for money. I'd rather be broke and starving and busted and disgusted than to have my rear end busted and disgusted, or to sell my soul, or to do, you get it? I'm not selling my children for money. I'm not selling my body. Some people, people prostitute themselves, right? They're doing it right now on OnlyFans and all that type of stuff, right? So the love of money, the mammon, so they use their god mammon, right? That's the god of this world, this money god, right? And God they trust, right? So as you see, so right, but actually you would think he wouldn't answer the phone call, right? He wouldn't answer it. Hakyama is wondering if you can hear her because she tried to get your no, no, I don't hear anything. Um, there's themes, there's statements and questions. I didn't hear Hakyama. Somebody else. Who's here? Who's here? Is Elder Tamaya here? Tamaya, unmute yourself and try to say something. Let me see if I can hear you. Make sure it's not my end. Because I couldn't hear nothing. Akiyama said she was trying to say something. So Tamaya got a delay. Let's see, he about to see. Let me see if I can hear you. Oh yeah, I can hear Tamaya. My end.
I'm here.
I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep. He got a delay. So, all right. So no, Hakiyama, restart your.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Elder got a delay, right? I hear you, Elder. I hear you. He see it. He see it now. All right. So Hakiyama, restart your thing. All right. So, because she said there was questions and statements being made. All right. So she's gonna go out and come back in. All right. So let me hold on. Let me go back to find my file again. There we go. All right. So here, let me pull it up. All right. So now, and I'm about to play a video clip in a second. We're about to get funky in a second. He asked, was she being paid for the massage, right? I mean, sorry. He talked, so he after the rape, right? The molestation, he called her and asked her to meet for drinks. She thinks it was at the Regis Hotel, right? Because she's telling this story, I guess now she's a little older or something, right? Uh, and she says he talked to her about her credit card debt, his family, and everything, right? And that's what these groomers do. They act like they ain't do nothing to you, nothing to see here, because they groom you so they can keep doing it again and again. And also, they trying to build agents, people that can go get other people. That's what recruiters. That's what the word I'm looking for. Shout out to Yalaya. Yalaya, I tried to look for your email. I didn't see it, even in my spam or nothing. So I don't know what's going on. So they looking for groomers too, right? So they make you, after they did this violent, she said violently raped her, now he's acting all calm, right? She shouldn't have went. But anyway, let's continue. So she said he talked to her about her credit card debt, his family, etc. At some point, he gave her an envelope with 5,000 in cash and says, "I hope this helps." She says he called her again, but she never met him again privately. She said they may have had lunch on one other occasion. What? So you never met him private, but I guess you had lunch. I guess she's saying private, like in a hotel room or something. But she may have met him again, right? So it's this money, right? She says she doesn't know how JC, this Janine person, doesn't know how she extracted herself from the Epstein scene. She said that she met, hold on. She said that she met Ghislaine Maxwell a number of times at the townhouse. Janine didn't have more details on that. The victim disclosed to a friend what happened after the fact, the raping, very soon after. The victim is willing to speak to law enforcement, but she's very concerned about her job. JC Janine asked about phone messages unsealed in Ghislaine's civil cases that include messages for Leon Black and victims' names redacted. This is the case number. It's a flight to Florida with Leon Black, September 2008. Watch this. This is another one from M. Christensen, subject Leon Black. Anytime after 1:30 p.m. is good. My cell number is this. This is Janine Christensen, right? This is the communication. It says, "Hi, Janine, let's discuss tomorrow if you have a few minutes. Let me know when would be a good time for us to talk. Thanks." Then it says, "Yes, I am. I was also attempting to take my first time off since COVID and may be out on Monday, but we'll be back in the office on Tuesday. Would you be open to do a Zoom conference call, or would she need to travel up here?" So they're trying to get the victims to come out, right? Then she says, "Thanks, Janice. I'm out of office this week. I'll get back to you. Are you representing this woman?" This Janine. Here we go. So then Janine Christensen and the person wrote, I guess the victim wrote, around 9:30 a.m. this morning, I received a call from a woman who now lives in, I don't know where that's at, maybe New York, who told me she wanted to speak to me and said that Leon Black raped her violently years ago and she never told anyone about it other than her childhood best friend. In short, the details she told me about what he did to her are almost a perfect match about what my client, the other victim, told me. He violently bit down on her vulva, labia, and her clitoris. The biting would get harder and his teeth clamped down more whenever she yelled out in pain. This woman the woman this morning basically told me about the same biting ritual, and that she could not breathe because she was in so much pain. That Leon Black, the owner of Life Touch, our pictures, this woman victim said she could not breathe because she was in so much pain. This person said, it is too abnormal for all of these victims to be making up the same story. This victim does not know my client, my victim, the survivor. This person is older and says it happened in 2001 at Epstein's townhouse. She gave massages there, and Black was one of them. She says she never had sex with Epstein. All right? It says, there is nothing publicly out there about the details of his specific sex acts with our client Epstein, so there's no way she could know. She works in sales and earns about $100,000 a year. That's definitely New York. Sounded otherwise together. All right. So that victim said that he would, and then the other little girl said that he would bite them to bloody, and this person said to the point where she couldn't breathe. And when they would scream out in pain, he would bite their stuff harder. This Leon Black character. All right? Now, this one is tying Leon Black to Jared Kushner. Uh-huh. Now, these are these handlers outside. This is his, Leon Black is a billionaire, and he owns the Apollo, these investment firms, and all these, he owns Life Touch, they own, like Wexler owns Victoria's Secret, like these people own all these companies, right? And this is the Epstein, Kushner, right? Leon Black connection. It says, was a money laundering shell. The SEC knows it. The degenerate Epstein knows it. The degenerate Leon Black, Kushner, and BFF to Milken, all right, to their proteges, Mark Rowan, and the Apollo company knows it. He says, I have repeatedly offered to come to the SEC. He's saying the SEC, Security Exchange Commission, knows that this is going on. Everybody, we're going to go somewhere, right? That's who they run by, right? Now, they said this person is saying the SEC knows it, the DOJ knows it, and the IRS knows it. I ain't said, so don't come after me. These agencies. This is in the files. I'm showing y'all the files. Exclusive stuff, right? He says, look what he says, right? He says, I have repeatedly offered to come to the SEC, to the DC headquarters, the SEC in Washington, DC headquarters, to have the brightest minds, and only to have the brightest minds at the SEC, Security Exchange Commission, totally humiliate me by refuting my allegations one by one. The grossly corrupt Security Exchange Commission SCUM bags have never taken me up on my generous offer for the very simple reason that all of my allegations are accurate and true. So again, I put the offer out there. Anyone, he said, refute my claims or go to jail for the criminal obstruction of actively being facilitated, for the criminal obstruction of justice. I'm telling y'all what Jared Kushner is doing, Leon Black is doing, Milken is doing, all of these are doing with this money, and then nobody's doing nothing about it, right? He says, refute my claims or go to jail for the criminal obstruction actively being facilitated by your office and the SEC. So let's give these SCUMB bags the insurance annuities market. All right. Now they do an insurance, annuities, the financial stock exchange, the housing market. All right. He says this will not end well for tens of thousands of Americans who greenlighted this takeover of the insurance industry by these hedge funds. All right. So these people have been trying to expose this. Watch this. Watch this. See, Apollo and Blackstone, these are news articles. Apollo, back then, whoa. This one. There we go. Apollo and Blackstone pick insurance as their next bet to disrupt Wall Street. That's Forbes magazine, right? Investments in Staple, Berkshire Hathaway, and Copycat. All right, now let's continue. This from Chris Diallo, the whistleblower. Christopher Delorio. Shout out to any whistleblower. Shout out to anybody that's been exposing. This is May 2019. He says this was a blatant attempt to intimidate a whistleblower. So they blocked the picture, right? They redacted. I would love to see what this was. Now this says Apollo, Epstein, Kushner connection. He got the image to show the connection. He said this was a blatant attempt to intimidate a whistleblower. I think a male, although very effeminate voice, a male, was an anonymous coward SCUM bag who threatened me and then called me another 11 to 12 times after that. This is very serious matter, a felony. I intend to see him prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law within weeks of filing a complaint against the SEC and you. I have obviously hit a nerve, right? And this is NBC News Politics, White House tells official who gave Kushner security clearance. All right? Everybody. White House whistleblower speaks out on security clearance controversy. All right? So this Carl Klein was supposed to appear before the House committee staff Tuesday to face questions related to handling of White House security clearances. Right? So he says, Christopher Dier, no L's, SCM bag. Now, all this is redacted. Now, this is the image of Leon Black, and he says a money laundering NASDAQ over-the-counter market shell, milk and degenerate, Leon Black, Joshua Harris, and the Apollo Company. That's Leon Black, and that's probably look like a young girl too, a victim, and this Joshua Harris and all them, right? So these are the files. The SEC, he says Jeffrey Epstein, all right? So a money laundering, NASDAQ, over-the-counter market shell company, milking degenerate Leon Black, Joshua Harris, Apollo, y'all can see the company, Jeffrey Epstein. The SEC has known this for years, that Epstein is running an extortion Ponzi slush fund, right? These people been exposing it, but hopefully they don't come. I ain't got no, hope they don't come for me. I mean, the Most High, he gonna bless me and cover me anyway. He says, not credible. How about the SEC's own words? Now let me go there. So I'm gonna get to video clip. He says, see my comment, the SEC intentionally puts the investing public at risk with frauds like this, right? And thousands of others like it. The core biz at NIT, and the reason why the over-the-counter market exists, abusive, naked shorting, this trading shells companies, right? Let me get to it. So then they redacted that, right? Then it goes, let's get to the money, right? Show me the money. There it go. The SEC drops the Apollo investigation. So they was Leon Black, the one who bite the woman's vajayjay, he owned this billion-dollar company, hedge fund, insurance and stuff called Apollo Enterprises, something Apollo, right? And the whistleblowers, they pointed it out that these are scams and the Epstein and everything, and the SEC closed the case. The SEC drops the Apollo investigation after Jared Kushner Jr. met with Harris, that's the Harris from the picture with Leon Black, his partner, at the White House. And Apollo, Leon Black, who owned Life Touch with the kids' pictures, gave Kush some money. And Apollo, the company, gets $60 billion plus in inflows in 2018. Now, this is what they point out. They saying, we telling them, the SEC, the DOJ and everything, investigate this. They dropped the investigation after Kush met Leon Black's little flunky at the White House. And the Leon Black's company, Apollo, gave Kush some money. And the Apollo gets $60 billion in inflow in 2018. When we trying to expose for the SEC to close them down, not only did they close them down, they got $60 billion in inflow. He said, did I miss something? You corrupt effing SCUM bags. Chris is apparently mad at this, right? Should be. We should be as American people. Now, he said, find the shell, find the fraud. Florida, Pennsylvania, Canada, they welcomed it. Watch this. He says, dozens of filings by former Milk and right-hand man Leon Black and the Apollo, his family trust, etc. Then there's this. Has anyone ever seen a PDF file Jeffrey Epstein on the other side of a trade, meaning on the losing side of a crypto or stock exchange trade? The only SEC filing of Epstein's Financial Trust Company, Inc., the only SEC filing that Epstein files for his financial trust company with his billions is in, wait for it, Leon Black's Apollo Environmental Solutions Worldwide. Now, these are the people that was victimizing these young ones. Leon Black, right? Epstein's Financial Trust SEC filing is in Leon Black's Apollo Environmental Solutions Worldwide Company, the one that this whistleblower was trying to get them, the SEC and DOJ, to close, to investigate. They stopped the investigation when Kushner with the White House, all right? He said, enter the amicus blocking release of the Epstein files. He said, and after that, enter the blocking of the Epstein files, right? Financial fraud appears to be a specialty of this recently formed SD alumni firm. All right. So it says where another Milk and protege, that's Josh Harris, the one who met with Kushner and gave the money, was considered for a White House job. He said coincidences? So after that, now this Josh Harris was considered for a White House job because of Kushner, right? SEC dropped the probe, right? SEC dropped the probe a month after the firm aided Kushner. The feds last year dropped an investigation into a financial company a month after the Apollo firm gave Jared Kushner's family real estate a $180 million loan. All right? So this is big money these people are dealing with. 60 billion plus infos for Apollo in 2018. They gave Jared Kushner $180 million. Okay? All right. So follow the money. All right. I did that because I wanted to break down the Leon Black with the schools closing the Life Touch people our pictures at school. All right. These dirty. It's all tied into the money. Now I'm gonna do the first clip. Let me do.
Excuse me?
Go ahead. Now I hear you. Go ahead. I hear you. Uh-oh. I guess I don't hear you no more. Oh boy. Well, I heard you for a second.
Excuse me.
Now I hear you again.
Okay. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
This first one is, I'm gonna do the question first. Chocolate Finger asks, is
What a
Yeshua,
name.
I know.
Yeah.
Is Yeshua the same as Jesus?
Yes. Yes. So that's the Hebrew name, right? Well, did he say Yeshua or Yahshua?
Let me look.
Which one? Probably.
Yahshua.
You say Yahshua? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yahshua.
Yes. So that's a dialect of the Hebrew name of the Messiah, what they call Jesus. His name wasn't Jesus because there's no J in Hebrew. He was a Hebrew. There was no J over 500 years ago, right? It's the last letter of the English alphabet. So there was nobody named a J back then, right? So that impossible to be his name, right? So the Yahshua is just a dialect in Hebrew of 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 his name, like the name Joshua would have been Yahshua, right? But but the Shua, that's an Akkadian Hebrew dialect, Canaanite dialect. The name actually would be Yashaya or Yahawashah, right? And some people say Yeshua. That's going to Phoenician, right? Later with the E. So in the original Hebrew tongue, there is no vowels, right? It's an abjad language. The Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages, tongues were all abjads, not abjagitas, no vowel points. Later, they added the vowels in Acadia with the U and the Canaanites. That's Canaanite stuff. So then it became with Ua and Oshua and all these A, E, I, O, U. And then later, with Phoenician stuff, they got this Yeshua. That's taking the Father's name out. No disrespect to others who call him that. You have to make your way to understanding the fullness. Continue to empty your wineskin and study to show yourself approved. All right. So the Israelites from the Bible, their ancestors, they started to become Hebrew Canaanite. That's why if you look up Hebrews, it'll tell you a Canaanite group of languages. Canaanites, and the Most High told us don't have nothing to do with it because our ancestors kept searching the Hebrews, right? I believe I descend from those Hebrews. That's so those who don't know that, just my belief. You don't have to believe it. It is whatever. You can believe you're a furry if you want, right? You got to believe in something. I just believe that spiritually, okay? Now, and people have took DNA and traced it back, right? I just ain't giving my DNA to these serpents, right? But anyway, it is what it is. You can believe what you want. So it's not about that. But I'm fluent in the language, the pictograph language. So there's different Hebrew languages, meaning there's a pictograph, the original pictograph language that the Most High gave to the earth before the Tower of Babel and took it away. Then there's Paleo, ancient. Then there's modern. Then it goes all the way up to Yiddish and these other Germanic, Slavic tongues and all these different, and they added all vowels. So the ancestors added vowels when they started to mix with the Canaanites. So that's where you get, and then later, you get the Yeshua because they took the father's name out of the son's name. The father's name, Yah, from the book of Psalms, he says, say my name is Yah. She'll put it, right? Yah is his name. Anything you add to the name of Yah is describing something about it. But you have to be fluid in the language to understand that, because there's letters, there's adiyats, letters. The aliyah is the first one, the bayah, the daliyah, the gamayah, the lamayah, right? The Zion, the Zadi, the Mayam, so the Shayan, right? You got to know what each of these letters, these adiyats, but in the modern, it'll say Aleph, Beat, Gimel, Dalit, all these A, E, I. None of that is Habariyah Hebrew, right? So the same way there was no J in Hebrew, there's no vowels in Hebrew. That was the Canaanite. That was the fallen angels putting in the vowel sounds in there, right? The diacritic vowel marks and stuff. So that's where you get these other tongues. So it's so no disrespect to nobody saying Yeshua, and that's where you get Yahweh. No disrespect to nobody saying Yahweh. You're coming along on your journey, because you're finding out if you made it to Yahweh, that meant you found out his name ain't God or Lord, right? Those ain't names, those are titles. And they say all through the scriptures, say my name forever, speak my name, right? But they took the name out of the Sephariyah that they call the Bible over 7,000 times, so we don't call on his name, because there's power in the name. So we don't come in his name, right? So we're not called, we don't surname ourselves after our Father, right? And in the name, there is calling. In the name is protection. The name of the Most High is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and are safe. That's scripture in the Bible. So they took the name out and they called his. And remember, in the Bible said, they shall no longer call my name. Talk about us, a later generation. They shall no longer call my name for Baal, right? And Baal in the Hebrew tongue is a Lord. So they'll have you calling him the Lord, and then they put a big L. That was never in there. That's in Hellen's, when the Hellen ditties enslaved the 70 Hebrew elders, 72 Hebrew elders on the island of I think it's Phyros, right? And made them transliterate their sacred scriptures into the bastardized Hellenist tongue, what later we call the Greek. We're doing all this ditty stuff, these Osiris and stuff, and they created a religion. So they took the name out. They changed the name so that we don't come in the name. So the name was taken out over 7,000 times. We speak the name and put it back. So yes, Yahshua would be a dialect of the Hebrew name of the Messiah, right? But it's not the total correct name, because that, when you add the vowel sounds, that you came about in Acadia. In Acadia, it comes from the ancient Sumer and the Amorites, and the Most High told us to have nothing to do with it, right? We got studies on it. So if all you got to do is go back and look. You can Google this, Wikipedia, everything I'm saying, go show it, look at it yourself. But most people, they just hear it and they just repeat it. But no disrespect if you call on. So that's same thing with Yahweh. So in the Hebrew, there's no way sound. It's a vowel. So vowel sounds, there was no vowels. There was consonant. It's a consonantal Abjad language, group of languages. The vowels came later. Every ancient language was vowels, consonantal first. It's linguistics, right? So you have to understand the etymology of languages, right? So there was no A sound. It was only Ah, the breathy sound. So it would never have been Yahweh. That was later. The Yahweh came about in Ugarit. The Israelites mixed their God, and that's when also the god El. So Yahweh became the god El God, and that's these are Canaanite gods. That's a whole nother lesson. I don't want to do that. Let me wrap it up right here so we can get back to the study. But and on this channel, just go. We got Hakiyama post some of them, right? Yahweh, the El God, and we teach the language in the tongue, right? And I speak it fluently. We speak the whole from the Aliyah to the Tayat, right? And not the Canaanite Hebrew, right? So, but again, everybody's on the journey. So we welcome you. If you made it to learn Yahweh, praise the Most High, you're on your way. If you learn Yeshua, praise Yah, you're on your way. Yahshua, Yahawashah, Yeshaya. Now you got different dialects for the name, right? It's like in a region, some might say my name, they'll say a name one dialect in another way, like in New Orleans and New York, you have different dialects of the tongue, right? So in the original Hebrew, they got some that say Yeshaya, Yahawashah, Yahayashah, and Yahshua came later with the U, and then you got Yahoshua and all that. That's once you add these vowels outside of Hebrew, it wasn't really his name, right? But again, people are coming along on the journey. So that's why you'll hear the different dialects. So yes, if you hear them saying Yahshua, they're talking about the Hebrew Messiah that they later called Jesus. They later, the Greeks and the Romans later called him Jesus. And remember, Christianity, they were never Christians. The Messiah, no disrespect to my Christian brothers and sisters, but the Hebrew Messiah was never a Christian in a day in his life. At Antioch, they first called them Christian. The Romans, it was a derogatory slur that they called them. They didn't want to be called. They were followers of the way. In the Hebrew, that's Tamadayan Hadalayat. That is followers of the way. The Tamadayan are the followers. And in the Habariya Hebrew tongue, you have to know what Tamadayan mean. It's different from just following. It means following in the likeness and the image and the nature and the character and the functions, being as the Messiah, being his image on earth as he's modeled after the image of the Father. This is all scriptural. So ha, daliyat, ha is the, and daliyat is the door. That's a fourth letter in the language, right? Daliyat, he says, I am the door, right? And daliyat is the path, it's the pathway. He says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am the door. That's the daliyat. See, so once you understand the actual and become fluent in the tongue, all of the mysteries of the Bible, everything lines you can answer, because everything is not on face value in the Safariyat that they call the Bible, right? They'll call it the Sefer. Some of y'all got that Bible called Sefer. There is no Sefer. That's not Hebrew. It's Safariyat. You understand? But most don't know that. But you have to study to show yourself approved. But that's why the Most High have elect who will study in an empty wineskin and come back, and all things will be revealed, right? Through the Rayak. That's spirit. Some say Ruach. Again, they're putting Canaanite ooze in it. Spirit is Rayak Hayakadash, is the Holy Spirit. Well, it's really if I say Rayak Hayakadash, I'm saying Spirit the Holy. So people do that. It's kind of backwards. They'll say Ruach HaKodesh, right? That's, you're saying Spirit the Holy, right? So it really be Ha Kayadash Rayak. That would be saying the set apart Rayak. Okay. So anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. So yeah, so they call themselves followers of the way, right? They were following the way of the Messiah. The way is the Daliyat. Now, each of these important, the adiyas, the letters of the Habariya, because they're spirits, and they say things and they add together, because each one has a negative and a positive connotation to the attributed descriptors of each letter. Each letter is the only language that each letter has attributable positive and negative descriptors, and then they combine to do form group, parent group pairings, and it's like it's an amazing tongue. You need it to really understand the mysteries and parables of the scriptures, because it's euphemisms in the scripture. It's not a literal book. Okay, there are literal things in the book, but there are parables, precepts, mythologies. There is mysteries. He says, he who got the keys to decipher the mysteries. There's euphemistic things, right? Just like in any other language, right? There are things that you won't understand if you don't know the culture, the language, the people, and what it means in the actual tongue. It don't mean the same thing being transliterated. Some things can't be transliterated, so it's wrong, all right? All right, so anyway, all right, so, all right, let me continue. Hakiyama, what, did you have something else? I ain't see nobody. I was just talking and talking. I ain't even see the chat. I don't even know if I'm still live. Okay, I'm still here. Oh, it's 94 people here? All right, so let me continue. Let's get back to the Epstein. I don't want to lose people. They like, I ain't coming here for no. I came here to see the Epstein and we about to expose some stuff y'all ain't never see. Yep, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh.
I can hear you. We got some stuff we about to show. All right. So don't worry. Don't go nowhere. This ain't a Bible's class. I know they're like, I ain't come here for no Bible study. I came here to see the files. I'm about to show y'all some stuff y'all ain't never seen. Go ahead, Hakiyama. What you gonna say?
Okay. You can hear me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. You were speaking on this already, but just a follow up to formally, address what this person said. Justy Thrasher says his name is in all languages. He always knows when you're talking to him, whether when you call him Jesus, Iosis, Joshua, Yehoshua, Yeshua, Emmanuel, Yahweh, etc., etc. And this is before you mentioned what you just mentioned now.
Right. And I understand her mention of that. And if that's her election up to this point in her journey, I respect that. But some of us, we know we might know a little differently. And what I mean by that is my name is Yahya Shah right now, right? If I'm in Germany, my name is Yahya Shah. If I'm in America, my name is Yahya Shah, especially when my name has a meaning, a purpose. It's not just, see, that's the difference when you don't understand the culture and the language. So you think his name is interchangeable. It's not interchangeable, because once you change one Adiyat letter, you don't even know what those letters represent and what it means. It's calling his name, and Habariya is actually calling his function and his purpose. We were named after our function and purpose. His name means the path to the Father. Yah is salvation. Those other names you just said do not mean that same thing. And some names are actually calling on other gods. Do you understand? In other languages. That's where people go wrong, right? So you think it's okay to call them, well, now grace and mercy covers us for our ignorance. Do you understand? We have a grace of the Father because of the transgressions of our ancestors. We got to live out the transgressions in today's age and stuff, right? But we are to empty wineskins and repent for the sins of ancestors. So you have generational curses too, right? So there's things that they have you calling on the Lord God. You don't realize I'm calling on the Lord Baal. So you're actually making covenants and you don't know it. But praise the Most High, out of our ignorance, his grace covers us for what we don't know. But when we were as children, we did as children do. There's a thing called parable of talents. We're called to continually start to increase and not stay at the same place. Some people just like to stay at the same place. It means no disrespect if that's where you at, but I vehemently disagree with that because of the linguistic and the study of ancient cultures and everything. You can't replace a name that means something in my family genealogical bloodline, right? So if I named my children something and each letter has direct positive, negative connotation denoting a purpose and a function and a character and a nature, I can't change that because I just want to say, oh, well, your name is going to be this, but it's okay. He know he's calling. That's wrong. No, that's not. That's what they want us to believe, that you can just replace the sacred name. There are names that are sacred. Do you understand? The Most High's name is sacred. We just can't replace the Most High and say his name is Yah. And I'm gonna say, well, you know what? I know that the Hebrew says his name is Yah. I don't know what a Ya'ad is. I don't know what a Alayaf is. I don't know what the Hayat is, which is behold, revealed, the worship of the Father. I don't know what none of those is. I don't know the linguistics. I don't know the etymology. I don't know none of it, but I'm going to just call the Most High name. Instead of Yah, I'm going to call him Chucky, right? And then say, he know his name, right? He knows his name. His name is Chucky now. No, his name is not Chucky. That ain't his name. I'm sorry. You can't, that's like me going to you telling me your baby, right? I see you, I say, oh, that's a cute little baby in the stroller. I say, what's his name? And you say his name is Nathan. And I say, Nathan? Well, I'm going to call him Kenny, right? And you like, oh, no, I'm sorry. I said his name is Nathan. His name has a meaning. Right? It may be tied to his father. He may be named after his grandfather. It might be passed down. It might have some, right, function character, right, like other nations. And I'm like, no, his name is Kenny. No, his name ain't Kenny. No, it's not. Sorry. Again, no disrespect to you or anyone. But again, we have to continue to study and show ourselves approved and understand that there's layers to understand it. And you have to go back. And everything I'm looking up, everything I'm telling you, go and study, seek it out. You'll see. I ain't making up nothing. Study to show yourself approved. All right? Go a little further and be willing to empty your old wineskin too. Don't hold on to old wine. You got to be able, because I did. I was, that's why I say my name is Uncle Yahya, also known as Uncle Yahshua. Because there was a time I was Uncle Yahshua. I didn't know that Shua. I didn't know what Shua meant. I didn't know that actually ain't Hebrew. I didn't know that was actually Akkadian. I didn't know that the Hebrews became Canaanite Hebrews and the Canaanite Shemitic group of language tongues. I knew none of that. But later, as I grew and understanding, I put away, I emptied the wineskin and come back, and now I understand. But I understand when I meet you where you at. That's why I said, if you're calling him Yahweh, if you're calling him God, if you're calling him Lord, if you're calling him, I'm going to meet you where you at. I'm not saying you're wrong and this and bow breed. I used to be in that mind state years ago, but I didn't know no better, right? I thought everybody had to say it this way, and that people are along the journey. You got to meet people where they at with love, respect, and kindness, and through your fruit as you continue to teach and stuff, then they might could receive your truth. You see, then they might see, but they got to see the fruit in you. You don't preach to people and like, no, you're wrong. His name ain't this, and then I don't do that. I kind of years ago kind of was on that thing because I didn't know no better. I kind of was like, that ain't his name. Remember, we used to be like, his name ain't Jesus, ain't no J in Hebrew, ain't no this and ain't no that. And I used to try to correct people. You lose people like that. It's like you saying, I'm right, you're wrong, when people are on their journey. Let people receive you in their own time and let the Most High, you plant seeds and let the Most High, because Most High, everybody going to be on the same level. People on levels for a reason. I learned that too. The Most High put people on levels because people are needed on every level. I used to think everybody had to be at this high scholarship level, right? Everybody need to, but the Most High showed me, no. And when we go to school, everybody ain't teaching calculus. Everybody ain't PhD professors. We got kindergarten teachers. We got pre-K. You need teachers on every level. So I used to think like, wow, because I remember I used to be, what's his name? The dude, I defend him sometime because he seemed like a good brother, but I thought he should be coming up and stepping his game up. What's his name? Truth Unedited, right? Got 1 million subscribers, right? So I'm like, and I used to think like, come on, Truth Unedited, you've been teaching this word for 5 years and you still calling on this and you still, right? And I thought, but the Most High will slow you down. That's my point. Humble you. And he let me see, but you got to be willing to listen. You can't be puffed up, right? And I had a name in the awakening. I was the powerful man of Yam, linguistic. I could speak the Hebrew tongue fluently. I know the Habari, right? I got all, and the most, but I don't make that go to your head. Don't let it puff you up. Lower yourself. So as I lower myself in the Most High, I said, let me teach you something. I got people at levels. Because there's people who just awaken, they need the teaching where he at. They won't receive some of your deep, strong teaching. You'll lose people. And I'm like, oh, but you got to be willing to do that. So that's where I'm at now. So I'm thankful for the Most High for my development, my growth to come. I step back now. Right now I understand I got to receive everybody where they at. And meet you where you at and just be the image of the Most High in spirit and truth. Now, if I drop some seed that you can learn from, it's just a lead, just dropping the seed and let the Most High bring your increase or whatever. Or you can reject it or whatever, but we are to receive you all with love and kindness and respect and to teach. That's it. Each one teach one. Not teach. You don't got to believe what I believe or none of that, but I want you to be righteous. My teaching, and what the Most High told me, he said, you are to teach the kingdom of the Most High is at hand, right? That's what my Messiah taught, my King. And you are to teach righteousness. They are to strive to be right. I don't care what they calling on, what they do. I need to see their fruit. In their righteousness, they will be in my image, right? So I agree with the sister saying about you can call them anything, but there's levels to it. I still want to have the respect to call a person by their proper name because there's power in it. Do you understand? That don't ever think it's not. No, and they want you to believe that so that you don't call on the name and the power and have the understanding. But no, none of those are his name. And your name doesn't change. Just because you Hispanic and your name is Jorge, then you come to America, they want to call you George. No, your name is Jorge. Now, some people be scared. They don't want to say it, right? That's like these rich people change their name. No, I could say Jorge. I remember I went to buy a car one time and the dude was Hispanic. He talked to me. I said, his name was Jorge, right? And then I said, hey, Jorge. Oh, no, my name George. And I'm like, I'm looking at the plaque and say Jorge. I said, bro, I could say Jorge. He said, oh, well, wow. I never even thought of it like that. I said, bro, I'm going to call you what your name is. Your name is Jorge. My mouth could say Jorge. I ain't got to say George, right? I ain't got to say, no. All right, so anyway, let's continue. All right, let's get back to the lesson. All right, for those, I ain't apologizing for that, but it was outside of our study. So now let's get to the first clip of the night. Let's get to the deep stuff, right? So, because let's go to the deep stuff. So first of all, let me do Wilson, the ball, because I got to finish the thumbnail, right? I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to go to the first clip of the night. So the ball with Wilson is this. Let me find my thing because they closed my stuff. right? So hopefully I could find it really quick. So the these practices, they got these elite, the celebrities and stuff. They do these rituals for them to get their money, their popularity, and all that stuff, right? So y'all remember the lesson we did? They got the panda eyes where they violate the young ones and violate, and then the blood vessels bust into the eyes, and they get these black eyes and stuff, right? Then they also got the one where they sticking out their tongue, the one with they holding their hand over the hand over the eye, all the celebrities, right? Y'all remember we did that, right? So they got these clubs, right? Remember I showed on the other live, I showed what they call the black eye club. And I showed all these celebrities with black eyes. And people, it's not a coincidence, right? How do all these there go one go right there. All right, good. I'm in the area where I need to go, right? And they show all these celebrities with these black eyes, right? And they call that the black eye club, right? So I'm about to show y'all with the Wilson while the ball is in our thumbnail, right? Stop share, right? Stop share, share screen, and then we're gonna get to the first video, right? Share. So y'all remember we did this one. I showed this one already. The black eye club ritual, right? And everybody got these eyes, right? Like a panda eye, a black eye, right? And it's like all your celebrities, right? They all got these eyes, right? Right? We did this, right? So again, all right? So now the reason why I put the ball or Wilson from the movie, and think about it, Tom Hanks, right? So tonight we did Tom Hanks the last live stream. We exposed his stuff. Castaway on an island with the ball, right? They do stuff symbolic in movies. Do you understand? They put all this stuff out because they have to, right? So that ball of Wilson and Castaway is symbolic, right? So watch this. I'm going to show you another club, right? This is another club. Now, these are interesting that I know a lot of y'all like, it's like you'll look over this stuff, right? Because it looks like it has no, like it's just, it's just, what could I say? Coincidence, right? And it's not no coincidence that they all be putting their hand over their eye and sticking out their tongue and all this. These are all ancient rituals and these clubs that they join to get their increase, right? And they make them, it's kind of humiliation rituals too, but it's also, they always show the symbols of who they serving and what they serving, right? So I'm going to find the one, because I'm going to show y'all a new club tonight, right? I'm going to give y'all an exclusive one. Well, it's not new, but I'm exposing that. I never seen too many expose it, right? Let me try to, I had it all open. They closed, all right, so I can open up that one. Where is it? It's coming, it's somewhere around here. Is it there? I can't show that. That'll go on the Patreon. They'll strike us for that. Oh, I can't show that. Okay, this is my dangerous stuff. This is stuff came from the Epstein files that you can't show online. This is some sick stuff. Bro, these people are sick. All right, so let me find it. Hold on, give me 1 second. That's the black eye. I should be able to see it because it should be close around here somewhere. I'll find you. Where you at? Where you at? Not there. That's the skinwalkers. That's the skinwalkers. It's that's the Sultan. That's his passport. That's that one. That's the other dude. That's the island. That's where you at? You coming? I know you here somewhere. Where you at? Because I'm going to show this specific club. It ties into the ball, to Wilson, the soccer ball with that image. That image, guys, that reason why that image is drawn on there, that's another, like the Pizzagate, it's another coded symbol. They do all this stuff in codes and people don't understand what they signifying, but they know. So that's why they show all this stuff and they do it, but they know the masses, we're dumbed down to the fullness of what they're doing. We don't know what it fully entails, right? and it's darker than we really could think. Okay? All right? So hopefully, hold on. Oh, that one's coming out tonight. All right? So, dag. Uh, I had it too. So let me grab this one, right? Let me grab that one. Where you at? That okay, I got that one. That ain't the one I want to show, but I can show that one. Okay, so I didn't want to do that. Maybe I'll do it another time. So I can do this one. Let me double click, right? And then I can do this one. And I could just show this, right? And then, yeah, I'll do the other one another time. I wanted to show y'all another club. It's crazy, but I'll do that another time because they closed all my tabs. They restarted my computer. So I don't want to hold y'all long. All right, so now let me come back to y'all. Let me show y'all this because I want to break down, before we get to the first video, I want to break down this club. Stop share, right? So y'all see that one eye club. Share screen, share. This is why I put this in the thumbnail, why I put Wilson in there. Double click that, bang, share. All right? So this is Tom Hanks, right? From the movie. And that's the ball, Wilson, right? Now this image is, they have another club. I can't find it, but I'm going to show y'all another club that ties into this. I'll do it again. It's in one of my files. Sorry, they closed all my files. But this is actually an image. This is actually a PDF image. This symbolizes a bloody, like torture, right? This is a symbolic image of harming little ones. Okay, that's why it's on a soccer ball, right? Sports, kids, right? It's a so this is denoting. This is a symbol of bloody sacrificing. And if you can see, it's the opposite, like of the panda eyes, right? So the panda eyes are black, red. So you see, the eyes are, you understand? It looks like blood. That's what it is. Goat eyes. And people don't understand. That's why y'all seen this. That's why Jay-Z and them. So y'all remember this? See, guys? Everybody? This is ritualist. I meant to cut that image, but you can't really see it. And look at Ellen, right? Y'all, some of y'all might remember this. And y'all pointed out, shout out to Amanda, right? Shout out to everybody coming in, right? Right? So we don't do stuff like this, but these celebrities, right? So they all started wearing this. This is image. This is like Pizzagate stuff. They show you this is symbolism, just like the black eye and stuff, right? So that's why I put the Wilson, this image on the thumbnail, because I was doing the temple of the island, and Wilson was on an island, the ball, right? From the Castaway movie, right? So it's the symbolism of the red. Now the red, I was going to show y'all another club. I'm going to do it another time, but I'm about to show y'all another red club tonight. I'm going to give y'all an exclusive. The red is symbolism of blood. So whenever they show the red, that's why they'll do something to have a red scarf. They'll leave it. It's the symbolism of the draining of the blood and like adrenochrome and stuff like that, right? So it's always the red symbolism. That's why, yes, this looks like blood, because that's what it's a symbolic of, right? Who wears something like this? Right? And you know, Jay-Z, he did the do what thy wilt, Aleister Crowley clothing and stuff, right? So they show their allegiance. Okay? Now watch this. This is an exclusive club. Then I'm gonna get to the first video clip of the night. This is an exclusive one. Let me show y'all. All right, where is it? I think it's that. Yep, there it go right there. Let me click it. All right, stop share. All right, this ain't the one I wanted to show y'all, but this is still, I'll show y'all that one maybe on Friday, but I got a crazy one for Friday. Friday gonna be crazy. This is another club. It's called the Red Shoe Club. Everybody listen. Everything is red. This is why they like those red bottom shoes, sisters. We don't know that this symbolism, the Red Shoe Club, the red shoes worn by members of the Red Shoe Club are often made from human flesh of the unalived sacrifice little ones. For example, the Jesuit Pope Pius the such and such, his papal shoes. Everybody listen clearly. This is stuff that they said, just conspiracy theorists, nothing to see here. All this stuff coming out with the Epstein files. Now we're able to go back. I'm able to go back in my old stuff and bring it out now because everybody's starting to see, oh, y'all wasn't crazy. Y'all little aluminum foil hats, y'all wasn't crazy. Oh, no, no, no. These are the papal shoes. This goes back. This is ancient little one sacrifices, but all in Moloch. So the red shoes worn by members of the Red Club, right? For example, these papal shoes, these red shoes are worn during satanic SRA ceremonies. So when the blood falls onto the shoes, it blends in and does not expose them. So they would have these red shoes, guys, so that when they do these torturous things, ritualistic sacrifice stuff, and then the blood falls on it, they could walk around outside with the blood of the victims and no one would really look at it. It would blend in, guys, with the shoes. So they would be walking around and with the fresh, right? They like the symbolism stuff, right? Eyes wide shut. They like to do things and put it in your face and we don't see it, right? The public, because we are asleep, sheeple, right? We don't see what's really happening, but it's been in our face the whole time. It says, the shoes are also symbolic of adrenochrome, cannibalism, and blood dripping down the body of the tortured little ones just before falling off their feet. So when they pump the fear to boost up the adrenal glands for the fear. Fear is devil demon food, right? This symbolize that the blood dripping down off of them right before they go out, right? So the Red Shoe Club. Now this right here is an image, right? I'm glad it's cartoon, right? And this is what, see the hands tied and they would hang them. And then they said the blood would drip from the feet as they would torture the little ones. It was the red shoes represent the blood dripping from the feet. That's where whatever they do, the blood falls to the floor from the feet. Everybody listen. Look at this. Tom Hanks, the man with one red shoe. See, it's in our face all the time. The devil wears Prada. Right? Look. The red shoe. The red shoes. The red shoes. I got another club I'm going to show y'all next time. Right? The red shoes. That's the Pope. The red shoes, everybody. It be in your face, but we thought it was just symbolism. Right? Now these are these images that they put up in their PDF circles. See? With red shoes. Look at them. All the elites. Look at them. All got the red shoes. So this is the symbolic, what they do in their rituals. And there's another club I'm going to show y'all next time, and it got something to do with red. All right? So that's what that Wilson ball, with the image on the ball, it's representing that blood of the innocents. Okay? And before, come on, Salutate, they would say, we were, and what do they put in the McDonald's food? Y'all know what I'm saying? What they say, stop eating that stuff, guys. You remember the wish people said they put flesh and blood in that food. Shout out to Tea Tree One. All right? Yes, and it's always in our face, guys. All right? All right. Now I'm about to go somewhere really, really heavy. Shout out to everybody coming on the vertical. Welcome to the live stream. All right. Now,
Over
let's
a
go.
hundred.
Oh, it's over 100? All right, salute to everybody coming in. All right, we going somewhere. All right? So that's why the ball on the thumbnail with Wilson with the red face, and that's why Jay-Z and them got that image on their shirt, because they all be showing who they worship. All right? And they put it in our face. Now we about to go somewhere really dark. Well, we about to expose something really dark. All right? And this is what they worship right here. Right? Let me show y'all this. Stop share. Let's get started. I had all my tabs, but I'm starting to knock some of them out a little bit, right? I had all my tabs. They closed all my stuff, right? But anyway, I'm about to get to the first video clip of the night, right? I ain't gonna show that. I'll show that club next time. I'm gonna save that for y'all. I'm gonna show that club next time. There's other clubs I'm exposed to y'all for these. Boy, they not playing, bro. These dudes is crazy. They do everything. All right, there it go. Now come back to y'all. Click that. Bang. Stop share. Share screen. Window. Bang. Share. So this is an image, right? At the top of this image, they worship Baal, right? They're king. Then this image says that family, the royal family, that family. I ain't saying it so we don't get shadow banned. Then you got that, the Vatican, the Masons. Then you got the world leaders. Then under them, these are the puppets, the actors, the singers, the sports stars, the media, right? This is like a hierarchy from Baal worship, right? Fallen angel devil worship, okay? And then you got the world leaders, and then under them, the actors, singers, sports stars, media, and then us, the public. And they show us through media, television, the masses. All right? It's a great little image, right? The official Jeffrey Epstein PDF arrest counter, 0. We need to get these arrests going. All right? We'll come back to this one. That was Obama with his $65,000 hot dog pizza party from the Pizzagate. We about to go somewhere right now. People here, watch this. So that's the image. And see, now y'all understand the symbolism. I got another club I'm going to show y'all maybe Friday. I got something for Friday, but maybe Monday. Now this this is funny to me. They said this is because tonight's title is Epstein, the Clintons, the Temple of Sin. So we going somewhere, right? They said this is her without her makeup. She's actually George, right? I ain't gotta say it. I don't want to get a strike, right? That's a crazy looking image right there. That's a crazy picture. All right. So, but I'm going somewhere. This is why we don't quit. They call that the panda eyes. All right, let's continue. This is an interesting image. I never knew this. Somebody, y'all try to do this. They said y'all probably seen this, the corners of the dollar bill, when they do it like this, it makes a wicked devil serpent when they tie the corners together. Look, so you see this? That's this corner right here. Then put another, whatever, however they did it, when you fold the dollar bill. I know about the 9/11 buildings on fire, but I never seen this with this image when you put the dollar bill. That's crazy. All right, but anyway, y'all know all the symbolism stuff they be doing. All right, so that was in the Epstein. Oh, look. The red shoes. Remember, this is a picture of Bill Clinton from the Epstein files in Epstein home. We did this already on the live, right? And Bill Clinton in the blue dress, right? And the red shoes. So now y'all have a different understanding that when you see certain of these things, you understand this stuff is just not by chance. All right, now let's go. Let's get to rocking this out. Let's get to the first clip of the night. Let's get to the funky McNunky. Go ahead. Let's get to exposing this darkness. Go ahead, Akiama. All right.
Tea Tree Want to Flavor says, appreciate truth and exposure of wickedness.
Thank you so much, Tea Tree. I humbly receive, and I thank you for your kindness. All right? Most I said teach, and I say expose this darkness. All right, so now that we about to bring out something that this stuff has been going on for so long and we didn't know. And it's been under these administrations, right? And I got a clip, and I just said something last week. And this clip, because I going back now because all the files are coming out, and you got to go back to tie in because they've been doing this stuff back then when they was keeping us hushed, when they was making everybody think we were all conspiracy theorists, right? And we were all just tripping out. It's coming out now. Now, watch this. Let me grab it. Dang, I had my stuff set up. Where is it? I'm going to find it really quick. It got to be, where you at? It got to be one of the most recent. Where you at? This one. Okay. So what is that one? Oh, that's him owning. Okay, I'm going to bring that out. And then I want to do this one with, there we go. It starts about here, right? Yeah, let me do it. Starts from here. Let's just start from here, right? There we go. Bang, bang. Yeah, let me start from here, go there, then I'm going to show the first clip. All right, let's do it this way. Let me do it this way. So here we go. So come back to y'all, right? Let's go. Let's play. It's time to knock this out, guys. Stop share. Share screen. Let's expose this darkness, children of the Most High. Let's go. And you teach everybody. You share this, you teach. Now, this goes back because this happened back with Obama, Hillary, the Pizzagate, Podesta, Alafrantis, all this, right? The QAnon, this goes back. Now, let's go. Because I'm going somewhere. Y'all going to see something y'all didn't know. It goes back to the Bill Clinton did something with the CPS Child Protective Services. They were taking our children. And I remember this, but we didn't know the fullness. Listen clearly. It says, never forget the brave men who saw Hillary's frazzle drip video. Now, everybody listen. This stuff was coming out back 2015, 14, 16, stuff like that, during the Obama administration. All of this stuff was coming out when the WikiLeaks stuff came out, the Pizzagate, right? Hillary had a video of her allegedly harming little ones and dripping the blood drip. Remember I told you the red shoe crew, right? And the police who saw the video and exposed it, shout out to Cosmic Blackie, who saw the video, exposed it, they all unalived. Everybody listen, it's so many unalived. And we say RIP to all the whistleblowers who got unalived, who was exposing this stuff back in 2015, 16, 14, what they were doing. Out of the 12 police officers that viewed Anthony Weiner's insurance file on his laptop, 9 of them had supposedly unalived themselves. Everybody listen clearly. Tied to Hillary, to the Clintons, there's allegedly 68 people in their circle unalived themselves. Impossible. Listen clearly. Anthony Weiner, thank you, Hayazak, for last time. I didn't know that humor person in the Epstein files with Hillary was Anthony Weiner's wife. Anthony Weiner was this upcoming politician in New York. He was going to be the mayor. He was being groomed to be the president. He was sharp. He was sharp, guys. Meaning his wisdom, he was good. He would have been president. Shout out to Wonder Woman. He would have been president. Some of y'all don't, and the funny name, his name is Weiner. That's all, like, just to have that name anyway. But if you go back, Google him and look at him, he was sharp. He was going to be the mayor of New York, and he was going to be the president. They was grooming him to be the president. But his laptop got leaked. His laptop, he left, I don't remember, I forget. Somehow someone saw his laptop, and in his laptop, shout out to Jedi, in his laptop, Huma was in the video with Hillary as well. Wow, she was in that video, Deb. Wow. Thank you guys, Deb. Thank y'all for adding in. Now, the Anthony Weiner, when it came out, it exposed, this is how really the Pizzagate stuff got exposed. People think it got exposed from Podesta's email, but this what led to Podesta's email stuff, right? That when Weiner's laptop got exposed. So he stepped down, he went, because he got exposed doing the stuff to little ones and to men and stuff, right? But it exposed all of Hillary's and the Clinton stuff, right? So they immediately started unaliving people. Now, these 12 of the officers are unalive, right? Now this is, and that's Wiener and his wife, Huma, right? I remember them. Now, yeah, we going somewhere. Y'all pay attention. We're going somewhere very deep and important. Let's continue. Jin Saki helped. I'm going to show a video clip. I'm walking this in now. Y'all about to see video clips from back then. Jin Psaki helped Hillary. I don't want to keep saying their name. I'm going to say Hillary, right? I'm trying not to get shadow banned. So again, I'm trying to, so y'all just walk with me. Y'all can read it on the screen. That's why I'm putting it on the screen. Jen Psaki helped Hillary's State Department cover up elite PDF and human trafficking rings as reported by NBC back then. I'm about to show y'all. Thank you. It's pronounced Saki. Thank you. What did I say? Pasaki or something? Thank you. Thank you, Surfer. All right. NBC News. Hillary Clinton's State Department covered up elite. I'm going to show y'all. Now we have Biden. Back then, I'm going back. Watch this. Sending 20 plus billion of our tax dollars to the Ukraine. This is back in 2000 and Biden's administration and Clinton's and Obama's administration, right? Now we have Biden sending 20 plus billion of our tax dollars to the Ukraine and to ensure the funds are being used responsibly. The funds are going through the Clinton Foundation. All right. So the Clinton made a foundation and it was supposed to be to help the little ones, everybody. But guess who funded the Clinton Foundation? I'm one of the first to bring this out. Guess who funded the Clinton Foundation? Let me give y'all the receipt. Watch this. Y'all know Unc, I don't be playing. Where is it? It's somewhere. There it go. Double click. Oh, I can just go forward. No, I'll come back to it. Double click. Watch this. I can show you better than I can tell you. Stop share. Come back to y'all. Everybody, because we going somewhere. It's going to tie in later. We walking it on down. Window. Watch this. Share. Because I'm going to show you everything I'm talking about. Look. Jeffrey Epstein was a co-founder of the Clinton Global Initiative, which became the Clinton Foundation. Now, this is the foundation that was going to Africa and Haiti and trying to help the children. He was a co-founder of the foundation, just like Leon Black was doing the school pictures with Life Touch, was his partner. Everything we've been doing, we've been giving it over to these PDFs. Look, you think I don't got receipts? I don't got proof? Yeah, I always got proof. We don't do conspiracy theorist stuff here. Here we go. This is the actual attorney letter, 2007, by Federal Express, Jeffrey Slomis, Esquire, First United States, Map, all the Southern District of Florida, Miami, Florida, in a feature article about Mr. Epstein in New York Magazine. Former President Clinton aptly described Mr. Epstein as a committed philanthropist with a keen sense of global markets and an in-depth knowledge of 21st century science. President Clinton reached this conclusion during a month-long trip to Africa with Mr. Epstein. They was going there to get all right, Mr. Epstein hosted the trip. The purpose of that trip was to increase AIDS awareness, to work towards a solution to the AIDS crisis that these devils allegedly released. And, they always was going to Africa releasing this stuff and saying they're going to help these kids. Now, Epstein worked towards a solution for the AIDS crisis and to provide funding to reduce the cost of delivering medication to those inflicted with the disease. Both before and after that trip to Africa, Mr. Epstein worked hard to achieve improvements in people's lives on a global basis. Now, this hits all different, right? Mr. Epstein was up, right? He actively sought advancement of his philanthropic goals through his participation and generous support of both the Trilateral Commission, the Council of Foreign Relations, the Bilderberg Group, Bohemian Grove, Baal worship, more like you might as well just say the Canaanite worship of him. All right. So hold on, I'm a little loud, so it's peaking. Let me bring it down a little, right? So you might as well, this is crazy work, right? His generous support of both the Trilateral Commission and the Council of Foreign Relations. As you may know, the Trilateral Commission was formed to foster closer cooperative cooperation among core democratic, industrialized areas of the world, where in the pursuit of goals beneficial to the global population. These globalists, all right? And no disrespect, don't get in your feelings, but when Trump came in the first time, he's been against the globalists. When he came in, he exposed the Pizzagate, he exposed Hillary and them, he exposed all of it. Yay did. I'm not saying he innocent from nothing. I'm talking about what people did. And this ain't a political channel. I didn't vote. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I'm rightly dividing what happened. Because I remember what happened then when he first came in. He was like down with them all. He exposed Pizzagate, he exposed all of it. He exposed them all. Facts. And they went to jail. Weiner went to jail under Trump's administration. Epstein went to jail under Trump's administration the second time. All these things, he was going after them. They got him out the first time. I got a clip that's going to show you that they thought I'm not saying he's innocent or nothing. I'm just pointing out. I'm not Democrat, Republican. Don't come out of the politics and look at what people does. Look at patterns, right? Right? So now, again, if he done something, our president, that was with this illegal, show it, we'll expose it, and may the Most High bring him down too. But I'm just pointing out stuff that I seen and lived through, all right? Because these globalists, it's called the deep state. I remember he was against the deep state. I'm talking about the first one when he came in. They didn't like him because he was going against them, these globalists, the deep state, right? These powers that run out, no matter what administration, they're the puppet master. So these globalists, that's the WF and all that, these systems, right? These Council of Foreign Relations, these Bilderbergs, the ones who be doing these sacrifices to Baal and stuff. But anyway, the Council of Foreign Relations is an independent national membership. All right. But anyway, I just wanted to show y'all that because I'm showing y'all that he was the co-founder of the Clinton Foundation. All right. Now we going somewhere, Dolores Shaw. All right, let's get back. Stop share screen, because I'm going to wait till y'all see the video. It's going to all tie in when I play these video clips. Share, window, bang, share. I'm walking it on. Y'all going to see the clips. Now, the Clintons allegedly were trafficking, and they were supposed to be trafficking in the satanic PDF protectors, and they were in charge of our money because Biden sent $20 billion to the Ukraine back then, right? To ensure that the funds were used responsibly, he sent it through the Clinton Foundation. Now I'm tying it up. Now listen clearly. Yeah, it ain't about politics. If they're guilty, facts. And they need to be held accountable. That's what I'm talking about. We bipartisan. I ain't vote for neither side. I'm on the side of truth. I'm a child of the Most High. We need to expose this wickedness. Now, y'all listen clearly. I just tied in Epstein funded the Clinton Foundation. Biden sent $20 billion to the Ukraine. Now, what they would do when these countries are at war, the children would go missing. There was 300,000 children missing under Biden's administration. I'm going somewhere. I'm about to show you. Watch this. We about to show video clips. I ain't talking. I'm going to show y'all. Now, listen clearly. Biden sent $20 billion of our tax dollars to the Ukraine, and to ensure that the funds was spent responsibly, he sent it through the Clinton Foundation, who was funded by Epstein, and right, so the Clintons, who are such and such traffickers allegedly, and satanic PDFs allegedly protectors were in charge of our tax dollars going to Ukraine, which the Ukraine was a hotbed for children going missing, trafficking. Everybody, they do these wars for a reason. Meanwhile, listen clearly. Marina Abramovic. Oh, let's go. Come on, everybody worldwide. Marina Abramovic, the self-proclaimed spiritual cooker, the one with Jay-Z, the one painting pig's blood on the walls and all that stuff. She was asked from the Clinton administration to be the ambassador for Ukraine in the help of rebuilding the schools and taking care of the children. Everybody listen clearly. We gave these children over. We didn't know no better. That's why the scriptures say my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Now, we going somewhere. I'm about to show y'all video clips. Nobody knew this. The Clinton Foundation, funded by Epstein and them, the Clintons, but they sent $20 billion into Ukraine. Then they sent Marina Abramovic, the doggone spirit cooker, to go be the one to take care of the children. Both the children. Everybody listen clear. Let's go. Does anyone else see what our satanic, corrupt system is doing right in front of our faces? When I'm going to show y'all an NBC video, and when it aired, when this aired, we had no idea that it would be Joe Biden running for president at the time. So I'm about to go back, everybody, because you got to go back to go forward, because they had something in plan and they didn't know that Donald Trump was going to get in office the first time. I brought that out. I said he was a roadblock in their plan. Their plan was for after Obama, 8 years, Hillary was going to do 8 years. They did not plan that this actor from the, he's a real estate tycoon, but he was from the Apprentice, where you say you're fired, his move. They did not know he was going to run for office. He interrupted their plan. I'm about to show. Now, I said it on another live stream, and guess what? I got a video clip from back in 2014 with a governmental agent saying that same thing. And I'm about to show. I said, I know the Most High be having me saying this truth, right? And then he give me the receipt to show. Now, about to show this. Back then, we had no idea that Joe Biden would be. So they had no idea that Joe Biden was going to run for president. Nor did we even know that Jen Psaki was, let alone she would end up having Pentagon Patty become Joe Biden's White House press secretary. Clinton players up front and center trying to cover everything up while exposing themselves in the process. I'll stitch a second clip of you. All right, so we got the clip. All right. So in reality, incriminate. All right, let's continue. Now, y'all, here goes some exclusive, guys. I try to bring y'all exclusive. That's young Hillary, 27 years old. All right, shout out to Terry. Watch this. As a 27-year-old staff attorney for the House Judiciary Committee during the Watergate scandal investigation. This is her entrance into DC politics stuff. All right? Now, as a 27-year-old staff attorney for the House Judiciary Committee during the Watergate investigation, Hillary was fired. That's for her last name was Rodden before she was married. She was fired by her supervisor, lifelong Democrat Jerry Zifman. When they asked Jerry Zifman, when he was asked why was Hillary Rodham fired, Zifman said in an interview, because she was a liar, she was an unethical, dishonest lawyer, and she conspired to violate the Constitution, the rules of the House, and the rules of the committee, and the rules of confidentiality. So she came in rough and rugged. Okay? All right? Let's continue. Hillary, involved in a Russian collusion, took foreign bribes. We're going to go there. Developing story. All right, we're going to go there. I got the clip to show that. I don't got to read that. All right. All right, that's when we're going to show that video. All right, we'll break this down another time. This is the connection to the Pizzagate. All right. This part I'm going. Bill Clinton created an act in his presidency in 1997 called the Adoption and Safe Family Act. Everybody listen clearly. This is where we going. Do you not know that they gave 60 to 80 billion dollars a year and to the Child Protective Services to funnel Social Security funds into taking Americans' children from them? I remember this time. I'm about to take you back, so don't forget, never forget. The Most High calls us to remember all things, all right? These things are coming out from the files tied together. Bill Clinton signed the ASF Act, okay? And it was called the Adoption and Safe Family Act. And they touted it as we trying to protect the children, right, of America. And he gave 60 to 80 billion a year to this government to be able to come in to America and take our children for anything. This is how CPS got so powerful as an entity that don't answer to nobody. They could take your children. Oh, we going somewhere. All right? You want to follow the money? Follow the money and you'll see. Wiener's laptop contained 340,000 emails with a significant amount of emails between Hillary and his wife Huma. On page 294 of the IG report, it states initial laptop, 1,000 emails, Hillary Clinton and the foundation. It exposed all the crimes against the little ones. All right? That's why all these people were unalive for this. And it's been covered and it's coming out now. All right. Now, this week, Clinton and his wife was summoned to testify before the House Oversight Committee about Epstein, right? The committee's letters to Hillary Clinton described the potential close relationship with her family, all right? So, all right, now we're going somewhere. Now, let me get to the first video clip, right? Follow the money, all right? First video clip. All right, there we go. Let me get back. I'm going to get to this. Go ahead. All right, so let me come back to y'all. Let me find my clip.
We have a question. Is that okay?
Yeah, while I find my clip, it's fine.
Miss Chocolate is back. Miss Chocolate Chips.
Shout out to Miss Chocolate Chips. Shout out to Miss Chocolate in the building. Go ahead.
She says, what do we do with the information we have, with the knowledge we do have?
Expose it, share it, tell people, even though they might say you look crazy and you conspiracy theories, take the information that you learn and watch the signs, right? Look for these symbols in these movies, TV shows, on buildings. So next time I'm showing you the Pizzagate signs, like the swirl in the swirl. They got these little symbols and signs. And now with your awareness, you might see it when you're going into a building. Let's say you might want to take a child to go play or something, and then you look and see this sign in their logo. You're like, hold up, that's the man boy lover sign, or that's the PDF. Right? So it's my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. It's the knowledge, the awareness. They prey on our lack of awareness, right? And they try to do nothing to see here. Anybody who call this out, they're just conspiracy theory. They don't listen, don't pay attention, but it's all in our face. So what you do with it is you continue to teach what you learned. You continue to study, show it, expose it, say it to anybody. If you say it to one person, you might help one person not get kidnapped in a car, traffic, or put their children in some type of situation, right? That they don't understand. This organization is funded by these PDFs, right? So it's the awareness, and then prayer, right? Praying and speaking out, being righteous, being a light against this darkness. Your spiritual walk will balance out against the darkness of the practices. We can't do much because a lot of us don't have a lot of power, influence, or money to do things, but we can with just our one. If each one teach one, each one reach one, it's going to add up. It's little pieces, right? Trickle down effect, right? So just be righteous, be the next right thing, expose darkness, tell it, speak it out. Don't be scared to speak out. You understand? Stand for something and speak and call it out and try to warn people. Some might not listen, but you still doing you doing your work. That's it. each of us have a work to do and expose this darkness. That's about the best we can do. And pray the most, because the Most High gonna do this work, right? At the end of the day, He got vengeance is His, so it's gonna happen. But we have to do our part in exposing it. So that's all I can do is expose. And I put hours and hours in, right? That's why they messed my study up tonight. I put so many hours. Like I did the ministry last night, and I said to the Lavish, I said in the ministry, when we closed, we finished about 1 o'clock in the morning last night teaching on our Zoom. And I was like, I hope I'm not sitting here till 1 p.m. in the afternoon preparing the thing. Guess what? I didn't go to bed till 4 p.m. I said, boy, I sat there from last night's Bible study to 4 p.m. here. Right? I got up to use the bathroom a couple of times, eat, but I sat here putting this lesson together just to wake up, and the lights must have went out and all my tabs gone. I'm like, no. But so that's what I'm trying to piece together the information. But I'm doing the work. I don't ask nobody for nothing. Thank you for anybody who ever donates anything. I'm just doing the work because that's what we're called to do. Expose it, right? And that's the best we can do is expose it. Now watch this. Now, I just said back then, the Ukraine, right? The war, the Clintons, they did the Clinton Foundation. I showed you Epstein funded the Clinton Foundation, right? We showed that Biden, because Biden under Biden sent 20 billion or whatever to our taxpayer money to the Ukraine under the Clinton Foundation, and they sent Marina Abramovic to be over the children. Now watch this. Clinton started the ASF. I wrote it down so I didn't forget. The ASF Act, right? Affordable, I forgot what it was called. I'm gonna have to grab that, right? But watch this. Now, here we go. Let's do this. The affordable, this was key stuff. It was all in our face, but we didn't know it. And they gave powers to the Child Protective Services, TPS. They used to come in our home. I remember they were taking children. I'm an elder. I remember this back then. I didn't know what it was tied to, but I remember Americans were scared. They was coming in and they was taking children. Now watch this. I'm going to show this clip. Let me show this one first, right? CPS can take your children, all right? Let me see which one I'm going to do. Hold on, I got a lot of them. So that's the Epstein. I'm going to show that. That's the underground stuff, underground temple, Epstein. Oh, I didn't even show that. I was supposed to show that at the intro at the beginning. I'm sorry, but it's okay. All right, so we're going to, because I had some showing the temple, inside the temple, right, for the thumbnail. Now, I want to do the temple as, is it this one? Yeah, let's do this one. Let's do this one. Watch this. Share this tab first since I'm talking about it. For those who might remember this, let's go. Let's expose some darkness. It's been going on for a long time. And most people, we didn't even know. The sheeple, we had no idea this was happening. Watch this. Share screen. Right there. Bang, share. Some of y'all might be seeing this for the first time. Watch this. Shout out to Sherika Kyle, Sherika in the building. Copyright disclaimers for effect. We don't own rights to the video. There you go. Adoption and Safe Family Act. Let me write it down. Adoption. So I could say adoption because I'm going to be saying that. And safe. See, Safe Family Act. Right? Because I'm going to need to know that. This is what they did to us in America during the Biden administration and the Clinton administration and Clinton. And we didn't know. Well, this is the Clinton administration. I didn't mean Biden. This is the Clinton administration, right? And then Obama finished, right? Now watch this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactionary purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Let's go. This is actual and what happened in America.
The states are taking children, giving them to somebody else for money that they get from the federal government. That means that all 50 states are involved in government subsidized child trafficking. It's a ring. It is the largest and most pervasive child trafficking ring in the history of the world by sheer money and numbers.
Now, everybody listen. Under the Clintons' Adoption and Safe Family Act, he gave 60 to 80 billion a year to all the states, this CPS, to take children. Y'all see this? 12 billion or 900 million 12 trillion, 900 billion, I guess, something. I don't know what that number is. Y'all can tell me. Is it 12 trillion or 12 billion? It's probably more than 12 billion, right? And this was under his administration. We didn't know what was happening. And they made it because we didn't know they was doing these PDF stuffs, right? We didn't know this stuff. We didn't know Epstein back then and stuff, right? And they was doing this and it was affecting us in America, right? And this is how the DCF, Department of Children, got so powerful that they, like they bound us, the IRS, they. Now listen clearly. Watch this.
Or money that they get from children.
That's $1 billion, 12 billion. Thank you.
States are taking children, giving them to somebody else for money that they get from the federal government. That means that all 50 states are involved in government subsidized child trafficking. It's a ring. It is the largest and most pervasive child trafficking ring in the history of the world by sheer money and numbers.
Children are seized unnecessarily from their families due to the federal aid entitled the Adoption and Safe Families Act.
Everybody, now I'm showing y'all clips from 2015, 14. That's why he says now, right? Because you got to go back to go forward. I'm tying it up because I need y'all to understand this goes back, right? You can't start from right here. Shout out to Linda Hernandez. You can't start from right here, Epstein files today. That's what they want you to do. They want you to don't go back and tie it all up. This goes back. That's him signing the act, Bill Clinton, when he was president. The Adoption and Safe Family Act. Everybody listen. This is what they were doing right here. You see this woman with her baby, right? They would find anything that they can come get your children. And it was money. Y'all gonna find out what this was, this act. They was getting millions if they can take your baby. Each baby that they would take from the American citizen, they would get millions. And the longer that the baby stayed in the system, the more millions they got. And then this new Adoption ASF Act, back then, these were the whistleblowers pulling out back then. I'm going back. These clips are for 2016, everything, right? Then if the system, the CPS, this new Adoption ASF Act, from the act, they got all these billions from the government, right? From Clinton, right? Now this was the funnel. Remember Epstein, the Clinton Foundation. This is crazy that we didn't even know Epstein. They was taking the babies. Now this is what they would get. Shout out to Antonio. This is what they would get. If they take your baby, right? Like they about to take her baby. Y'all about to see it, right? If they take your baby, right? And look at all this stuff she got. Then you could tell she take care of her kids, right? Look, right? So if they take your baby, the longer that they keep the baby in the system, they get millions, right? And they get a bonus. If they keep the baby in the system, this was under Bill Clinton's Act, for a year, they get a certain amount of millions bonus. If they keep the baby for 2 years, they get another kick-up bonus, right? So they gave incentives for the DCF workers and stuff to falsely keep your baby, right? And if they was able to take the baby, what I'm saying, this I'm gonna show y'all, and get what you call adopt to take the baby from the parent, right? Divorce them and not divorce them, but take the baby from the parent and then send the baby up for adoption, they would get a big bonus of millions. So it incentivized each agency across America to take the children and make sure they don't go back to the parents, get them adopted. And guess who? So then they create a criteria for adoption that they did this screening that if you had any type of background criminal, you stole something, you can't get it. And guess what the PDFs got? They got squeaky clean backgrounds. You know why? Because everything they did, they in policies, they got money, their history gets wiped. So they would come in and adopt. And then they ran this, and the Clinton Foundation went around the world to Africa, to Haiti, and did all this stuff. We going somewhere. Now watch this. You got to go back to go forward. This is actual history. So this person is speaking this right here. That's why he's saying today, because shout out to Alvin in the building, because he's talking about this is what was happening then. All right. And I'm going back to go forward. Now let's continue. Now y'all have the understanding. Now watch this clip. right? So they're there. They're going to take her children. They're going to show you take the black girl children. We're going somewhere. I got other video clips. It's getting funky now. From here on, the video clip's going to show it all. Watch this.
The states are taking children, giving them to somebody else for money that they get from the federal government. That means that
Thank you so much, Sherika, for your donation. I humbly received, daughter of the Most High. Thank you so much. Thank you. I humbly appreciate it. All right, let's continue.
all giving them to somebody else for money that they get from the federal government. That means that all 50 states are involved in government subsidized child trafficking. It's a ring. It is the largest and most pervasive child trafficking ring in the history of the world by sheer money and numbers.
Children are seized unnecessarily from their families due to the federal aid entitled the Adoption and Safe Families Act.
It was put into law in 1997 by Bill and Hillary Clinton, and I said it that way on purpose. And it is a law that literally steals money from the Social Security Fund and gives this money to the states in order to incentivize them to kidnap babies.
To receive the adoption incentives or bonuses, local CPS must have more children. They must have more merchandise to sell.
Every child, once you've added it all up, is worth approximately $1 million to the state. But we've been told that this is a $60 to $80 billion a year industry, meaning the federal government is taking $80 billion a year and giving that money to all of the 50 states to kidnap children.
Parents are victimized by the system that makes a profit for holding children longer and bonuses for not returning children to their parents.
But their own statistics state that 83% of all children who are taken by CPS, Child Protective Services, are for unsubstantiated allegations, meaning never should it have happened in the first place. So that imagine anything else in the world where you know you get it wrong 83% of the time and you admit it, but you just keep doing it.
Case workers and social workers are often guilty of fraud. They withhold and destroy evidence.
All right. I'm about to show y'all some clips that's going to shock y'all because y'all about to learn. Shout out to Death Before Dishonor. You can email me too because we teach it on the channel. And if you go back to some of the live streams and the videos, it's in the videos where we teach it. But on our Tuesday Bible study, we teach it too. So if you really wanted to learn the actual Habariyah, the actual Hebrew, not the Canaanite, get the link. Uncle Yahshua Truth TV at yahoo.com. Hakyama will put the link in the chat, right? And just email me. We'll give you the link to the study and you can learn the tongue. Absolutely, because you need to learn that to decipher the scriptures. All right, so let me continue, guys. Now, I let that play because I want y'all to have the fullness of the understanding, right? Now, this happened. I remember this. I remember them taking people's children. Y'all see this? This will break your heart. Now, we didn't know, and I remember when the DCF got so powerful, right? Like they were the IRS. Like we scared of them, like because they could take your babies for anything. It was like, yo, like if you get a call from them, you could lose your children. Now watch this. Let me come back to y'all. Stop share screen, window. It's this one. Bang, share. Y'all know I got a screenshot so y'all can see what's going on. So this is the act, right? I screenshotted the first part. This was Bill Clinton's act that he signed. An act to promote the adoption of children in foster care. He called it the Adoption and Safe Family Act. Now, these were PDF traffickers. We didn't know it, all right? And he was our president at the time. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Reps of the United States, Section 1, short title. This is an act may be cited as the Adoption and Safe Families Act of 1997, right? And they got the table of the contents, responsible efforts and safety requirements for foster care and adoption placements. So they were incentivized to take our children, put them in foster care, and get them adopted by who? You understand? Clarification of the reasonable efforts requirement, including safety and case planning and renewed case review system and everything. They gave billions to this. All right? Now, shout out to them and any others who died trying to expose these devils. Paul Walker exposing the Clinton Foundation in Haiti, they unalive. Anthony Bourdain, Princess Diana, because she was exposing the UK family. I got a video going to show her. Chester Bennington, the singer, Virginia, Brother Cappy, this dude Avicii, he was gathering evidence against the child such and such ring in Hollywood. He was working on a documentary, Silent Children doc. Chris Cornell, all these people unalive trying to expose what we are bringing out. All right, now let's continue. Watch this. I got more. We all gonna learn some stuff that my head is blown from what the Most High showed me. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. All this stuff was in our face. All right, here we go.
Excuse me?
Go ahead.
We do have a question from
Go ahead.
Anthony. He asks, one thing I've been screaming is when will people realize or question how many migrants get lost in this? Should we be questioning these sanctuary cities?
Oh, yes. That's why they trying to shut down the sanctuary city. So the problem is, this ain't political, but I go off what people are doing. Our actual president now is trying to shut down this traffic. He was trying to do it back in his first term, but people, they make you not see, right? Bro, and I'm not political. I ain't vote for neither side. I don't know what he does. Right? If it come out that he doing evil, but maybe the Most High is just using him to call us out from the first administration when he called out these PDFs. He tried to stop the trafficking. He tried to close the borders. Everybody. The reason why Biden them opened the borders flood for the voting rights again, and they've been trafficking people, bro. They've been doing this whole time, through this whole administrations of Barack, of Clinton's, of Biden's, and he came in and disrupted. He came in and exposed it all in his first time, and they got him out of there. Do you understand? They tried to lock him up. He came in and he said, I'm exposing all the deep state. I'm exposing the globalists. I'm exposing all of these PDFs. He said the QAnon and the what's it saying? The what's the names? The WikiLeaks, the files. Then, right? And nobody wants to talk about this. He actually exposed Epstein back then. He was the one that called the police on him. I got the stuff, right? I could show y'all the files, but we're doing this right here. I don't want to get on another thing because people think we're being political. But I'm just talking about fruit. I'm telling y'all what happened. I'm not saying he's doing, I don't know what he's doing. I just know what happened, right? And I'm saying what's happening. Now, if it comes out that they got proof that he did some good, then he need to go down with the rest of them. But what I'm trying to tell y'all is he was the one against it, and he threw a monkey wrench in their plan that they had us in, right? And then when they got back in, what do? They locked us in, right? They put fake Jim Joe's jab juice. They did this right? And then he disrupted again and just got back in. Do you understand? And what happened? So the first time he was in, they got exposed. WikiLeaks, all of them, the Clintons, the PDF files, all of that got exposed. Weiner got arrested, went to jail. All of them went to jail. Second time he come in, now they come out, the Epstein file, they had it the whole time. When Biden was in there, they opened up the borders, flooded the migrants, flooded the stuff. This stuff been going on, right? Missing 300,000 children missing under Biden, right? He got back in, and what happened? Epstein files released. Epstein locked up, all exposed again. But they're not letting you see, and they want you to make you think like he the boogeyman. While the boogeyman is still doing the boogie and is stealing the children, and the one who is actually calling it out. Now, again, I don't know the fullness. Maybe the Most High just using them to do it. I don't know. But I know what I see, and I'm not boo-boo the fool. And I'm not going to let the media and these people make me emotionally to say, he the boogeyman, while they stealing my babies on the back door, talking about this dude, the boogeyman, when he trying to tell me that they stealing your babies. Come on, bro, wake up. We got to snap out of it, bro. It's not about politics. I ain't vote for nobody. It's about right and wrong and seeing what's in front of your face and what's really happening. Watch this clip. Come on, let's go. Come on, Father. Let's expose this stuff. Watch this clip. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. I can show you better than I can tell you. See, watch this. These are all clips. Now, look, copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video for educational purposes only. Bill Clinton, the Adoption and Safe Family Act. This is what they was doing. Taking our children, make you think somebody else is a boogeyman, a bad guy. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers.
Determined to be dependent.
So they didn't even need a hearing.
Let me go back. Here we go.
Determined to be dependent.
So they didn't even need a hearing that day.
They don't need a hearing. They don't need notice. The juvenile court has the authority to act in the best interest of the children.
Based upon what, though? Because the juvenile court, in his infinite wisdom, can
Now
decide.
listen what's going on. I copy in the middle. This is the DCF, Department of Children and Families, juvenile, in the courtroom, and they saying they got a case. They taking someone's children from them. Now watch this.
Determined to be dependent.
So they didn't even need a hearing that day.
They don't need a
So they said something, it just start, they determined the Peter hearing. So the judge says, so they don't even need a hearing to take these people's children?
hearing. They don't need notice. The juvenile court has the authority to act in the best interest of the children.
She said they don't need a hearing. They don't need notice. The juvenile got the authority, and they call it to back and act in the best interest of the children. See, this is what that Clinton initiative brought forth. Gave them absolute authority that they, somebody who ain't never met you or your children, somebody with a pen somewhere that actually getting funded by millions to take your child. It's in the interest of their system to take the child, right? To pay your paycheck and everything. And they don't need to answer to nobody. And they say it's in the best interest of the children. And you seen them snatch that child out that woman's hand. All right? Now watch this. Watch this. And I got more clips. We got something deeper and darker coming. Watch this.
To act in the best interest. The juvenile court has the authority to act in the best interest of the children.
Based upon what?
Even need a hearing that day.
They don't need a hearing. They don't need notice. The juvenile court has the authority to act in the best interest of the children.
Based upon what, though? Because the juvenile court, in his infinite wisdom, can decide now this is in the best interest of the children, and I don't need to hear from the children or the parents or anybody else. As long as the government says it's okay, then by God, it's okay.
Yes, that's what the juvenile court has the authority to do. And your remedy at that point is to appeal. It doesn't make.
Now you hear the judge. The judge is like, what? So you mean to tell me? And she said, yes, that's the authority we have. Listen what the judge said. The judge said, I don't need to hear, listen.
And I don't need to hear from the children or the parents or anybody now. This is in the best interest of the children. Because the juvenile court, in his infinite wisdom, can decide now.
So he's like, so the juvenile court in their infinite wisdom, all of a sudden they God, right? They can decide. They don't need no hearing. They don't need nothing. They can decide what's the best in the best interest of somebody else's children. You don't know the upbringing, the family, or nothing. And you don't need, right?
Because the juvenile court, in his infinite wisdom, can decide now this is in the best interest of the children, and I don't need to hear from the children or the parents or anybody else. As long as the government says it's okay, then by God, it's okay.
Yes, that's what the juvenile court has the authority to do. And your remedy at that point is to appeal. It doesn't make the order void.
So what happens during the appeal? You just don't have your kids. You have to wait 8 months for this court to rule?
Yes, and it's the juvenile
with no
court.
due process.
Well, you do have due process. You have the right to appeal.
Let me tell you what went on here. This is my guess from being on the bench a long time down in the bar fights that are Superior Court. I'm telling you this. So you're telling me that DFACS can come to
Department of Family Services.
you, take your children, get you in front of the juvenile court judge, and says, "Listen, sign the consent order, and we'll let your children stay with you." And you say, "Whatever it takes, because I just want to go home with my babies." That's all.
So what he says, let me give you a scenario of what's happening, because he's seeing it coming before him. The Department of Family Services can come take your children, right? Now they bring you in and they say, okay, you want your baby back? Because you're hysterical. I want my baby back. And I'm about to bring out what's really happening, because I know y'all can think, well, they're protecting the children. We're about to find out in a second, right? Now, they can say, this is what he's putting out. He's saying, then they say, sign this disclosure and we'll give you your baby back. Now, He's saying the person is panicking and they'll do anything to get their baby, take their baby home with them, right? We're not, now everybody, what I'm pointing out is it wasn't them going after people abusing kids and stuff. Under Clinton, they made a worldwide law that you could just go in and take, it was incentivized to take Americans' children, right? And put them into a system. Now listen clearly. And I'm going to show y'all with the other clip. We're going to go back in a second. Now, what this judge is pointing out, he said that they say to the person who's panicking, because now, DCF, you got my babies and you want your baby to go home with you tonight? Yes. Then sign this disclosure. Thank you. You sign the disclosure, and in the disclosure, it gives them the right now that they can come and take your baby anytime they want. And you ain't got no right, like you signed away, but you did it at a time of duress, right? Which you would do anything. Yep, it's in the fine print. Now watch what this judge says. He's pointing this out.
Whatever it takes, we'll let your children stay with you. Listen, sign the consent facts can come to you that default. I'm telling you this, so you're telling me that defacts can come to you, take your children, get you in front of the juvenile court judge and says, listen, sign the consent order and we'll let your children stay with you. And you say, whatever it takes, because I just want to go home with my babies. That's all I want to do. Kind of like the mama said here, please don't take the children. And they say, fine, just do it. You can defact, you stay at home with your children, keep rocking along, keep doing drugs. Just get off of them when you can. And then eventually, when you cross the defacts, they go to the judge by themselves, and then they take your children, and that's constitutional in this country?
Yes, well, they had counsel.
I live in the wrong
They
country.
had counsel.
He said all of that, and she said, and he said, and you telling me that's constitutional in this country? And she said, yes.
And that's constitutional in this country?
Yes, well, they had counsel.
I live in the wrong
They
country.
had counsel.
If that's true, then the entire statutory regime in Georgia is unconstitutional.
Yeah, well, children are determined to be.
Even the judges, they said if that's true, then the entire statutory regime in Georgia is unconstitutional. And that's a black woman in Georgia, and they DCF taking people's children. Now let's go back and let me show you where it started. Let's go.
Miss Chocolate put in the chat, she said, and when I was younger, they stole my baby too, and it was hard for me to get him back.
Oh man, our condolences to you, sister, that you went through that situation. A lot of people went through that situation, and we didn't know the fullness of what they was doing. That Clinton and them, it was actually trying to traffic our children. That part is crazy to me. I'm like, what? They was trying to traffic our children. Watch this. Copyright, this is gonna help you have more understanding. This right here is, no, I'm not gonna do that one. I'm gonna do this one. Let's do this one. This isn't somebody whistle blown. Share this tab instead. Make full screen. Right? Copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactionary purposes only. We don't own rights to the video, we're reacting to the video. Hillary Clinton was the culprit in the Russian collusion in 2016. Watch what he says. He's going to expose this stuff.
2016.
Let me go back. Oh, I should have made this clip a little louder. He talking soft.
2016, right here in this town, on behalf of the FBI, they came to me around December 1st, 2015. They told me Hillary Clinton had accepted a bribe from Turkey for $20 million. They told me that I would be working for a group in New York, FBI agents, who had authorization to set Hillary Clinton up in a sting. They asked me to facilitate a bribe for her, an $18 million bribe from another government. The bag man from that other government I was to befriend, and I was to get that person 10 minutes alone in a room with Hillary Clinton. I did. On January 14th, 2016, Hillary Clinton was in this town, and she met in a way that was kept off her schedule. She accepted an $18 million bribe. But General Barr knows this. This is the Durham. They know this was what is behind it all. And I'll even tell you, I'm going to drop one more thing. I've been waiting to say this publicly, and this is what really happened. I will tell you, if you hear this and you give me 90 seconds, your viewers will understand what's happened in the last 5 years in America. I've been waiting to say this on mainstream TV, and they will not have me back because once they understood what this was about. I had Hillary Clinton, I caused Hillary Clinton, I facilitated a bribe, and she took a second bribe for $18 million. And I worked with the FBI as I did that. They're deeply involved in this. They came to me 3 days later and told me I had to forget about it and forget that it ever happened. And I said, what are you talking about? And they gave me one excuse. They said, Hillary's going to win, and it's been determined, it's been decided upstairs, nothing's going to be able to stop that now. So she's going to win, and she's going to send her people over to the FBI and ask who was part of investigating Hillary, and any of us who were part of it.
So he was given, I'm gonna break it down what's going on. He was told from Obama's administration, from the feds back then, to set Hillary up. This is what Epstein do, right? Set her up to get a bribe from another country so we can have something over her, right? Right? So we can, now listen clearly. She took the bribe. He set it up. But they came back to him and they said, forget the bribe, forget what's happening, because she's going to win the presidency. Everybody, this is back then. They thought she was going to win. Everybody, listen clearly. Hands down, he says, nothing we could do to stop that. And once she becomes president, and they said she was going to win and be 8 years, right? Because there's all control. Now listen clearly. They said, everybody listen, they said, once she become president, she's going to run a mission. We don't want her to find out who we try to set her up, and then she come after us. So they made a plan B. But they thought she was guaranteed to win. Listen clearly again.
And forget that it ever happened as I did that. They're deeply involved in this. They came to me 3 days later and told me I had to forget about it and forget that it ever happened. And I said, what are you talking about? And they gave me one excuse. They said, Hillary's going to win, and it's been determined, it's been decided upstairs, nothing's going to be able to stop that now. So she's going to win, and she's going to send her people over to the FBI and ask who was part of investigating Hillary, and any of us who were part of it are going to be destroyed, and that includes you too, Patrick. And so this mission has been scrubbed from the highest level. And I thought about that, and I said, yes, sir. And I came, but 2 or 3 weeks later, I was back with 3 federal agents this time. 3 federal agents. And I let them know that wasn't sitting, and this is in Salt Lake City, Utah, and that wasn't sitting well with me. And I'd like to know why we had almost a year before the election. They could have had me and another person in front of a grand jury in a week and gotten her indicted. And he
said, but it's almost a year away from the election. Why are we stopping this? She already took the bribe from another country. Why? He said, it's not sitting well with me. Why would we allow her to go forward to be the president of our country? And we know she's dirty. She just took a bribe from another country, right? Right? He said, it's like a year away from the election. He's like, we can she could be locked up within a month. Now, right? It makes no sense. Listen, so this is what he's discussing with them.
Why we had almost a year before the election. They could have had me and another person in front of a grand jury in a week and gotten her indicted. And they told me, and this is the key to understanding what's happened in America. They told me, this is word for word, Patrick, what's really going on is this. President Obama has his people across the federal bureaucracy at this point, but especially the Department of Justice. Hillary Clinton is going to be president for 8 years, and nothing's going to change that. But think of there being...
Did you hear that? Yes, it's absolute treason. He said Obama got his administration all through it. Hillary Clinton is going to be president for 8 years, and nothing's going to change that.
Has his people across the federal bureaucracy at this point, but especially the Department of Justice. Hillary Clinton is going to be president for 8 years, and nothing's going to change that. But think of there being a Bunsen burner within the Department of Justice. That evidence about the 2 bribes you were part of gathering is going to be sitting on the Bunsen burner. And the hand on the Bunsen burner is going to be one of Barack Obama's people. If Hillary's a good girl and defends Obamacare, that flame stays low. If she's a bad girl and thinks for herself, it's going to get turned up high.
So they said to him, all right, let me bring you into the new game plan now. She's going to be president. It must have came down from the top. No, she's going to be for 8 years. He says, so now think of it as a Bunsen burner. We got her blackmail. We got her taking 2 bribes from other countries, treason, right? So we just let it simmer. Once she become president, if she acts right, and he says supports the Obamacare and everything, then she playing the game. But the minute she try to think for herself and do something else, we got her. See? All right, let's continue. We going somewhere. Watch the next clip.
Defends Obamacare, that flame stays low. And the hand on the Bunsen burner is going to be one of Barack Obama's people. If Hillary's a good girl and defends Obamacare, that flame stays low. If she's a bad girl and thinks for herself, it's going to get turned up high. That way, Barack Obama is going to manage Hillary Clinton for the 8 years she's president, and then she's going to step down, and Michelle's going to run. And Patrick, that's the plan.
So they told him that was the plan. He's going to be able to puppeteer her while she's in there for the 8 years. When she stepped down, Michelle Obama run. And that was the plan.
That came out of the lips of a federal agent. It was confirmed to me this spring. The Durham investigation that plan was called the Operation Snow Globe. That was Brendan Obama's name for it. Snow Globe, they were trying to get Hillary to step into a snow globe. I'm looking for a prop. A snow globe that anytime they wanted, they could then pick up and shake for 8 years. My bribe was the bait to get her to step into the snow globe. That's all from it. This isn't a theory. I'm the guy in the room. I'm acknowledging I took part in all this, and I thought I was helping them conduct federal law enforcement. It turned out that I was helping them set up Hillary Clinton for a deep state to control her. And
for the deep state to control her. Operation Snow Globe, right? Anytime they can shake up the snow globe.
That's why, and I came in public a year ago with some pictures that showed me with this Russian redhead, Maria Butina, lovely woman, that said, and so I'm saying this entire thing, this last 5 years, has been a coup. It was from Obama against Hillary, that when Trump won in a fluke, it got morphed into the Russian collusion delusion. And I say that.
Bingo. I did. Now, guys, everybody, y'all know, right? Thank God for you too. Thank God for, now, I've been teaching this, and I said to shout out to Crypto Total Recall. Yeah, I hope you caught that. I hope you caught some of that bounce on the last one, Crypto Recall, that last bounce, right? I hope you got some of that, some of them, you caught that last bounce. Now, listen clearly. Thank you, everybody who's watching. Now, listen clearly. He said, this is a key part. He said, Trump was a fluke. And I literally just said that on one of the last lives. I said they never planned. They didn't know that someone was going to come out of the blue and interrupt the Democratic thing. Trump was a fluke. He come out of nowhere and he won. So it threw a monkey wrench. That was what stopped it. Do y'all not know? Oh my, thank the Most High. Because we don't know how many millions more of children would have been. Oh, what would have happened from the 8 years of Hillary in there? And then Michelle would have. Oh, my goodness, bro. All right, listen clearly.
Excuse me.
Hillary.
Anthony asks, can I get this man's name or the link to the video, please?
I'm sorry. I don't know his name. And I apologize. I got so much information I'm gathering for hours. I got so much stuff. If you watch my other lives, I got thousands of videos. I don't got all their names and their stuff, right? I apologize. All I can do is give the information I got. And if you could try to find it somewhere and find it. I'm just been had a task from the Father to gather as much as I can, and I work for hours trying to put it together and do all that. You see, if you also see all of my levels be balanced too, so I gotta like these clips are old. They be all down low and up high, and like so I do so much hours of work. So I apologize. I don't be having all late. I don't got all that. I just put it together and make it presentable for you guys and break it down. And hopefully, if y'all can find out who they are, I apologize for that.
And we have two thank yous.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you for appreciating. And y'all thank the creator of all things, you know, because that's who's doing it, you know. Praise the Most High. All right, let's continue.
In a coup, it was from Obama against Hillary, that when Trump won in a fluke, it got morphed into the Russian collusion delusion. And I say that as the guy that had romancing Maria and bribing Hillary Clinton. So I'm about as involved in this as you can get, and I promise you that's exactly what happened. And what we're seeing here is the last act play out. I was the last act play out. And the reason I mentioned that I knew in October 2018 that this was going to happen was because in 2018 I was offered, a federal agent came to tell me, Patrick, you need to understand there are billionaires walking around this world that we made, and we're prepared to do the same for you. You just have to stay calm. You just have to stay quiet through the election. And by that election, I knew he meant 2020 election. So I've known that they were going to hijack this election since October of 2018.
Come on,
2006.
listen clearly. And they said this is when Trump got in, he was a monkey wrench in their stuff the first time. This actor, this really, right? And he came out going against the deep state, exposing the WikiLeaks, all of it, right? And then they said that's where they did the Russian inclusion. They tried to tie him to Russia, but it was actually Hillary who already took the bribe and everything. So they took it and try to put it on Trump to get him, to get his administration trying to defend stuff, a deflection, right? And that's what he's pointing out. And he says, and so they knew that, okay, we got to get this dude out of here so we can get back to the plan. So he said he knew that he was going to lose in 2020 because they was, okay, now watch this. Now that's this person whistleblowing. Now watch this. I got more. All right, here we go. Now this one, which one I'm going to go to? Let's do this one now. Let's do this one. Let's do this one real quick, right? Because this tying in Epstein and the Clintons, and we're gonna go get back to the ASF, the adoption thing, what they did, right? So here we go. Share this tab instead. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. We for educational purposes only. We reacting to the video. Here we go.
Casa Pacifica uses IVE funding to turn kids into commodities. ASFA was created in 1997, and it created a pipeline, a private labyrinth.
Everybody listen. Yep, it includes Haiti, Africa, all of it. It's going to come out. It's when they were trafficking, even the Ukraine, every war, when they would do the war, these children, they go missing. I got some stuff I'm going to show y'all. It's sad as stuff, bro. I got some stuff I'm going to show y'all. Right? It's sad as all outdoors, bro. They traffic these children, and it's bad, bro. But anyway, now this person is exposing the Adoption and Safe Family Act of Clinton. Now watch this, and he's tying it. Watch this to the ancient fallen angel Moloch Epstein. It's all tied. Here we go.
Casa Pacifica uses IVE funding to turn kids into commodities. ASFA was created in 1997, and it created a pipeline, a private labyrinth. Maximus also later went in the 1990s, along with Casa Pacifica, turned this into a worldwide operation.
Now these are companies, Casa Pacifica, Maximus, right? They turned this ASF, Adoption and Safe Family Act, into a worldwide trafficking organization, putting the price of the children, that they would take the children from American families and put them into these adoption stuff. I'm going somewhere. Come on, Delara Shah. Y'all pay attention. These gonna continue to tie up. I got more clips, right? It's gonna all tie up, right? Now, he's pointing out the industries behind it, and this is what they was doing. Now watch this.
Created a pipeline, a private labyrinth. Maximus also later went in the 1990s, along with Casa Pacifica, turned this into a worldwide operation. Right here, what we're looking at is the Casa Pacifica in Ventura, California. Right here, you can see the coordinates, and you can see for yourself the private labyrinth, 66.6 feet wide, matching the private labyrinth sundial on Epstein Island.
The Casapis, what he pointing out on the geo map, 66.6 miles wide. You know they do this symbolism, 33,666, right? And they got a circle sundial looking thing, and it matched the exact, watch this, let's let him do it again. So that's the one, Casa Pacifica from the Adoption and Safe Family Act. Watch this.
In the 1990s, along with Casa Pacifica, turned this into a worldwide operation. Right here, what we're looking at is the Casa Pacifica in Ventura, California. Right here, you can see the coordinates, and you can see for yourself the private labyrinth, 66.6 feet wide, matching the private labyrinth sundial on Epstein Island. We'll take a look at that too. Here you can see that. Here you can see the creepy, eerie smiley face in the center, the 18.64 center, the 13 columns also as seen at Casa Pacifica. These sundials match in the size and all of the different satanic culturalistical.
So the sundial with the 13 everything of the Little St. James Island sundial is identical to the Casa Pacifica. Epstein was the one that funded the Clinton Foundation organization, the adoption services. We going somewhere. Everybody pay attention. The Most High going to continue to keep time together. That's why I'm one of the only ones going back. You know, the Most High instructed me go back to go forward. You got to go history to go forward because this goes back. Now, I do today because I've showed some files that just came out. I got some more exclusive stuff probably before we close out. It's getting a little late, right? I got stuff, right? But I have to go back because this stuff ties in, right? And people, they don't want you to go back. Now, watch this.
The 18 point, look at that too. Here you can see that. Here you can see the creepy, eerie smiley face in the center, the 18.64 center, the 13 columns also as seen at Casa Pacifica. These sundials match in the size and all of the different satanic culturalistical things match up. 1864 we'll discuss below. 66.6 feet across. We'll also discuss that. And we're also going to start talking about how children should never be turned into commodities. The creepy, eerie, smiley face center also has a demonic symbolization. The dirt trails around, the fact that Casa Pacifica is like an island in the middle of these migrant fields also aligns with Epstein Island being an island. We need to end.
Now, somebody just came out tonight and said, Unc, what about the migrants? And Casa Pacifica is in the middle of nowhere in Ventura, California, in the migrant fields. Everybody, let's go.
The dirt trails around, the fact that Casa Pacifica is like an island in the middle of these migrant fields also aligns with Epstein.
And who be losing? Migrant children, opening the borders. This going all tied up. Come on, guys. Come on. Praise the Most High. Come on, Delarashah. Let's go. Y'all's cooking. Let's continue. You're going to learn some things tonight. And I got something else I'm going to show y'all. Mind head blown. We're going to close out with the migrants. And it's from all over the world, crypto, these migrants. And they do it with these wars, bro. Oh, I'm going to show y'all something. And I'm going to close out with a huge bang. We're going to close out with a bang. And then Friday, I got when y'all see the thumbnail on Friday, y'all going to be like, oh, yeah, I'm tapped in Friday. Y'all going to already know it's going down. Right? For those who found our channel, may the Most High bless you, please like and subscribe if you can. And, you know, I don't care if you subscribe, but please like it so others can know we live, right? You know what I mean? I don't care about all of that. I just here to spread the word. I want others to know, right? I ain't trying to be popular. You know, understand? I've been shadow banned forever, and I've been still teaching this no matter what. Now, so tonight we're gonna close with a big head blown emoji bang. I'm gonna expose something, right? And shout out to thank you. I appreciate you. All right. Who just said that. Sorry, I can't, they blocking my chat. I can't see everybody's chat, so I can't talk to y'all like I would like. So they block in my chat. Like I can't see nothing. I can see like an end of what somebody say. Right? Shout out to Marvin. See, I seen that. Now, right, that one that just said, it says Joe, the hidden secret. That's not a secret, but I don't even know who said it. Because they cutting it off. Matter of fact, let me show y'all. Let me screenshot that real quick. Because I'll be talking about this, but I don't think y'all know what I'm talking about. There we go. Now, I don't know why I just thought of that. All right. So one day I'm going to show, matter of fact, let me show y'all right now. Really quick. Stop share screen really quick. So now y'all can know, because I would like to be able to converse with y'all back and forth, but they blocking me, right? They don't want me. It's crazy, bro. And I pay for this program and everything. And it's like whatever they can do to stop me from, make it harder, they do it, right? So here it go. Let me double click. There it go. Now watch this. This is what I see. I know y'all gonna be like, what? Now I understand, because I'll be wanting to call y'all out and talk back and forth with y'all, So here I go. So come back to y'all. Sorry. It's bang. And where is it? I'm trying to find it and it keeps moving. I click in it. All right, cancel.
May I read some praises while you
Yeah, you can
look
read
for
a
it?
praise. I'm gonna find it. I got it.
Okay,
It's
the
just they
first one
blocked it.
is from Tim Nelson. He says, "Keep up the good work, brother. I'm watching from Banning, California."
Shout out to Tim.
HJ8 501 says, "Keep expressing our greatness while exposing the light."
Praise the Most High.
She Devil Crazy says, "You're doing amazing work."
Thank you. I humbly thank you guys. Hopefully it's this one. Yep, it is this one. I think y'all see it. There we go. So look, this is what I see. This is my backstage, right? So you see this? This is the comment section. This is y'all. And it scrolls. So this is all I see. Cut off. So I don't know who said this. Sometimes I'll see the name a little bit, but I can't see what y'all said. So this square should be big, like this whole thing should be comments so I can read everybody's comments and talk back to y'all and but look what, and I wrote to StreamYard and I complained, right? And I complained and I said, could you make the comment section where I can read the comments? I can't read, I can't interact with my audience, right? I want to interact. I want to see what. So now y'all get to see what I'm talking about. Because I know y'all like, Unc, you always say you can't see. Now you're like, dag, Unc, you really can't see. No, I can't see. And it be cut off crazy worse than this. Like I can't. So if you write a paragraph, I don't even see what you wrote. I don't know who said it. Right? And then when I try to scroll, it just moves past it. Scroll past. It's like, so anyway, I just wanted to show y'all so that y'all can have an understanding of really what's happening. All right, now let's get back. Share screen. Stop share screen, share screen, bang, share. All right, let's continue.
Island in the middle of these migrant fields also aligns with.
All right, so now this is tying in. Now this, all right, there we go. Let's continue. I forgot, it wasn't finished yet.
The fact that Casa Pacific symbolization. Smiley Face Center also has a demonic symbolization. The dirt trails around, the fact that Casa Pacifica is like an island in the middle of these migrant fields also aligns with Epstein Island being an island. We need to end ASFA. We need to end all the suffering of the kids being turned into money. No kid should ever be turned into a commodity.
See, the Adoption and Safe Family Act. You understand? And the ASFA and non-governmental organizations, these globalists, okay? Abolish it. We thought they tricked us, and made us think that they was doing it for the children, but they're actually satanic. Epstein funded, all this stuff, bro. It's all tied.
Kids being turned into money. No kid should ever be turned into a commodity. Kids are not for sale. All I'm telling the President of the United States to do is end all IVE funding and ASFA. If he doesn't do it, all we need is all 50 governors to make it happen.
All right. Now, that just tied in the ASFA, Epstein Island, the sundials. Now we got an understanding of the coordinates and all this stuff. This
And
goes
we're
back
also
to
gonna
the fallen angels, to pyramids and all that. Now watch this. This right here is the actual foundation root of, watch this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Do I want to show this one first, or I want to do Jen Pasky? Let's do this one first, because I think this one is, yeah. Let's do this one. This one exposes a lot. All right. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactionary purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Exposing. Tonight's lesson. Epstein and the Clintons' temple of sin exposed. We discerning fact or fiction. We ain't accusing them. We trying to rightly divide. Let's go. Copyright disclaimers. Here we go. All right, it won't play. Let me.
Hillary Clinton downplayed the emails and even poked fun at the pizza sex trafficking scandal she was all wrapped up in. And of course she had to. There has been so much evidence piling up against her and Bill Clinton that people from all over America are still to this day calling for her arrest. And the fact they have not been arrested shows.
Now everybody, shout out to the other person that just said something. I can't see the name. Now, everybody listen clearly. These clips I'm bringing y'all are from 2016, 15. We got to go back. You know why? That's why you'll hear him say like it's today. Because I know y'all hear it and think, oh, no, this ain't today. This is when we was calling this out back then. All right? Now watch this.
Hillary Clinton downplayed the emails and even poked fun at the pizza sex trafficking scandal she was all wrapped up in. And of course she had to.
So what he's pointing out is when they came out with the Pizzagate, when the president now was in his first term, he exposed it through the Pizzagate. She made fun of it and poked fun. Oh, pizza, oh yeah, and everything, right? But now, fast forward 2026, it's all out, right? So that's why I'm going back. Now watch this. This is a great exposure right here. Copyright disclaimers.
Hillary Clinton downplayed the emails and even poked fun at the pizza sex trafficking scandal she was all wrapped up in. And of course she had to. There has been so much evidence piling up against her and Bill Clinton that people from all over America are still to this day calling for her arrest. And the fact they have not been arrested shows how much power they really have. There is a well-known saying, follow the money. And that holds true when investigating Pizzagate. But when tracking down these Luciferian pedophiles, you have to follow their symbols. It's their footprint. It's how they communicate. We start with politics and prose. It was exposed in an email sent from James Alefantis to John Podesta.
In the same DC area as Comet Ping Pong and Besta Pizza, it's called Politics and Prose, and allegedly it's owned by a speechwriter for Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Now, there's this business called Politics and Prose, owned by a speechwriter for Hillary. Alefantis, it came out in his emails. Alefantis owned Comet Ping Pong Pizza. This is the Pizzagate when it got exposed, right? He was the one putting all the kids, they were selling them on Wayfair, selling the kids, right? Pizza and the hot dogs and the, all this and the man, boy, lover, right? These PDFs, right? These devils. Now, and then Podesta was Hillary's campaign manager, right? So his emails got linked and all of this stuff, right? So here we go. So this right here, let's continue.
Their footprint. It's how they communicate. We start with politics and prose. It was exposed in an email sent from James Alefantis to John Podesta.
In the same DC area as Comet Ping Pong and Besta Pizza, it's called Politics and Prose, and allegedly it's owned by a speechwriter for Hillary Rodham Clinton. And what's curious about this particular establishment is on the sidewalk outside the establishment is this image of a skull and bones on the sidewalk. And anyone who's watched the video, The Deocculting of John Podesta, is well aware that the Podesta image that John posted on his own social media account with a 14 on one hand and a fish on the other.
So John Podesta posted a 14 on one hand and a fish on the other in their account. So this is what they used to call us conspiracy theorists. Shout out to all those truthers who come out and speak truth and expose this darkness. This is what we can do, guys. All we can do is expose it and teach all of y'all and try to expose it. Let's continue.
Of a skull and bones on the sidewalk. And anyone who's watched the video, The Deocculting of John Podesta, is well aware that the Podesta image that John posted on his own social media account with a 14 on one hand and a fish on the other, in gematria, when decoded, it means 322. And when we enter politics and prose, what do we see on the stairs leading down to the lower level? Children. It's all circumstantial evidence, but at this point, the circumstantial evidence is leading to a pile of smoking gun clues that suggests.
So in this politics and pose, who the apprentice, the Pizzagate dude is speaking on, and it's tied and everything, and the handler, come on, speechwriter for Hillary, right? And they got the skull and bones outside with the nut, right? And inside, leading to the basement, they got this sign. Let's continue.
Children. It's all circumstantial evidence, but at this point, the circumstantial evidence is leading to a pile of smoking gun clues that suggests that not only is Pizzagate real, it's even more horrifying than Eyes Wide Shut.
Why would this sign be arranged in this way? Think about that. I mean, what are they trying to highlight? The sale of books or the sale of children? As far as the symbol on the sidewalk outside the store, most of you know that the Skull and Bones Society have a deep-rooted history in the occult and in the CIA. They have been trafficking heroin out of Afghanistan for years, so for this society, trafficking humans is not out of the realms of possibility. Max Spears, a 39-year-old researcher and investigator from the UK, didn't think so either. But he was found dead on a sofa in Poland after his investigation, alleging that the United States Army and deep state operations were involved in a massive international human trafficking ring. Just days before his death, he texted to his mother, "If anything happens to me, investigate." Spears' friends who were with him reported that he died in the apartment after he was vomiting black liquid. There was no further investigation.
R.I.P. to all of the soldiers of truth, of righteousness, for all these years, who was exposing it in their documentaries, who was writing it in articles, who was telling the system, the police, and they were all unalived. May their souls rest in peace in the bosom of the Most High, and may their work of exposing the darkness be continued by all of us. That's why everybody, y'all say, what can we do? What we doing right now. Y'all logged in at 12:40 a.m. on a Wednesday night to learn the truth. And you take what you learn and you teach it. You share this video, you do whatever you can, because they deaths won't go in vain. Do you understand? None of it. People have been trying to expose this since the beginning of time. And the Most High gonna have people who gonna continue to expose it, dying for the truth.
Just days before his death, he texted to his mother, "If anything happens to me, investigate." Spears' friends who were with him reported that he died in the apartment after he was vomiting black liquid. There was no further investigation. Mysterious deaths surrounding those who were investigating Pizzagate and child sex trafficking rings have not only been a theme in this series, but it is becoming a solid proof. And look, if it's hard for you to accept that governmental and non-governmental agencies are involved in human trafficking, take a look at DynCorp International, the private corporation that is contracted by and acts as a mercenary force for America. They have already been charged for human trafficking. It's known, but rarely shared by mainstream media.
I thank the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McKinney.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I watched President Bush deliver a moving speech at the United Nations in September 2003, in which he mentioned the crisis of the sex trade. The president called for the punishment of those involved in this horrible business. But at the very moment of that speech, DynCorp was exposed for having been involved in the buying and selling of young women and children. While all of this was going on, DynCorp kept the Pentagon contract to administer the smallpox and anthrax vaccines and is now working on a plague vaccine through the Joint Vaccine Acquisition Program. Mr. Secretary, is it policy of the U.S. government to reward companies that traffic in women and little girls?
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear it? She says, yes, President Bush, he made a great statement about how they're against the trafficking of women and children. But at the same time, DynCorp is on the payroll of the government and in charge with bringing forth the vaccines and stuff. It's like, so again, the PDFs have always been in charge of everything. They have always. Yeah, I know. It's okay. I know. You're like, I'm surprised not more likes and everything. I know. It just is what it is. You know, praise the Most High. For those who like to like, give a like so others can know we live. But if not, it is. Take the information and do what you do. Try to share the truth. Expose this darkness. All right. So now look, she's like, listen again.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I watched President Bush deliver a moving speech at the United Nations in September 2003, in which he mentioned the crisis of the sex trade. The president called for the punishment of those involved in this horrible business. But at the very moment of that speech, DynCorp was exposed for having been involved in the buying and selling of young women and children. While all of this was going on, DynCorp kept the Pentagon contract to administer the smallpox and anthrax vaccines and is now working on a plague vaccine through the Joint Vaccine Acquisition Program. Mr. Secretary, is it policy of the U.S. government to reward companies that traffic in women and little girls?
What we're finding now is this trafficking is a lot bigger and a lot more involved politically than we care to look at or the media won't cover. Everybody's afraid because there's some real big heavy hitters that are very influential that are involved.
And the acquisition of the children was for sexual purposes?
Absolutely. Children are sold, and there have been cases, children are sold up to 75 times in one day. One day. 75 different Johns abuse this child.
Now that broke my heart. Some of this stuff that I even found in the files, you can't unsee. She said it's documented that they had a child, that these devils, because that's what these people are, trafficked this child to have abuse acts done to this child 75 times by 75 different people in one day. I want y'all to know that this is scriptural too, biblical, that there is a grace and a mercy over the traumatized, the children. There is a out of body place, like a Abraham's bosom, that the Most High allowed the children to escape into. When I found that out, it's actually biblical. It gave me a little bit of peace of shalom, okay? That, because I would be destroyed, because I used to think like what the trauma that they're going through and like continual 75 different nasty grown, what's the name in them? In one day, that's just continual. The Most High has his bosom. Everybody listen clearly. They are able to spiritually go into his bosom, and the things that they're doing are happening to their body, but they're detached. It doesn't mean they're still not traumatized when they come back into the body and back and forth, but there is a reprieve. There is a place, and it's scriptural. And I was so thankful to find that, because it healed my torment of feeling and I'm like, thank you, Father, for allowing them a place of escapism while they're doing these things to the body. Okay? And may the Most High will be done. 75 times.
Than we care to look at or the media won't cover. Everybody's afraid because there's some real big heavy hitters that are very influential that are involved.
And the acquisition of the children was for sexual purposes?
Absolutely. Children are sold, and there have been cases, children are sold up to 75 times in one day. One day. 75 different Johns abuse this child. It's making the child trafficking industry, or human trafficking, I should say, industry right now makes more money than the illegal drug trade and illegal arms trade combined.
According to the United States State Department, 600,000 to 800,000 people are trafficked across international borders every year, which 80% are female and half are children.
Even after all of the Pizzagate exposure, the people involved in this trafficking ring have never stopped. Rather, they are laughing at us and throwing it all up in our face. Look at this Department of Homeland Security commercial about human trafficking. Once you recognize the signs, you will recognize this evil everywhere.
Human trafficking is modern-day slavery, and it happens in our own communities. Join the Department of Homeland Security's Blue Campaign to learn how to recognize and report this heinous crime. Your second look could be their second chance.
This is quite phenomenal what's going on right now, at the pace that it's going on right now. Everything that is being revealed, blown open, and then is this just coincidence? I don't think it is, folks. I mean, come on. Showing a pizzeria, Pizzagate, human trafficking. Oh, by the way, I'm just seeing this right now. The swirl.
So they got him showing a pizzeria. He's walking into a pizza. It's like they mocking the public because we're destroyed for a lack of knowledge. The sheeple, right? Because they say everybody conspiracy theories, but they put it in your face. He's going past a pizzeria, walking into a pizzeria, and they got the symbol, the swirl symbol of the man love boy, all in the thing. And they're saying, help fight the traffic, but they're the ones doing the traffic. Bro. But this is what they always do, in your face, and have the masses nothing to see here, right? Yep, like Disney and everything, in your face.
Is this just coincidence? I don't think it is, folks. I mean, come on. Showing a pizzeria, Pizzagate, human trafficking. Oh, by the way, I'm just seeing this right now. The swirl.
This is expected from the Podestas, after the artwork in Tony Podesta's house was shared with the world by Washington Life.
Now everybody listen clearly. This reminds me of the artwork from, was it Naomi Campbell? It was the other one. Oh, it was, I forgot who it was. They had that, they keep doing this. They have this art of this like lobster person, and it always grabbing the little one. This
Little
is
Kim?
It was Lil Kim one? Yeah, thank you for remembering. Same image, everybody. Now this is John Podesta and his brother, I think it's Tony Podesta. One is Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, right? That's Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, and that's his brother. They're in the Pizzagate scandal. This is where it comes out, right? Now watch this. So they found his artwork in his house. John Podesta, these billionaires in the government system, right? And this is the stuff that came out in the WikiLeaks files that the Clintons squashed, that Trump tried to release the first time.
After the artwork in Tony Podesta's house was shared with the world by Washington Life. It's a strange...
What was that? This was the artwork in his house. It was a person with no head, bent back, Jeffrey Dahmer. Hold on. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't show that. That was a Jeffrey Dahmer victim. So he got the art. Oh no, I can't show that. Hold on. Play it.
It's a strange...
So that was, sorry guys, I didn't. So, oh my goodness. Oh, whoa. Yeah, that's what they be having, art of the unalive, and they put it as statues. Okay? Oh my goodness. All right. We rebuke all this. Okay. So again, sorry guys, I didn't know what that was. All right, let's continue. So hold on, I want to go back to that. Go up. Right there.
We have come to learn about the extremely dark worlds of James Alefantis and the...
Y'all see that? That's the thing where I told you about the red shoes. Okay? Shout out to everybody else coming in, all the new people coming in, right? And then the I Club, and then the Wilson on the soccer ball, all these images, right? So all of this stuff is comes out in their houses when they actually get investigated and stuff, right?
Justice. And after soaking all of...
No, the solution is exposure. The solution is prayer. The solution is warning people. The solution is protecting your children from it. The solution is seeing the signs. The solution is each one of us putting it out, risking our health, our life, our channels, everything. That's the work. That's the exposure. Okay, that's the work. That's the best we could do. All right, so praise the Most High. So you take whatever information you get and you do the same thing. And then you're doing something to fight against it. Okay, that part. Because if not, if we didn't do this, then no one would ever know, and they just continue unhindered. So we're doing the best that we can, each of us as individuals. Okay? All right, let's continue.
And after soaking all of that in, and understanding that they adhere to the teachings of Aleister Crowley, it's insane to think that they have been major players in the White House, influencing decisions within the United States for decades. We have been living in a dream world, and they have been deceiving us for...
These are the Podestas. These are these PDFs doing all this, Pizzagate, all this stuff, right? You see them with all the presidents. These are the powerful people.
For a very long time. Hollywood certainly plays in a dream world. They have been major players in the White House, influencing decisions within the United States for decades. We have been living in a dream world, and they have been deceiving us for a very long time. Hollywood certainly plays its role in Pizzagate.
In December 2013, Macaulay Culkin uploaded a viral video of himself eating a cheese pizza. Many of you may remember this. This, of course, was to promote his new band called The Pizza Underground. Of course, now in light of Pizzagate and the DC Comet Ping Pong Pizza Network being exposed online, we can now see this in a new light, and it's disturbing to say the least. The video featured the group performing on a bed of pizza boxes surrounded by pizza checkered walls, with members of the group wearing slices of pizza as masks. Masks being yet another indication and blatant reference to this occult satanic world.
Love that. You want this pizza? What's your name? Fresh out the oven, bon appetit, baby.
And then they had the spiral logo on the little child's clothing. These are celebrities' participation.
There have been many actors speaking out against the rampant pedophilia in the industry and around the world. But these are all surface problems. It is clear among the people that Hollywood has been pushing a satanic agenda for some time, that they are glamorizing cannibalism and pedophilia, desensitizing the people to a new future they hope to usher in. The Clintons have been around U.S. politics since most of us were kids. Similar to the Bush family, they are something like American royals. They never seem to leave, and their record for honesty is about as bad as their record of acquaintances. There is another place nearby Comet Pizza. It's called Beyond Borders. It proclaims on its website that it works to end child slavery and violence against girls in Haiti. The same exact sentiments of the Clinton Foundation. When Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, Haiti was one of the major focuses of the Clinton Foundation. But there were huge concerns over its corruption. Billions of dollars worldwide that was sent to Haiti after the devastating 2010 earthquake simply disappeared.
Well, we have every reason to be mad because the Clintons have destroyed Haiti for the decades. And, you know, they pretend to be our friends when in reality they are our #1 enemies. So they're doing a lot of things. Right now, if there's a millionaire or a billionaire who wants to do business in Haiti, they cannot do anything unless they check with the Clintons. The Clintons are the one who's running Haiti.
But money wasn't the only thing disappearing from Haiti. A lot of children were too. In fact, even the Clinton Foundation's CEO, Eric Braverman, disappeared. Not long after John Podesta named him as a possible mole within the Clinton Foundation. Well, some of those who were investigating and speaking out.
Oh, these are some of the people who was calling it out, and they always end up disappearing or say they unalived themselves. Shout out to this brother and any other brothers that called it out.
CEO Eric Braverman disappeared. Not long after John Podesta named him as a possible mole within the Clinton Foundation. Well, some of those who were investigating and speaking out against the Clintons' involvement in child sex trafficking in Haiti have ended up that way.
John Ash, who was facing trial for tax fraud, died June 22, 2016, in his house in Westchester County. The UN said he'd had a heart attack, but the local Dobbs Ferry police said his throat had been crushed, presumably by a barbell he dropped while pumping iron. He was involved with the Clinton family, as well as art dealing and laundering money through restaurants. And it is very important to note John's link to the highly controversial Art in Embassy program, an operation that allows high-profile people to ship art, and this includes living art, through a private shipping channel that bypasses airport security.
One of the most talked about cases in the Pizzagate scandal revolving around Haiti and the Clinton Foundation, undoubtedly, is Monica Peterson.
On November 14th, the Laboratory to Combat Human Trafficking reported that Monica Peterson, investigating the Clintons' involvement in Haiti for the Human Trafficking Center, mysteriously died the day before. Peterson had been highly critical of the Clinton Foundation, writing on her blog, "Hillary Clinton should get far more scrutiny for her scandalous conduct."
And I just showed y'all, Epstein funded the Clinton Foundation. Prayer works. I know that's right. Say it again, crypto. Prayers over all of y'all. May the Most High cover and bless y'all and grab y'all in the bosom in his mighty Kayav hand, mighty Ya'ad arm and hand of the Most High. May you be covered and blessed and anointed in favor, grace as you go forth and be the light in your walks every day. Be the light, children of the Most High. Yeah, prayer works. That part. Let's go.
In Haiti, from rigging the March 2011 presidential election for her favored candidate Michael Sweet Get Farm Trafficking Center, mysteriously died the day before. Peterson had been highly critical of the Clinton Foundation, writing on her blog, "Hillary Clinton should get far more scrutiny for her scandalous conduct in Haiti." From rigging the March 2011 presidential election for her favored candidate Michael Sweet Mickey Martelli, supporter of the CIA-created death squad, to ensuring that her brother Tony Rodham and a company that barely exists got a sweetheart gold mine concession in Haiti that royally cheated the state of Haiti. In a letter to her...
So Hillary's brother Tony Rodham got they hands was all in, and you know they're taking the minerals out of the earth and trafficking the children and all that stuff, but they doing it all around all these countries.
More scrutiny for her scandalous conduct in Haiti. From rigging the March 2011 presidential election for her favored candidate Michael Sweet Mickey Martelli, supporter of the CIA-created death squad, to ensuring that her brother Tony Rodham and a company that barely exists got a sweetheart gold mine concession in Haiti that royally cheated the state of Haiti. In a letter to her friend, Peterson had uncovered 2 huge trafficking scandals and a social displacement scandal with billions in unaccounted earthquake aid leading directly back to the Clintons. She had just begun investigating the correlation regarding the Clinton Foundation's Caracol Industrial Park complex and its connection to a human trafficking network when her life was mysteriously cut short.
The Haiti Sentinel reported that just 2 days before a major anti-human trafficking sting took place on the island, the Clinton Foundation announced that it would be cutting all programs in Haiti.
The Clinton Foundation just announced on Saturday that it's going to be cutting its programs in Haiti and splitting them into separate entities. This stirred controversy and speculation on the internet as to the timeliness of this because it occurred just a day or so between the Haitian child trafficking bust that rescued 31 girls ages 13 to 17.
She doesn't have to answer any questions right now.
She has scrubbed the server and their emails will never see.
She was supposed to have her emails separate to begin with. And then she wiped the server clean.
How can you get answers from the ones that were scrubbed?
If there's nothing to hide, why do they always act? I don't think they are.
Conflict of interest concerns have surfaced around presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. Her nonprofit organization got millions of dollars from foreign donors while she was Secretary of State.
The biggest individual donations came from Ukraine.
Wouldn't it at least be fair to look into it and ask these questions?
Everybody, this day revealing. Shout out Traveling Lamp. Shout out to everybody new coming in on the live streams. Welcome you all to the house of the Most High. Everybody, it got exposed that she was getting these millions and millions of dollars while she was Secretary of State, all right, under Obama, from all of these Ukraine, from Saudi Arabia, from all, and this is a conflict of interest, it's treasonous, right? She was getting all these millions, and they're like, for what favors? But everybody, all of these millions that she was getting, this is allegedly stuff, right? Y'all can look it up. It's actual out there, but I'm trying to speak. Y'all know how we got to do, right? Allegedly. So they were saying allegedly that all of these millions coming from all of these countries, these powers, that there would be wars in the countries, and then all of the people that they warned, the children would end up missing. Do you understand? By the hundreds of thousands. All right. So let's continue.
Excuse me.
There's
someone in the chat that said a few things. Their name is Afua Warner. They said, this planet cannot be fixed if good, righteous Black people do nothing. We know now individuals can't alone. Community action is necessary, a strategic plan.
Facts. I agree. And yep, he's right. Good Black people, good white people, good brown people, whatever color. But you're right. I agree. And, he's speaking for his own nation of people, that we got to step up. And my white brothers and sisters that's righteous, step up for the white ones and the Hispanics, whatever nations of people, they call us colors, right? But whatever nation, he's correct. And you're right. And that's why we are gathered together. And that's why some of y'all find us and y'all might subscribe. I wish some of y'all hit that like button, because that let others know, right? Because I'm Shadowban. So praise the Most High, he found a way that we could reach more people. Now, I didn't even want to do this content. I just understand. I'm a ministry. We do ministry. Like I got years on this, right? Shadow banned for years. And the Most High told me like a month or two ago to do this. And I didn't want to. Honestly, the ministry know about it. I was going, but I always do what the Father says, the Most High. I call him Yah, that's his name, right? I always do what he said. I might pout and complain a little bit, not too much, right? But I'm going to do what he says. I might not like it, right? It might not be what I want, but so I did it, and then he said, next week, do it again. Because I wanted to we was doing a series about Rome. We was at the point of the Greeks, the Hellenes, and then Rome entering Helen. Like, cause we do powerful lessons. Look at our what's the name? Our portfolio of our lessons, right? Over a million hours on YouTube. But Shadowban, not a lot of views, right? They only let us get like thousands of views, right? 1 or 2,000, right? Something like that, 7 to 1,000 views. But but the hours watched, right? Quality content. So I did the first time, and I wanted to just go back to teaching, and the Holy Spirit said, and I'm like, come on. I'm like, okay. So I did it again the next week, next live. And then they said, do it again. And then I had to sit down with the phone, right? I was like, all right. Because I remember I was on the end of my bed. I'm like, I don't want to do this. And I can hear clearly, this is what this is what you ought to do, right?
Excuse me.
And hold on, I got you. And so then I just did it. And then as I kept doing it, somehow more people, like the Most High opened the door where y'all could find us. Because we shadow ban, we only get about 7 to 1,000 people on the video. That's all they ever let us get. Every now and then we'll slip through and might get 2 or 3,000, but they never let us get nowhere, right? Deep shadow ban. And it started to, and then as I kept doing it, I could feel the Father was pleased with what I'm doing, and I could see y'all are coming. I said, okay. And then as I'm now, I see, he said, this is what you are to do, right? There's a time and place for everything. This is the time you're in, right? And you have to, this is a work. So I started to do it, and then I realized I'm actually good at it. That's what I'm realizing now. Like when I was putting this together, because it took me like 10, 15 hours to put this stuff together and to cut it and find it. And I'm like, I'm actually good at this. And then I could feel the Holy Spirit like, duh, that's why the Father wants you to do, focus. I'm like, I'm actually really good at it. Okay, I get it. I see. And y'all are starting to find. And that's what it's about. It's the truth being spread, and listening and doing what the Most High wants you to do, even if it's not what you want to do. You understand? His will, not ours. All right. Go ahead, Hakiana.
And there was the one comment. Let me pull it up. It is from Traveling Lamp. They say this channel is definitely in the top 5 most important on YouTube right now.
Well, thank you so much, Traveling. I humbly received that. And I thank you all for appreciating all the work, right? The ayada, the work that is done. It is work for the Father, and it is to, and that's it. That's what we're each of us. Nobody's less or more important than anyone else. The Most High sees us all equal. You understand? We're his children. We just have different purposes in our life. You understand? Right? So I was doing this when I'm reaching one person, and I'll do it even if no matter what. I've been doing it for years, reaching one. I remember my sister like, how ain't nobody ever gonna watch you, and how are they gonna find you? I don't know. I just gotta teach. And I was teaching for years. And then somehow the Most High just people start to find, but it's because it's not about that. It's about being truthful and honest and diligent and consistency, and not wavering, because the darkness don't waver in their darkness. They're consistent, right? They're diligent in their sin and transgression. So the righteous, we have to be, if the darkness is so strong in their evil works, how much more should we be in our righteous works, right? And that's all it is, doing this work, right? And I'm nobody. I come from the slums. You heard? I come from the lowest of the low, right? But I was a jewel in the slums, I guess. A black rose in the garden or something. I don't know. But praise the Most High. All right, now let's continue. Thank you, everyone. Couldn't defy subpoena, wiped her server clean. So when it started to come out that they got caught for trafficking those little ones in Haiti, she automatically disbanded the Clinton Foundation and broke it into other organizations. That's what they always do, guys. They rename themselves into other organizations, but they keep going. They never stop. They just splinter off and rename other LLCs, organizations, and keep going as normal. But it came out that she was getting these donations from all these countries as she was Secretary of State, which is a what's the name to office. That's a crime. That's illegal, right? So let's continue.
bust that rescued 31 girls ages 13 to 17.
She doesn't have to answer any questions right now.
She has scrubbed the server and their emails we'll never see.
She was supposed to have her emails separate to begin with. And then she wiped the server clean.
How can you get answers from the ones that were scrubbed?
If there's nothing to hide, why do they always act
I don't think they are.
Conflict of interest concerns have surfaced around presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. Her nonprofit organization got millions of dollars from foreign donors while she was Secretary of State.
The biggest individual donations came from Ukraine.
Wouldn't it at least be fair to look into it and ask these questions about whether or not the giving of foreign money to a
Everybody, this is back then when we knew nothing about Ukraine, right? This before that war and all this stuff. Now we know about Ukraine. The biggest money donations was coming from Ukraine to Hillary's foundation. All right? Watch this. The tie.
Ukraine.
Wouldn't it at least be fair to look into it and ask these questions about whether or not the giving of foreign money to a foundation that belonged to that family in any way influenced the action that person took as Secretary of State?
The Clintons have made $150 million over the past decade.
Sidney Blumenthal appeared to be running State Department business.
Mr. Blumenthal's involvement was more wide-ranging and more complicated than previously known.
Helping Hillary Clinton in a capacity that nobody knew about.
He's basically the personification of a Clinton insider.
And in all kinds of ways that bring up some very big concerns.
Advising Secretary Clinton on Libya while he had business interests there.
Bottom line here, Blumenthal sent intelligence to an alternate personal email account while being paid by the Clinton Foundation.
Several Gulf states have been donating money to
And they said, given the information on Libya, RIP to Gaddafi. Boy, they did Gaddafi dirty. I'm gonna bring that out on another live, bro. Gaddafi, and they didn't even want Gaddafi tried to resign 3 times to America. He said, I will go away, I will leave. And they said that allegedly Obama administration, we want him unalived because we need to take all of his resources, everything. And they did a Gaddafi dirty, bro. That'll come out on another one. So that's the Libya connection. This was under Obama. So these people, you thinking, and this is when Hillary was his Secretary of State, you're thinking that they were just all peaceful. That's what we thought, right? But they was doing this stuff worldwide, bro.
Bottom line here, Blumenthal sent intelligence to an alternate personal email account while being paid by the Clinton Foundation.
Several Gulf states have been donating money to the Bill, Hillary, and Chelsea Foundation.
Tens and tens of millions of dollars from countries with atrocious human rights records.
Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, and Brunei.
She's taken money from countries that abuse the rights of women.
All those countries have been criticized by the State Department for violating women's rights.
Are they expecting something in return? Name one country on this planet in which we have a better relationship with them now than we did in January 2009.
She was the Secretary of State.
Her handling of Benghazi.
Sidney Blumenthal.
She wiped the server clean and we will never see them.
They decide they're not going to play by the same rules.
She has to answer some very significant questions.
So let the conversation begin. I have a feeling it's going to be very interesting.
I have a feeling this is going to be very interesting too, and verifiably so. Hillary Clinton is not just linked to the deranged, satanic, and pedophilic characters of James Alefantis and John Podesta, but there are some more notable ones, such as George Soros and Frank Giustra. George Soros, a man who has been called the one-man Illuminati machine, donated millions to the Clinton Foundation for works in Haiti, even making personal visits with Hillary Clinton on several occasions. And I have to say, they both seem a little too excited when they come walking up on these poor little Haitian kids.
Oh my goodness. Do y'all see their faces? Soros. I didn't even know. He went there. Yo, bro, they've been doing this stuff when we didn't even know. Right? This way, but I didn't know about Soros until they did that fake Black Lives Matter stuff that took, the movement that was trying to speak out against, the unaliving of the blacks, and they turned it into a whole, that was Soros funded it, right? They was in, now look at his face.
On these poor little Haitian kids.
Look at his face. Oh my goodness, you talking about probably millions well, worldwide it is millions of little ones. Haiti alone probably reached millions too. They were there. He went and visited personally.
Frank Giustra, a very well-connected and powerful person, donated over $100 million to the Clinton Foundation. One of his ventures is known as Elpida.
He gave $100 million over. This is, bro, I'm talking, you talking, yo, and look at his logo for his company. This is the Man Love logo, Boy Love. You can't make this up, bro.
Frank Giustra, a very well-connected and powerful person, donated over $100 million to the Clinton Foundation. One of his ventures is known as Elpida. Look at the image spray painted on one of the compound walls. Does that look familiar? By now it should. It's the Boy Lover logo, right on the wall at an Elpida project. Elpida, or should we say Elpedophile, just happens to work with refugees, and you will find that the federal international human trafficking agencies are even more sinister than the Child Protection Services. There is also a strong connection between the Clinton Foundation and the British royal family, through the new Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau.
All right, so how does any of this relate to the royals and the Clintons? Well, you may recall when Justin Trudeau was sworn in as the Prime Minister of Canada, he swore a very lengthy and detailed pledge of fealty to the Queen of England.
I, Justin P.J. Trudeau, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I shall keep secret all matters.
Trudeau announces $241.5 million donation to the Clinton Foundation. Everybody, I started off and I showed y'all Epstein was one of the founders of the Clinton Foundation. We are in the United Kingdom. We ever shout the nod, y'all waking up, coming in the building. Yes, guard your children, Saudi tape. That's why we're exposing it. It go back because when you tie it all in, you understand how big it is. Do you understand how big this is? I ain't even gonna get through all my clips. I got 10 more clips. I guess we'll be here to 3 in the morning. So I'm probably gonna do one more and close out somehow because I'm like, dang, I got enough stuff for a whole nother 3-hour live. All right? But we'll do it another time.
The Queen of England.
I, Justin P.J. Trudeau, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty, so help me God.
The excuse for this 241 point...
The devil's a lie. I would never make no doggone oath like that to no doggone majesty. You ain't my majesty. I'm sorry. No disrespect to my United Kingdom brothers and sisters, but I'm not... I got a king, and it ain't y'all, right? You see all that secrecy? I would do in secrecy and make an oath in secrecy and do the secret. What's all the secrecy? Right? Secret society trying to keep the eye on me. We're prodigy when we need them. Secret society trying to put the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society trying to keep their eye on me. Right? And you know they unalive prodigy too. R.P. the prodigy. Right? Him stays on Strong Island. All right? Let's continue.
In all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty, so help me God.
The excuse for this $241.5 million donation to the corrupt Clinton Foundation is supposedly that it will support projects that will provide critical sexual and reproduction health services around the world.
Strange timing for a prime minister to donate over $250 million to a nonprofit organization ran in the private sector by a former U.S. president and Secretary of State. A time where the trafficking investigation in Haiti was at its highest. It's not just the British royals. There are some big Arab royal families involved in all of this too, and who heavily support the Clinton Foundation. Nations that are known for dark pedophilic tendencies, such as Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia. What's very interesting is that Tony Podesta has big clients among the Arab elite. The Podesta Group lobbied for fracked gas to be exported from the United States to foreign partners. That project is funded by the Qataris. In so many ways, all of these pieces fit together in the same puzzle.
Now let me explain. Tony Podesta is John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. These are the ones where WikiLeaks came out. These are agents. These be spies like Epstein. They are spies. Meaning they're agents between countries, right? And these are all in these pedophile PDF conglomerate, bro. It's worldwide. Do you understand? And these are these billionaires. Okay, so their files all came out, right? From the WikiLeaks, from Hillary Clinton files, the WikiLeaks files, and they squashed it. The Biden administration and all of them, and the Clinton, they squashed it. Now it's coming back out now again because of the president that's in there now. I'm sorry, not sorry. It was coming out when he was in there the first time, and they squashed it, and now he's back in again, and it's out again. See, I look for patterns. You heard? Y'all can get caught up in media and making you think this one's the bad guy. You ain't going to tell me who to see the bad guy. I need to discern for myself. And I know by seeing patterns. You know them by their fruit. Look at the works. Who is doing something? Who is trying to cover it and who is exposing it? Do you understand? Let's go.
Lobbied for fracked gas to be exported from the United States to foreign partners. That project is funded by the Qataris. In so many ways, all of these pieces fit together in the same puzzle. Huma Abedin, Hillary Clinton's right-hand aide that has been with her for over 20 years after she was brought into the fold out of college, has strong family ties.
So this is the what's his name? Weiner. She been Hillary's right-hand sister. They all in the Epstein files. He was going to be groomed for being the president. All right? Later. That would have probably been later after Michelle, after everything. It would have been Weiner. He was going to be the mayor of New York until the files, his laptop got exposed. That's where it all fell. So the WikiLeaks came from his laptop because her and Hillary, they all in there speaking, talking all their trysts and all the stuff they're doing. That's them two. Right? Y'all go study and show yourself approved and watch it. All right. Thank you. Moninget. Sorry, it's hard for me to say some of y'all. Moninget. I don't know how to say it, but thank you so much. All right, let's continue.
Huma Abedin, Hillary Clinton's right-hand aide that has been with her for over 20 years after she was brought into the fold out of college, has strong family ties to the Muslim Brotherhood. And Clinton has admitted to receiving big donations, millions of dollars for her pet projects from the Qatari government, members of the Muslim Brotherhood, and especially Saudi Arabia.
Now, this Muslim Brotherhood, that's why it's such a push. No disrespect to nobody Muslim, but I'm calling out what it is. That's why it's such a push to have these Muslims in America now, in office. Do you understand? In New York. In Minnesota, right? And they love this Sharia law. Understand? Oh, I'm going somewhere. We about to close out with a bang. All right, let's close out with a bang. This is why it's right in your face now. They are trying to push this, and that's why the president now is like, America first. Forget all this stuff, because they're trying to push all these Muslims into these positions in the administrations, and they're trying to enact these laws, and they're all about PDF, Sharia law. Sorry, not sorry. That's what the culture was built on from the foundation. Look, Kingdom has turned Jeddah into a SEX slave market, Saudi princess reveals. Watch this. We going somewhere. We going to close out with a bang.
Millions of dollars for her pet projects, has admitted to receiving.
Julian Assange and ISIS and Clinton Foundation are both funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Let's go.
Big donations, millions of dollars for her pet projects from the Qatari government, members of the Muslim Brotherhood,
and then she mentioned one of the most repulsive things, buying and renting the little ones, especially the orphans from countries like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, the Philippines, Djibouti, Somalia, Nigeria, Romania, and Bulgaria. That's what I want y'all to understand, because I'm showing Haiti got exposed because it was so much and they got exposed. And I know a lot of my nation of people, so-called blacks, will be like, well, it's just the blacks. No, it's not. It's the children from every nation. Now, are they classified differently? Yes, correct. They're classified that they want different things from different children, but it's children of every third world nation. I don't care what it is, all across the world. These devils are setting up jungles, these temples of Baal worship, sacrifice these babies, and they start wars in these countries. And with the wars, that's that stuff going on with Palestine and stuff, okay? I don't want to say, y'all know what I'm talking about, right? And there's millions of these kids, brown, missing, right? Right? And these go missing because once it's under the guise of a war, right? Under a war, then it's casualties, right? So it's under Biden, it was 300,000 children missing. That'll come out on another one. It was going to come out tonight, but I got so much to come out. We'd be here all night, right? So everybody listen, it's all nations. So these people, especially third worlds, these children go missing. You won't never even know. That's why I showed on the last one, what's her name? The model, Naomi Campbell and them, right? Setting up in Kenya and setting up. And that's why I was pointing out to y'all. Remember my Kenya brother was like, Kenya's doing all right. No, they going to the poor. They going to the right. And then they start these wars and these governments and these dictators and these presidents and these leaders and prime ministers of all these countries, they all serve devil of money, mammon. They'll sell their mama for the mammon. Do you understand? So they sell the children. Do you understand? All right? Thank you, everybody that's watching tonight, right? This is what we always do. We live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Wait, Friday, come back, 9 p.m. We start about 9:15 or whatever, come back. We go long, all right? And it's all the time, right? Now look what it says, especially the orphans from countries like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, the Philippines, Djibouti, Somalia, Nigeria, Romania, Bulgaria. The children become the property of those who buy them and are not allowed to leave without permission. Even the Asian maids who come to work often find themselves in a kind of slave-like position. Young girls are divided into smaller groups and exploited for immoral acts. Trafficking of white women and exploiting them for sexual practices is also relatively common. Members of the royal family, government, ministers, and business tycoons were caught. See, it's going to all come out. Let's continue.
Especially Saudi Arabia. Just ask yourself why the Podesta Group receives $140,000 a month from the Saudi Arabian government, and why is Tony Podesta a registered foreign agent for Saudi Arabia? Ask yourself why James Alefantis, a pizza shop owner, is close friends with this guy.
So Tony Podesta, brother John Podesta, Hillary's campaign manager, why is he getting $140,000 a month from this Saudi Arabia? They getting millions a year from all these are spies, these are cross agents. And why is Alefantis, who just owned a little pizza parlor in DC, Ping Pong Pizza Night, what do they got to do? See, Pizzagate tells it all, and Epstein is in it.
James Alefantis, a pizza shop owner, is close friends with this guy. A guy who clearly has shadowy and deep state relations in Saudi Arabia.
That's him. See, when you understand spiritual discernment, they look the part. They look like the devils that they are. Right? I don't know. It's just an energy, guys, that come across from these people. It's like, bro, these are serpent seed. They have no heart. They have no compassion. They can do these to the children, women, little boys, older. They can do whatever, and they don't care. It's just for money. The love of mammon is the root of all evil, right? They do everything for this mammon. They have no compassion and empathy. Their aura is antimatter. That's a good one. All right? Yeah, they be looking like devils, right? Demons. They all, it's like you could, now if you got discernment, you could see it, right?
Foreign agent for Saudi Arabia. Ask yourself why James Alefantis, a pizza shop owner, is close friends with this guy. A guy who clearly has shadowy and deep state relations in Saudi Arabia and with other Arab royals. Many of the young women that were captured by ISIS were
Oprah's in it too. She did it with Kenya. She got, I think hers is 30,000 of those women, children missing, right? Yeah, they all in it. Oprah, any of these, most of those celebrities, that's how they got to those positions. And some of them, the ones who try to get out of it or don't, they lose their authority or they'll unalive them or something, right? All right, so let's continue.
in Saudi Arabia and with other Arab rulers, is close friends with this guy. A guy who clearly has shadowy and deep state relations in Saudi Arabia and with other Arab royals. Many of the young women that were captured by ISIS were sold as sex slaves inside of Saudi Arabia.
Lamia Aji Bashar.
See? So these wars, we hear about the wars, right? We hear about ISIS and all this stuff, but we didn't think, because we didn't know that they was doing, we didn't think that, yeah, they're saying they had a war in Afghanistan, ISIS, Saudi Arabia, all these places, Iran, but we're not thinking the women and children, the little boys that are going missing, right? We hear about like the bomb might have been blown and this amount of people have died, but we never hear how many go missing. Do you understand? We never hear about that part. All right, let's continue.
Many of the young women that were captured by ISIS were sold as sex slaves inside of Saudi Arabia.
Lamia Aji Bashar, an 18-year-old Yazidi girl who escaped her Islamic State group enslavers. As she was trying to escape, her two friends stepped on a landmine. Bashar survived the blast and is now free, but her little 9-year-old sister is still enslaved. It's estimated there are still 3,000 women and girls being held as sex slaves. ISIS is even using technology to keep track of the girls and sell them. The terrorists are using encrypted software inside of apps like Telegram and WhatsApp to advertise 12-year-old virgins for sale. The women and children are mostly from the Yazidi community. They were taken prisoner in August 2014 when ISIS fighters overran their villages.
Technology and the ambition of the people to want to know the truth had finally caught up with the Clintons, and Hillary decided to make a public appearance addressing the allegations against her. She chose none other than politics and prose to speak to the people. It's sick how they are throwing it all up in our face and mocking us. Hillary Clinton downplayed the emails and even poked fun at the pizza sex trafficking scandal she was all wrapped up in, and of course she had to. There has been so much evidence piling up against her and Bill Clinton that people from all over America are still to this day calling for her arrest. And the fact they have not been arrested shows how much power they really have. But one of the most condemning evidences in the Clinton sex trafficking connection, one she is having a very hard time separating herself from, is her business relationship with Laura Silsby. Laura Silsby was charged with child abduction and criminal conspiracy for attempting to kidnap 33 children from Haiti. Most of these kids had families. Silsby's representative, a man by the name of Puela, was also convicted of sex trafficking. Something worth mentioning about Laura
Man, his wife.
Silsby.
His wife, that's a Dominican. She was taking the children from Haiti into Dominica, and they caught her under the Clinton Foundation. And his wife, the Juan Puello, his wife was already incarcerated for trafficking children of Afghanistan, all through Central and South America. All right?
Happened to be present at the White House when James Alefantis.
Now, we broke this down last time. She just happened to be present at the White House after she got freed from their stuff in Haiti when the Clintons freed her from them for stealing those children in Haiti.
About Laura Silsby. She just happened to be present at the White House when James Alefantis and the gay porn prostitute stayed there for 2 days. Is it possible that they were all attending the same meetings? Considering that the likes of all three of them should have never been spending the night at the White House in the first place, it is certainly possible.
So under, under Clintons, James DeFantis, the one from the Comet Pizzagate WikiLeaks, this PDF file, and her, the stolen, they spend the night at the White House. They having sleepovers in the White House.
Now, after all of this evidence pointing towards the Clintons' involvement inside and outside of Haiti, and knowing their connection with Silsby and James Alefantis, it brings a whole new meaning to the post from James Alefantis on his Jimmy Comet page. A picture of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles saying, "Whip up a Haitian special."
So everybody, James Alefantis, Comet Pizza, Tony Podesta, the Podesta, Hillary's campaign manager. We showed the other video exposing Pizzagate on this channel. Y'all go back to the old live streams and watch them, right? You'll see. We expose all the Pizzagate and everything, him. And we expose his Instagram where he's selling the kids on there. Guess what he put up? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with the pizza party. And look what they writing in his chat. Hashtag time for a pizza. Hashtag book. Miguel at Jimmy Comet. That's the Comet Pizza. I'm voting for pizza. Celebs Arc. I want to be there so bad. Somebody put pizza, pizza, love. These are PDF descriptions for molesting the little ones. This person says, I'm on my way. This person says, Dr. NWO, whip up a Haitian special with extra cheese. So in Alefantis' Instagram thread, when they was stealing the Haitian children, he posts, because he posted all, whip up a Haitian special. Look what Keck Magic wrote under it. Lord Keck will strike at the followers of Moloch. See, guys, you can't make this up. So this is what they said we were conspiracy theorists. They took my channel back in 2021, right? All right, for exposing it, right? But I guess it wasn't the time, right? Now, they say we conspiracy theorists. Do y'all understand what the last person wrote? Moloch. Lord Keck will strike at the followers of Moloch. Baal, Moloch, whip up a Haitian special with extra cheese. These little ones from the Haitians. So this is an advertisement on his Instagram, allegedly, of them doing. That's why this person said, I want to be there so bad. This is what was going on in Comet Pizza in the basement. Remember I showed on the other one where it showed his freezer, and he called it the murder chamber, his freezer. And so this is what he would post on Instagram, and this is how they advertise. And that's why the people like, I'm going to be there so bad. This one said, I'm on my way. So that meant they must have got a fresh shipment of the little Haitians, right? And this person said, followers of Moloch. Baal and Moloch. Yeah, this part.
Excuse me?
Uh-huh.
We have a few questions and some comments. Is that okay? Or would you like more later?
Yeah, quickly.
Okay.
Because
The first one is
close with a
from,
bang.
okay. The first one is from Sit. It's a long name, so I'm just going to say Sit.
Shout out
It
to Sid.
says, I get spiritual attacks from time to time. I love this. More people like you in the world will be a better place. And
Thank you so much. I humbly appreciate that. And you're gonna get it. I get attacks too. I just went over this last weekend was bad for me, really bad. And the way that I work through it is I know that this too shall pass, right? And I know that there's ebbs and flows in life, and no matter what, bad's gonna come, good gonna come, right? It's just gonna come. So as the bad come, I try to recognize it for what it is at the time and know that I gotta try to get through it with as much peace, as shalom as I can, and work my way through it, right? And know that at the other end, it'll get better, and then it's gonna come again around too. So I understand that. So yeah, I get these spiritual attacks. They're gonna come for all of us. but try to, one of the mantras I say, or I don't know if it's called a mantra, but one of the statements I like to say is, this too shall pass. I know that it's happening now, but it won't last forever. It'll pass. And that helps me to get through it. All right, go ahead, Hakim.
He continues and says 2026 is the year of exposing these animals.
I think so too. And it's funny, guys, because that's why when the Most High told me to start doing this, I was like, I don't want to do this. I want to keep teaching. He said, no, now. And I'm like, oh. And now I see why. And after doing all this work, now I got a lot of hours of this now, right? Now I see why he said do it, because I guess he's giving me a gift at doing it, exposing. So I said, okay, I see why, right? Of course, you don't got to have a gift at it, but I do see his gift as I'm putting. I say, Yah, Father, I call him Yah, right? Y'all can call him God, the Most High, whatever. But I know his name in Psalms. He says my name is Yah, right? So I call him Yah, right? The Hebrew Messiah, the Hebrew God, right? This is a Hebrew book. It just is what it is, right? Sorry, I ain't trying. It's not religious. It's spiritual relationship, but I call my Father Yah, right? So I'm like, Yah. I'm like, I see. I get it. I get it. Thank you for the gift. And now that I know, I will work even harder to put it together for your children and do the best I can. So everything I do it as if the Father is watching. That's what the scripture says. That's what our Messiah says, that y'all call Jesus, right? Our Messiah, the King, right? Yahweh Shah, Yahshua, Yahayashah, however, Habariah, whatever Hebrew title or English name you want to call him, Jesus. He said, same thing, instructions. So I do things as if the Father, as I'm doing it unto the Father. Do all things as if you're doing it for the Father, because you actually are. So even in your little jobs where you don't like to work at the job, right? I remember I was trying to be righteous. I used to steal staples at the job and stuff, right? You try to take stuff home, toilet paper. I'm like, oh, Father, see me, this is stealing. I'm like, okay, I can't do this no more. And I'm like, because you're used to stuff. And I'm like, the company won't miss it. But I'm like, my Father sees everything. Right? So it's, again, we're on different levels. I'm just giving y'all some of my testimony. But I do all things as if I'm doing it unto the Father. And so when I do it, I do my best at it. I try to do my best at everything. So even the presentations, right? So, and that's for you guys, right? That's for those who are going to receive. I try to make it the best presentation as I can so that it can be easily digestible for y'all, and hopefully y'all can gain some and learn and go and teach someone else and spread it forward, right? It's pay it forward. Praise the Most High. Go ahead, Akiyama.
The next one is from Araya. She says, I heard someone say everyone has their own path and way. Could we break down for people the way? I know we all have different works, but shouldn't our way or path be the same? I'm just asking a question.
Okay, no. Now let me explain, Marawaya. You're right. They're kind of right. Everyone does. Now I'm gonna explain it. That's what she want me to explain it. We do have different ways. None of our ways are really the same. We are many branches. It should be leading to the same place, Marawi. I know that's where you're going. This is where people go wrong. All of our paths will probably be a little different. Some of them will mirror, right? Because remember, the Most High's children is scattered across the four corners of the planet Earth, right? And it's billions. So there are going to be branches that are going all over here, and yours is going over here. That's not the same way. So there's going to be levels of who this one can reach over here. But the end part should all reach to the Father. That's what the Messiah said. He said, lead, his name means the path to the Father, the Dalayat. He is the way, the truth, and the life, the path, right? Now, some might not even know who he is, but in their works, meaning they could be growing up in the jungle, ain't never read a Bible, ain't never heard the name Yahayashah, Yahshua, Yeshua, Yahusha, Jesus. They ain't never heard nothing, but in their works, in that jungle, in the work that they do, they're helping the meek, the hungry, the poor, they taking care of the animals, that you'll see the Father's image. So in their path, wherever they at, they don't even speak your language and stuff, right? But if you go amongst them, you will see the righteous and the unrighteous, and they have a lane and a path, but it all should lead to one, to the oneness of the Father, the righteousness. That's where, so the end goal should lead the same place. The problem is when you take your path and say, well, we all got our path and I'm on my path and I'm this, right? But then your path, you don't end at the same place mine's. Mine is ending with the Most High, our Father, and He is righteous. You understand? He is. Yah is. That's Ayah in the Hebrew tongue. Ayah. It means I am. Right? So that's why it says, I am that I am. That's Ayah, Asha, Ayah, when you speak the original Habariyah tongue, right? So that's where you get Yah, Ayah. If you put Yah, his name, with Ayah, it got I am Yah, I be Yah. And you put Hayah, that's he is Yah. That's the first person is the first person singular of Ayah. But Haya is a second person meaning he is. So if I put Haya with Yah, Yah, that means he is Yah, he be Yah, Yah exists. See? That's why you gotta understand the original tongue. But anything you put with the name is describing something about the name. So Mashiach's name, let's say if his name was Yahayashah or Yahweh Shah or Yahasha, right? Right? That means Yah is the delivering to Yah. The Yah is salvation. I am the path to the Father. And that's what his purpose was when he came. He came to be the way, the truth, and the light to lead us to his Father. That's what he said his ministry was. I come to lead you back to the Father. I come from the lost sheep of the house, right? And the lost sheep, for them, lead them back so the lost sheep can go forth and lead the other nations of people, the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people back to the Father, back to righteousness, back to the truth, morality, the light. These other people, what we do in this lesson, they lead you to the devil. They lead you to the adversary of the Most High. Okay? So yes, Mariah, now with your point now, some people, they do this, well, I'm on a different path and we'll see where your path ends up. So you let them go. You try, go on. Okay. Long as you being right. See, what you can do is acknowledge their path. This is how you do it, Mariah. Okay, you don't receive what I'm doing. We kind of not equally yoke on the path. But if I observe what your path, is it righteous? Is it helping the meek, the humble, the elderly, the poor, the children, the earth, the animals? Is it a righteous path? If it's a righteous path and I see my Father's image in it, then it ain't my business. Y'all listen clearly. That ain't my business. Y'all got people, the Most High got people that's going to be in every path because somebody can reach somebody else. I'm set on a certain path to reach people who can receive me. Everybody ain't going to receive me. That the Most High don't make you to be received by everybody. That's what celebrities want. That's what celebrated entities are. They want to be loved by the world and everybody. You become a star. That's fallen angel stuff. The Most High got us lowered and humbled. You are to reach a select group. He have other people to reach select groups, individuals. And I can't say that someone's path ain't as important as mine or less important. Y'all understand? Everybody's path, the Most High don't see nobody is more important than anyone. The least of these, right? He got them from the lowest, what you could call low, to the highest. But he said he who was raised is lowered, right? So those who doing the most work will appear to be don't have the most. That's that level of servitude where you serve so much and you don't look like you got all the money in the world, but you got spiritual wealth. You understand? Right? Store up my treasures in the kingdom that have come to the Most High, right? So I'm here to do my work, the purpose. That's why I don't got my riches like I used to. I was rich in the world. I was a multimillionaire. Those who know my Uncle Yahshua 25 Life Testimony TV is my testimony channel. Watch that. Y'all gonna be like, dag, Uncle. Okay, so now I know who you is. Yeah, the Most High made me do a testimony TV channel 5 years ago to tell everybody who you are so they can know who you are in me and how I called you and how you got to this election, right? So you know them by their fruit. Okay, so anyway, when I was serving the world, I was rich. I was a millionaire. I was, doing my thing outside. All my cars, my Bentleys, my Benzes, my cars, my nightclubs, my construction, real estate, construction development company. I was outside, living. But now, right, I'm lower because I got a purpose, right? And so now I don't have those monies, but I got spiritual wealth. Do you understand? And all my job now is to serve all of you. I'm here every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to serve you, and I'm not monetized. I just showed that to the ministry yesterday because they took some of our videos down, and I showed them. I said, see, every time I put a video up, they say, not my, this will not be mine. I'm used to that. That's why I said, don't worry about that. I ain't doing this for no money. I'm doing this because it's my purpose. And each of y'all got a purpose, and nobody's purpose is greater or less than another. Each is equally needed. You understand? The Most High don't see us like that. So now what you can look at, guys, if someone's path is different from you, all you got to pay attention to is if their path denotes righteousness. If you watch them along their journey, as long as it's a righteous path and doing good, that's of the Most High. That ain't none of your business. They might not know Yah, they might not know Yahuwah, they might not speak the Habara Yah, the language, they might not do this what you want, they might, but that Most High is guiding them because they got to reach somebody that He wants them to reach. The marker, the sign that it's of the Most High is righteousness. And you can discern righteousness as morality. Not saying perfect, I didn't say perfection. We all make mistakes, right? Are they repentant? Do they stay in darkness and sin? Or do they get back up on the horse and try to be good again and go? Are they doing more good than dark? Are they doing more righteous than unrighteous? That's a righteous path. You hear me, Marawiyah? A righteous path. That's the path that the Messiah says to walk. Everybody, the path is a dalayat in the Hebrew tongue. All right? And walking is the gamayal. These are letters of the ancient Habariyah tongue. It's the gamayal, walking along the path. And the daliyat is the door too. It's the fourth letter in the language, right? All right, in his tongue. This is the Messiah's original tongue. All right. So anyway, and they have me. It's a reason why I'm saying that, because once you understand what it all means, you'll be like, okay, now all of this makes sense. Because a lot of it won't make sense when you don't understand the euphemisms, the tongue, the language, the intonations, right? You got to understand the linguistics to really understand. It's like you won't understand another culture. It's like when you learn, when you learn Spanish or when you learn English or something, right? We got words that mean something different, right? Like the word to. We got a word in English called to, T-O. Then we got T-O-O. They mean something different. Then we got T-W-O, right? Now someone try and learn, they be like, but you just said to. But see, so in linguistics, it's not as simple. And in Hebrew, it's a powerful, it's the language of the Most High, Habariyah, not the Canaanite Hebrew. I'm talking about the original pictograph. The Canaanite one, it still got power in it, right? But they went and started putting Baal in it. They started putting the fallen angels in the language, right? That's why I call them a Hebrew, Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of language. They call it the Canaanite Hebrew language tongue, right? That's because they mixed it. All right, so anyway, yes. All paths shall lead to his doorstep. Facts. So now, hopefully, Marara, y'all, you understand that, and all of y'all. It doesn't. I used to think too. I used to think everybody, we all got to be on the same. Like, come on, you gotta. And the Most High showed me, I got people in this lane for this reason. You understand? And now He told me, all you gotta do is make sure that they're righteous. Look at their righteous works. As long as you see them being righteous, they on the right path. That's it. Just let them be. And if you see them start to go off the path of righteousness, that's when you could say, okay, come on, hold on. I see you starting to hang out and do drugs and do what you was on the right path. And you could try to get them back on their path of righteousness, but not try to get them on your path. Because each of your path, guys, is like a fingerprint. It's like the hand of your head. The Most High know us individual. There's ain't nobody path the same. Just like nobody fingerprint the same. Not now one of us. Billions of branches to the tree. Do you understand? And it leads to one, the Father, the Most High. And the Messiah came to lead us back there because we lost our way. That's what's His purpose and mission. That part. All right. Praise the Most High. That was a great question, Mararo, and I'm sure that helped a lot of people who want to know. Because everybody's on a journey and a purpose, and what's my purpose and my mission, and mine's ain't like that. Don't compare yourself either. Don't compare yourself to me, my election, nobody else's election. Well, I can't. I'm not as good. No, no, no. You good at something. The Most High made you uniquely yours. Do you understand? And he ain't make you in no error. There's no mistakes. He don't make mistakes. Do you understand? You were made for a purpose and a reason. You have to find it. That's the goal. And if you come here, you'll be able to find it, because I'm going to teach you nothing but righteous, expose darkness, but we teach righteousness. And in that righteousness, he'll be able, the more that you live a righteous life, guys, the more that he can impart blessings and wisdom and things, the more that your purpose can be revealed to you. Because of the righteousness, more is given to you. You understand? Release, right? Now, if you in your unrighteousness, then you got the adversaries releasing other dark thoughts and stuff to you. They'll give you gifts too, right? Of unrighteous stuff, money and stuff like that. All right? Praise the Most High. All right. All right, Hakiyama, that was it, right?
We got one more if you want to read
Go
now.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, this one is from Miss Chocolate Chips. Miss Chocolate Chips says, what do we do with this information? How can we save our children? And she also says, thank you so much for your life, and your chat is greatly appreciated.
Well, thank you. The ministry, the Most High have instructed us to be loving and kind and welcoming and receive it in his image. So the whole house, our whole ministry, we are all righteous light. And I'm not alone. It's all of us. So we welcome you. We being in the image of the Father. So thank you. Yeah, saving your children, the best you can do is warn them and guide them. It doesn't mean they're going to listen. It doesn't mean everybody's going to be saved, because they're not. Right? Woe to those. It's only 2/3 going to be saved, but we got to try, right? I try to save my children. They not here, right? They don't even log in or nothing. I raise them up and everything. They don't even want to hear what I got to say. But look, the Most High got other people worldwide who receive me. You get it? My own children. Sometimes the enemy comes with those in your own household too, right? But the Most High got a yeah, and that's the king. You can introduce them, but that don't mean they're going to receive, right? But you got to plant the seed, right? Come on, T. Plant the seed. That's all you can do. But don't think just because you're doing it that they're going to receive. That's not your worry. Your worry is to raise them up in the way, guide and lead them. Try to lead them righteous. If they don't receive it, that's on them. But you continue to try, because guess what? Even if your own don't receive you, you could find somebody else will receive you. Because I was shocked. I'm like, wow, I got other people's children all over the world who were raised in this ministry. I got people that was in this ministry from when they was 15, now they in their 20s. They married, they got kids, and they still in the ministry. Some of them look to me like an uncle or like a dad figure. You see, when my own children ain't even here. And I raised them right. They ain't got nothing to be mad at me about to complain, really. You know, nothing. They had a blessed life. But look what the Most High do. He'll have others who don't even know me from all over, and everybody, they have every nation, kindred, and tongue. Some of these people I'm talking about are white. Yeah, little white girls and boys, well, young men and women who are in our ministry, who are raised and see me as their uncle. And we have marriages in our ministry, because it's not racist. It's about children of the Most. I know some of y'all be like, what? Yeah. Yes, sir. Some of the moderators you think is black, they're not black, so-called. they grafted into the house of the Most High, Yasharel. Yeah, got here Habariah names and everything, right? So we're not a traumatized house either. Healing. I understand that other nations did things to us, but remember, we got cursed from our ancestors, and the Most High used a nation of people to destroy us, and those are a serpent seed nation. And these same serpent seeds is what we're exposing tonight. And they are black, white, brown, Arab, Saudi, Ukrainian, African, South African, American, German. These serpent seed coming every, you heard? Canaanites were black. That part, you heard? Now, let's continue. All right, that was it, right, Hakiyama?
Just one last praise is from Zazaya. Says all praise to the Most High. Ankh, there is nobody else I've seen on YouTube that can preach for hours without a break. I give you Tayada, which is thank you, for getting through the shadow ban, a righteous path.
Praise the Most High. Thank you. And that's supernatural too, that I can teach for all these hours and I don't even move. I just speak. Sometimes my voice be hurt, guys. Afterwards, it be pain. My legs will be swollen up. Like it's a labor. It just is what it is, right? I just gotta heal and get through it, right? So praise y'all. Like after the Friday lesson, I really take a breather. After the live stream on Friday, I'm like, okay, praise y'all. I made it through another week, right? Then I get a little day of rest, then I'm back at it Sunday to prepare for Monday, and back at it again. So, but the Most High said, don't call it burdensome. It's a purpose work. It can be heavy. It could be a lot. I ain't rich from it, but I'm rich in spirit. I'm rich in the fact that some of you guys receive the truth, and it might can help you go forth and help someone else. That's what we're called to be. That's what it is. It's a selflessness life of servitude, service. And it's crazy because they talk about it in scripture, but it's good to see someone actually living it. And I live it day in, day out. Go back to those. I've been living this for years in the public, and everybody ain't nothing. And I tell everything, right? Even my baby mama's exes are mad at me because I tell everything. Because the Most High told me, expose everything. Expose yourself. Testimony. Show everything, transparency, because when I send my children to you, I want them to know who I am in you. You get it? Who you are in me. Not follow you, they following me that's in you. They following you as you follow me. But the only way they're going to really know that is if you expose everything to them. Everything. And that's why he made me do the 25 to Life channel. I was really secretive. I grew up in the crack era. I had 25 to Life. I was a drug dealer, bro. And I was very successful. And I grew up at the time you didn't let nobody take your pictures. We ain't have no cell phones. We had beepers. We would go to the phone booth and I made millions. You heard? You go to my channel. Y'all see the 25. I got the pictures. I can show y'all here. Me and my Benzes, my car in the 80s with the big chains and Louis Vuitton suits and Fendi suits, the big chains and all the 3 and 4. Yeah, I come from that era, the 80s, for the Supreme Team and Fat Cat and the 80s crack drug era. I come from that generation. And I had the big 500 SELs, the BMW 7 Series. I had everything you could imagine. And I got the pictures of it all. We got receipts. That's why he made me do the 25 to Life channel, so that the people who say, who is this guy? Right? Who this? Because everybody teaching that. Everybody want to teach the Bible. Everybody, who this? So he said, and I was like, I don't want to show people. I spent my whole life staying away from the cameras. Now you want me to expose my life? And he said, everything. And I'm like, oh, come on, bro. See, this is when you really following the Most High. It is not something, it's not always it's not what you want. It's what he wants for you. And it's like, it'll be, a lot of times it'll go against what you want to do. But it just, when you give your will over to the Father, you do it. But then it works all. But once you do what he says, guys, at the end, you'll see it later. You might not see it at first. Later, you'll be like, oh, I see why you did that. Because guess what? Worldwide, the people, that's why y'all see our ministry guys welcome y'all so warmly and stuff. Because worldwide, from the years of putting it out, the people from all over the world, I'm talking about Africa, the United Kingdom, Canada, we from all over the world, all in the United States, white, black, we got East Indian, we got Africans, we got Hispanics, we got white, what you call white people, we got black of the blacks, what you call the white of the whites, the black of the, we got people from every nation, right, in our ministry. And it's because they seen the years of the testimony and they sat and watched and say, okay, I know who you are. And I said, now I see why you wanted me to expose everything, because they need to be able to see him in me, not follow me, follow the Father in me as I thought, right? And I said, I get it. But it was to my expense, right? Because now my whole life is just plastered, right? Which I'm secretive. I don't live like that. I never lived like that. You don't let your people know your business. I come from, you don't take my picture. I ain't doing that. Like I come because so anyway, praise the Most High. But at the end of it, guys, you'll see the fruit from it when you do what he says. It might not be what you want, but later, right? Once you do it, you'll see later, you'll be like, oh, I see why you did that. That was brilliant, right? And they'd be like, duh, I'm the Most High, duh, right? But you let him, once you live by him guiding your life, and you always listen to what he says, right? And as you build your righteousness, you will hear the voice. You will be able to discern between others speaking, other spirits, and his voice. It's a relationship that you'll develop. but it happens with you being righteous. And salvation is others' testimony. So that's why I have a testimony channel. All right. So thank you, everybody. All right, let's close out with this clip. I should have waited because this about to be dark. I should have did that dark clip, Hakyama, and then closed out with that. Right?
Someone in the comments asked for a prayer at the end. Maybe that can lighten the mood afterwards.
Okay, so yes, we'll pray at the end. We'll pray this out. All right. So now let's close with this. Because right here, right, I want to show y'all something. Because this is what they're doing to us, right? See the Clintons? And they getting all this money from all these Muslim countries, all right? And this is key to why America is being a flood of these Muslims get into position in our government, right? And then they in a position now, and now they're saying, right, they start off campaigning. You don't hear no Muslim prayer. No disrespect to any of my Muslim American brothers and sisters. I'm just speaking out what's going on, right? You see that they get in, but once they get in, now they talking right? They saying their things from their country, right? Like Ilhan and all of them, right? And that the dude in the mayor of New York and the other states, right? There's a flood of it, and the other administration is welcoming it. Now they're coming and they have this thing in their culture, right? They got laws, and their laws got something to do with them having children, sex with little children. See? Baal, Moloch, right? So you got to watch the patterns and the signs, right? And to close out, I had many more clips, but we're going to close out. We live again Friday. I'm going to show this to close out. This is the proof of what I'm talking about. This. Copyright disclaimers on effect. For educational purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. We reacted to the video. Watch this. This is what these people in these countries, the ones who gave Hillary and all of these millions, this is a worldwide thing where these countries, they don't care. It's the abuse of children. It's Baal and Moloch worship today. Copyright disclaimers on effect. Right here. Share this tab instead. Sharia law.
Rasulullah alayhi salatu wasalam got married to Sayyida Aisha radiallahu anha when she was 6. And the consummation.
So he said, whoever he said, no disrespect to their tongue, got married to his wife when she was 6 years old. This grown man. I don't know who he's talking about, which Muhammad whatever he's talking about. Listen clearly.
Rasulullah alayhi salatu wasalam got married to Sayyida Aisha radiallahu anha when she was 6. And the consummation of marriage took place when she was 9. She had already turned 9. All right. So if Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam al-iyaz
he got married to this little girl when she was 6, but the consummation took place when she was 9 years old. A grown man with a 9-year-old little girl, 6, right? Now this is what they believe, right? And they call themselves righteous and all that, right? Come on. And y'all know those who say they're a tribe of Judah and are not, those people over there in the park, they believe this too. Babylonian Talmud. They say you get them 3 years old, right? They said doing a 3-year-old baby is like poking a finger in the eye. That's what it says in the Babylonian Talmud. The devil's a lie. All right? Now watch this. Let's continue.
The consummation of marriage took place when she was married to Sayyida Aisha radiallahu anha when she was 6. And the consummation of marriage took place when she was 9. She had already turned 9. All right. So if Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam al-iyaz billah was a pedophile, then why did he have to wait? It is permissible for the ummah.
So he said, if he was a pedophile, this Alu Allah, I don't know who he's talking about. If he was a pedophile, then why did he have to wait for her to be from 6 years old to 9 years old? You gotta be kidding me. Now you see how clean and they look like righteous. They know all the words. They know, right? This crazy work. How is he a pedophile if he had to wait till she was 9 years old? Look, you can't make this up. Let's continue. Watch this.
Aisha radiallahu anha when she was 6. And the consummation of marriage took place when she was 9. She had already turned 9. All right. So if Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam al-iyaz billah was a pedophile, then why did he have to wait? It is permissible for the ummah to follow what Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam did.
Aisha didn't have a problem with what happened.
It's permissible for any Muslim to follow what the hula, I don't know who he's talking about. Allah, I guess that's, I don't know, is that Muhammad he's saying, right? He says permissible for any Muslim to follow what he did. So he basically, you can marry someone at 6, you can smash him at 9. Well, I don't want to say smash him when you're talking about no little child. You can grape, because that's what that is. That ain't smashing. You can grape that child at 9 because you're saying you married to her, right? He said that's permissible in this religion. Okay, listen clearly.
Aisha didn't have a problem with what happened. I think it's problematic when we have a problem.
Having sex with a 9-year-old is justified.
Yeah. Do you agree with child marriage?
Yes, yes.
Do you agree with child marriage?
I'm not going to deny it.
Do you agree with child marriage? Yes! Right. That is the problem.
What was the age of Aisha marriage?
Okay, you see it? Women and everything. Do you agree with child marriage? Yes. The other person, I ain't got no problem with it, right? Let's continue.
Have a problem.
Having sex with a 9-year-old is justified.
Yeah. Do you agree with child marriage?
Yes, yes.
Do you agree with child marriage?
I'm not going to deny it.
Do you agree with child marriage?
Yes!
Right. That is the problem.
What was the age of Aisha marriage? Simply put, old enough. Marrying near.
Oof. Let me play that back for you.
What was the age of Aisha marriage? Simply put, old enough.
What was the age of Aisha? Now I don't know who they're talking about. Marriage, old enough.
There you go.
Could a man have a marriage to a 5-year-old consummated if she started precocious puberty?
If she starts showing signs of physical maturity, then yes, that's permissible, as I stated. That's
what about
the principle.
age
4? Can a man have sex with a 5-year-old child if she started to show signs of puberty or whatever? He said yes. Listen clearly. This is what we need to get out of. This should not be alive in our country. It shouldn't be nowhere, right? But they need to take that back to their country, right? So you got these people coming in here, all right? No disrespect to any immigrants who are righteous, but come on, Leonard, we calling this out. You understand? Nah, we good. Y'all take that back to Saudi Arabia, take it back to Afghanistan, take it back to Somalia, take it back to wherever in Africa, wherever country y'all doing this at, you Muslim, this America, nah, we don't do that here. Nah. Unfortunately, the other administration is trying to allow them to do that here. I'm sorry, I'm not a politician. I'm a child of the Most High, and I'm going to call this out no matter what, okay? And the other administration is trying to allow these people to come here and get up positions and authority in our government and our system. The devil's a lie. They don't need to be at all. Take that back there. Now watch this.
Showing signs of physical maturity. She starts showing signs.
If she started to a 5-year-old and have a marriage to a 5-year-old consummated if she started precocious puberty.
Could you have a marriage consummated to a 5-year-old child if she started showing precocious puberty? And he says, yes. You're marrying a 5-year-old child and going to stick a grown man's wee-wee into a 5-year-old child? Everybody, hold on, let me do this correctly. I got you. Come on, Father. I told you we're going to close out with a bang. Let me show y'all this. Let's do it. Watch this. Come on. We're going to close out with a bang. That's why I said, I should have did that after the questions, right? Watch this. Stop, share screen. Come on, Father. Let's do it. Expose this. Y'all see this? Y'all know, Unc, we're going to bring receipts. Y'all see this? An 8-year-old child bride dies from internal bleeding after her wedding night. This little beautiful little girl, 8 years old, this nasty devil right here, had sex with her. An 8-year-old Yemeni girl passed on from internal bleeding on her wedding night in the wake of a wedding a man 5 times her age. A social activist and two nearby occupants said for a situation that's caused an outcry in the media and resuscitated banter about child brides. Okay? May the Most High bless that little girl's soul. All right? Arwa Atman, head of Yemen House of Folklore and the main rights committee, said the young lady recognized as Rawan was hitched to a 40-year-old man before the end of last week in the town of Midi and Hajaz, the territory northwestern Yemen. These devils. You heard? And he ain't white. He brown or whatever y'all want to call that. That's for the people who just be like, it's the white man, it's the white man, all that foolish stuff. The black ones doing it too. You heard? Blacker than blacks, whiter than whites, browner than browns. They all devil is as devil does. You heard? Now, we calling this out. Let's do this correctly. You heard? All right, I'll do that. Stop share. Let's get back. Come on. Come on. Expose it, Father. Share screen. Window. Watch this. Share.
There you go.
Could a man have a marriage to a 5-year-old consummated if she started precocious puberty?
If she starts showing signs of physical maturity, then yes, that's permissible, as I stated. That's
what about
the
age
principle.
4?
If there are signs
3.
of... So this is something that becomes biologically impossible because precocious
I have
puberty,
a study
there are
that shows
no...
it goes as early as 11 months.
Okay, so you see the clip.
3.
He said, if she's 5 years old and she showed precocious puberty, yes, you can consummate, have sex with that little girl. He said, what if she's 4? If she shows signs of precocious puberty, what if she's 3? Then he's like, okay, well now it goes, no, because he's correct. He said there's scientific studies to show some of them show precocious puberty at 11 months. So this is, and the Talmud says the same thing, guys, right? This is their belief. Do you understand? This is fallen angel, Moloch Baal sacrificing these grown men, gonna stick a grown man-sized wee-wee in a 5-year-old, a 4-year-old, or whatever, a child. Expose it all. The Most High says, expose it all. And these nations was given all this money to the...
Showing signs of physical maturity, then yes, that's permissible, as I stated. That's
what about
the
age
principle.
4?
If there are signs
3.
of... So this is something that becomes biologically impossible because precocious
I have
puberty,
a study
there are
that shows
no...
it goes as early as 11 months.
That was a lot. All right. We got to close out. It's 2:30. I had other clips. I'm going to have to find another way to bring them out another time because I had clips with others taking children from America's taking their babies, right? I got this white family and they took their babies, right? This military family, this was under the Clinton when he made the AFS program, Adoption and Safe Family Net. They were stealing, taking American children, okay? Yeah, CPS, facts, okay? And they was taking these and selling them and giving, remember I showed earlier that the adoption program was about taking them and putting them into adoption. And this family, this military couple, they had 8 children and they were beautiful family and enjoying themselves on vacation. And they came to take their children. You understand? We got the testimonies, bro. I was going to bring it out. You know what I mean? But we gotta close out.
Online.
Let me show you, because I'll do it another time. This is the family. See him? Watch this. I'm just let her tell a little bit of her story. Watch this.
We have 8 children. We travel full time with our kids, homeschool them. And a couple weeks after we had our last baby, I received a very odd, thought it was a lone wolf person message saying that your kid has severe jaundice, severe sunburn, lethargy, he's being trampled on by his siblings.
It was weird. It was like, I've been through this before too.
That
I
it's
have
okay
kids.
though that they can help me. And I'm like, no. That's weird. And so I blocked the person and deleted it.
But it wasn't just one person.
Nope. Turns out it's an entire...
All right, so we're going to do it. I just want to introduce y'all to the clip. We're going to come back and do that another time, right? So they was targeting us Americans. Look, and they white. Yeah, it wasn't just black. It wasn't just Hispanic. These devils didn't care. They coming after your babies. And they target them and try to take their babies from them. and they would use it under the Clinton Foundation. They used this ASF, right? The Adoption and Safe Family. What they would do, they could make false claims against you, and Clinton empowered them to come in and take your kids. So they made false claims about this family. They got 8 kids and they raised well. They doing their thing. I guess they like their children. You see the children look happy, and they said, well, your children looks like, and then once they get their tentacles, and they wouldn't stop, okay? And they was trying to take their babies. And we'll play that story another time. This is part of the lesson tonight. What's going on in the ASF, the Clintons, you understand? This is tonight's lesson. The Epsteins, you heard? The Clintons, all right? May the Most High, all right, let's go. Epstein and Clinton's Temple of Sin. All right, stop share screen. Who wanted the prayer, Hakiyama? I'm gonna close out with their prayer, right?
You said who wanted to a
Yeah,
prayer?
who wanted the, you said somebody said they wanted a prayer.
It was Crypto. I think he was just
Okay.
asking for a prayer in general.
In general, okay. Temple of Sin underground, okay? So, Epstein, a spy. So he dressed according to the countries, I got you, Crypto, according to the countries that, right? And we're going to continue these series. We got more to come. I broke down this Wilson, this ball, pedo image, reverse panda eyes, the goat, and the blood, that's a blood and what it symbolized, right? These temples, Temple of Sin underground, ancient. Let's close out. Everybody, the Most High is in charge of it all. But we have to understand the patterns, right? So whenever we see our civilization or our culture start to drift from righteousness, shout out to Sister Kelly Perry, and start to begin to justify these acts that I just showed, right? With these Muslims saying, you can do 4 years old, a little 4-year-old baby, if she shows and shines a precocious puberty, you can marry and have sex with the baby? See, this is when you see your civilization drift darker and darker. And they justify what should be unthinkable. When you let this continue, this is why we're called to call it out. Because when you let this continue without exposure, it starts to call darkness enlightenment. Everybody listen. It starts to call the things in dark, they start to call that the light, right? They call sacrifice progress. That's why they got this progressive movement that they're doing over these children, right? They're not male and female anymore. You get it? Progressing, progressive. They'll call perversion empowerment. Jeremiah 32 and 35 says, they built high places to Baal to cause their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire, which I commanded them not. The Most High said, Jeremiah 32, 35, they built these high places, temples, on this thumbnail, to Baal. Remember I just showed, the other one said Moloch, to cause their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire, which I did not command them. The Most High said, I commanded them not. But the darkness always invent their own authority. Okay? Now, if ancient kingdoms practice ritualistic evil under the cover of temples and secrecies, if the elites justify their deeds through ideology, if power and worship are merging as a darkness, a legion of darkness, then we must understand that the capacity for such evil has never disappeared from old. It just put on a new clothing, and it always waits for a new opportunity to expose himself. Okay? We are to recognize that our scriptures warns us about secret chambers, hidden actions and deeds, moral corruption. Okay? Psalms 94 and 20 says, shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by a law? I just showed you these Sharia law, these Muslims, right? These Christians too, these politicians, whatever, they make laws. Psalms 94:20, shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with me? Absolutely not. Which they frameth mischief by a law. They gathered themselves together against the soul of the righteous. So it's all in our scriptures, but they make y'all think it's a religious book. It ain't. It's a testimony. That is a book of life. It's a book of law and instructions how to fight these darkness. But they make you think it's a religious book, so you go to church and put your money in a basket, and they just say the same thing. What's his name? Jonah was in the whale of the belly for 3 days, and Jonah, the devil's a lie. Come on, give me some shall the throne of iniquity I fellowship with thee. Give me some spiritual warfare to fight this dark devils. But guess what? They got their 5013. They making they mammon too. You heard? That part. That's why they ushered you into Jim Jones jab youth. The churches were the first ones to fold, right? They like, come on in our church and we'll jab you up. You understand? And they jabbed you up with Epstein's DNA. So everybody who took the Jim Jones jab juice, repent. Fall down on your face in your quiet space, in your closet. You go to the Father and you repent for your ignorance of taking that juice and ask the Father grace and mercy to cover you, because you got Epstein's DNA injected into you along with a whole range of other devil stuff. You got all type of Luciferus. You got the mRNA statin in you. You got all type of stuff, okay? Everybody, listen. The Bible acknowledged that injustice can be institutional, okay? Institutional injustice, all right? Now, we are to expose, uncover, and reveal, okay? Because the scriptures condemns Baal and Moloch, but at the same time, it promises us the judgment. Nahum 3:4 says, speaks of nations given over to witchcraft and whoredoms, and the Most High declared, I will discover the skirts upon their face. The Most High said, I'm going to expose all of that they're doing, uncover and reveal. So the lesson tonight is not about fear, it's about discernment, everybody. Now, let me close this out. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Everybody that find this live stream, everybody that find the replay, even if you don't have a relationship with the Most High, we are not a religious ministry. We have a spiritual relation. We're a spiritual house. I have a relationship with the Father. I ain't here to make you believe nothing. I'm just here to point out darkness and try to lead you to righteous for the Most High's righteous sake. I don't care what you call them. Pretty wicked, what you call them. I care what you're doing about it. I'm trying to show you an image of his righteous morality works against the dark works. That's what we're here for. We're here to give you respect, kindness, love, assistance, support. We're here to help. We're here to serve you. That's what we're called to do. We're here to wash your feet. Do you understand? That's what we're all here for. It's a lot of us. You know what I'm saying? Our ministry, it's about 60 of us, and we from worldwide. It's an online ministry, and we're strong. And we're strong in righteousness, right? So we welcome all of y'all, everybody. And we come and we welcome you, and we try to pour in the truth of the Most High. May the Most High cover and bless you all as you go forth in your day tomorrow. It's starting to wake up. It's probably a new day in the UK. Y'all starting y'all days already. People getting ready to go to work. So my brothers and sisters in the UK and stuff all over the world, right? May you go forth and be the light in your works as you go forth on this day. May this lesson and the inspiration, the wisdom, the love, the kindness, the respect be bestowed upon you. May it be received in your spirit, your raya, right? Your ruach. May you receive the truth of the Most High. May you understand that you're created in his likeness and image. You don't have to be the darkness. May you die to the flesh daily, the flesh that wants you to sin and transgress. You understand? May you say no to the flesh of sin, of feeding the beast. May you die to it and be in control. May you take control of your spirit. May you take control, all right, of your will. May you give the will go to the righteousness of the Most High. May you try to be more righteous than unrighteous and make moral decisions. If you make a mistake and fall and sin and transgress, may you repent and ask for forgiveness and continue to be light. Get back on the horse and try to do the next right thing. And each one leave forth will be the light that dissipates some of this darkness. May you be in the image of the Creator, and may the Most High bestow favor, blessings, and grace over you as you go through your trials and tribulations of life. Because tribulations will come, ups and downs. May the Most High's mighty hand embrace you and stay you in your times of woe and transverse and tribulation so you can make it through. And in your times of blessing, may you go forth and pour that blessing on to others. May this lesson sit well in you. May you learn from it, and may you go teach someone else something. Protect the women, protect the meek, protect the earth, protect the animals, protect the babies. Protect. You are the creator in the image of the Most High, and you are the light on the earth. We're exposing the darkness. Go forth and take this prayer with you in your hearts and say it over yourself and your family. You are somebody. You are created in the image of the Father, and you are beautiful. You are a light. You can do it. You can repent. If I can do it, you can do it. And I was in the darkest stuff. I sold so much drug across America. I went to jail for 25 to life for a kingpin charge. You understand? That's how I sold kilos. Okay. So I repent for all my transgression. And if I can do it with all the transgression, the harm I caused on this earth by selling all those drugs during the crack era, you understand? And I can repent and change it around. You can too, right? And I was the lowest of the low. I ain't have my mother and dad didn't even love me. They both abandoned me. Yeah, I'm a motherless child. That part. Yeah, and it broke me. I used to, but I had to stay strong. But sometimes it'll like, look, tears about to come to my eyes right now. I'm 1,000 years old and it's still broken from not having a mother's love or a father's love. No, neither. No parent to love me. Some of you had a mother to love you. You're blessed. You might have had a grandmother. You might have had a dad or something. If you had, just understand. So if I can change, anybody could. And that's why the Most High used some people like me, the lowest of the low. That's who the Messiah, which y'all call Jesus, went to, the lowest of the low. And they disrespected him for it, right? They say, you dealing with prisoners and whores and tax collectors, those are loan sharks, and you staying in the house of sinners. And he like, well, I'm coming to the sick. The sick need a healing. Yeah, I'm sent to the sick. That's right. And they try to unalive them for it, right? These are the religious ones, the ones that think they too good. And these are the same Sadducees and Pharisees who got the Babylonian Talmud who doing this to these little ones. Same religious ones. Welcome to the house of the Most High. We love you all. If you found us, please like if you so people can see it. If you want to subscribe, I will appreciate it. But come back, okay? Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday we live. And we're going to always expose the darkness, and you will learn something always. I was about to do something, show y'all a head blown emoji. I'm going to have to do it another time. It's too late. I had a head blown emojis. I'm going to save it. I'll show. Y'all going to be, when I do show it, y'all going to be like, yo, this what they got planned for us? Yeah, I got to show y'all, because then y'all going to be like, oh my goodness, we need to prepare for this. Oh yeah, wait till I show y'all what they got planned. I was going to show y'all tonight. Right? The Most High be showing me some stuff, bro. He like, teach my children. I'm like, okay, I got you. That's why I said, I'm kind of good at this thing. And I'm like, okay, all right. So may the Most High cover and bless you all. We say this prayer over all of you worldwide, and take it and say it over your loved ones. The Most High love you. You created this image, and you are great. You are beautiful. You are special. I don't care. If nobody loved you and nobody gave you a hug, you getting a hug from Unc in the ministry. We give you one big old love, one big old hug of the Most High to you all worldwide. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Go forth and be the light in this darkness. From the house of Yah to you all, we say Shalom. Shalom says, I look forward to see you, Crypto. Shout out to cut from a mad different cloth. y'all handles are dope, right? May the Most High go forth and bless you all, and y'all go forth and be the light, guys. I'll see y'all Friday about 9 p.m. If for those who can make it. If not, you can come in late. We be going to about 2 in the morning, right? So just stop on in. We'll be here dropping something dope. May the Most High bless you all. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance tonight. Thank you thank you, Tamaya, and for the ministry for welcoming everybody new all over the world. Shout out to Brother Tim in the building. Welcome. Thank you guys for loving on your brothers and sisters worldwide. May the Most High bless you all. We'll see y'all again Friday for those who can make it. Thank you, Hakyama. Good job, House of Yah. Welcoming everybody. Shalom. Shalom is peace and blessings of the Most High unto you. Shalom, everybody worldwide. We love you all. Shalom.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna email me for the link.